Meeting, you
The
mean?
second meeting.
The second meeting?
Yeah, I'll let Janet know because we're doing our Viking riverboat cruise down the Nile. We're going to Cairo. So,
Tough. Sorry to hear that.
I know.
So this is like the annual? Because last year you did London and the engagement and,
Well, so
yeah.
this is actually our honeymoon that we never took. London is always work. London is, I go and negotiate our malpractice renewal with Lloyd's every year. And they like to have a beer.
Waiter and food and
Anybody?
I bought wine, my husband bought beer, we're fine.
So although I need to get bread, eggs, and milk.
At this point,
They
it'd be
literally,
polite.
somebody said, screw that, I need to get a case of tequila, a couple cases of beer,
Yeah.
and a blanket.
No, thank you. They literally are utterly unprepared for it.
I know, I'm so happy.
I want
Well,
to,
the
They don't know
other,
how to drive in it.
I love it.
They get a,
I would argue you need to do any of
well, but if they
it.
get a port, at least we have, snowplows and stuff like that. They don't even.
yeah, they don't really have
No
that.
oysters, no nothing.
The wild thing was how much the weather changed, because I was talking to another one of my co-workers actually in the South Carolina
Well, like,
location.
for this one, I have.
And
yes.
he goes, I took a screenshot of the
Today
weather
in
forecast I
one
saw yesterday type
specific
thing. And he goes, and it shows 11.5 inches of snow on Friday. Then they took that away again. Just in one day.
Welcome to the Birmingham City Commission Long Range Planning Meeting. It is Saturday, January 24th, 2026 at 8:32 a.m. We are at City Hall, 151 Martin Street, Birmingham. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Bingham, if you could please call the roll.
Mayor Ballard,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Here.
Commissioner Hay,
Here.
Commissioner Host,
Here.
Commissioner Cole,
Here.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
Here.
Commissioner Therese Long.
Here.
Thank you. We're going to take public comment. If there's anyone in the room or online who would like to comment on something that is not on the agenda, or even if it is on the agenda, you're welcome to do so now. We will take public comment during the meeting on when we break for each item. If you're online, use the raise your hand function. I see no one wishing to make public comment, so let's move ahead to discussion items. And we have the city manager's introductory comments.
Well, thank you. Good morning. Thanks, everyone, for coming in bright and early on this freezing cold morning. So just a couple of comments about the purpose of the long-range planning meeting. Essentially, what we're trying to do is a little forward thinking and talk about some of the projects that are coming up in the future over the next 3 to 5 years. It's kind of meant to be a precursor for some of the things that you'll see in the budget request for the coming fiscal year. They're based on adopted goals or adopted plans and strategic goals, et cetera. But you have an opportunity now. The goal is for you to provide some feedback on what these projects are, whether they're in line with the vision of the City Commission, not only to give your feedback on the proposed projects that you'll hear about today, but also if there's a project that you think we should be focusing on that we're not focusing on, we want to hear about that too. So to give an example, over the past, well, I don't know if it was the last year or within the last 2 years, the interior design work on some of the parking decks came up. Now, we already had in the budget to do the structural components of maintaining the parking decks, but the interior design stuff came up. So that's something, if you can think of something that's kind of in the commission's vision that is maybe lacking, we want to hear about it today as well, because this is all going to come as we go through the budget process that's coming up in the next month. And of course, as always, the expenditures requested exceed the revenues that we have, so we have to make some hard decisions. So I guess I'm looking to get a little bit of feedback from areas of funding that you prioritize over other areas. So we will have to make cuts as always, and so let's hear it. We want to get all the projects out there and have the discussion now before we get into the details of the budget in April. Any questions?
Any questions? No? Thank you. Thank you, and I would stress again that this is our opportunity to have an impact on the budget process, and this first 5-year financial forecast is maybe the most important, if I could be so bold as to suggest, presentation of the day. So who will be presenting? Mary?
I will.
Ms. Chavez, our Treasurer and Finance Director.
Good morning, City Commission, and everyone here today. In your packet, you will find the 5-year financial forecast, which we review each year. With us today is Tim St. Andrew from Plant Moran. Before we get into the graphs, let me briefly explain what this forecast entails. So what we're looking at is a combination of our financial history, our current budget, and assumptions about future conditions, which are based on things like inflation and wage growth. From that, we generate a set of projected numbers. Now, these numbers are not a prediction of exactly what our budget will be. They're based on assumptions, and there are many unknowns. There may be new priorities, special projects, or needs that come up during the budget process that aren't reflected here. And there are limitations to this forecast, such as external factors, changes at the state level, or unexpected events like disasters can happen that could impact our finances in ways we can't foresee. What this forecast does is it gives us a roadmap. It's a tool that can be used for planning purposes. It helps us think about where we may need to focus our attention, and it can show us trends early. So think of it as a guide, not a guarantee. And with that, I'll turn it over to Tim, who will walk us through the slides.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Mary. Maybe the one thing I'll add is that this really is a best practice what you're doing, and not just putting the forecast together, because there's a lot of communities that put together a 3-year or a 5-year forecast, but I would say far fewer actually put in the time and effort and have these discussions that you're having today, and so I do applaud you for that. Not enough do it.
Tim, could you please introduce yourself again?
I'm sorry. Tim St. Andrew with Plant Moran.
And you're speaking to us because?
So we assist, we assist your team in compiling the forecast and really giving it a high-level review on, more analytically, certainly not making any decisions in it, but just giving it that gut check. All right, so the first slide here, we have the state equalized value versus the taxable value going all the way back to 2001, so almost a 25-year history here. And the reason we start here is when you think of the general fund, over 60%, and really in some years, depending on the revenue sources, up to 70% of the revenue in the general fund is property taxes. And so this is your, and will always be your main revenue source. And just a reminder that the state equalized value approximates market value, and it actually approximates half of the market value. And when you think of the market conditions, so the SEV increases or decreases with the market. There's no limit on that. With the taxable value, which is it's really your taxable base, it's what you can tax on, so it's your taxable value times your millage, that is limited on the growth because of Proposal A, and so that's limited to the lesser of 5% or inflation. And so it is good, and what you typically see over time, especially with the market that we've had in the last 12 years, is you see the gap or the cushion between SEV and taxable value. And that's, again, because the SEV increases with market, whether it's 1%, 5%, 10%, taxable value is limited. And so you generally do see that cushion, and that's a good thing because that protects you from any future housing market decline, recession, because the way that it works is on a property-by-property basis. When the market's in a decline, the taxable value is not impacted, and so what you can tax on those properties isn't impacted until the SEV falls to that taxable value level. And so the bigger cushion you have, you can really stomach a year or 2 or 3 of declines because you have that excess SEV over taxable value. And so that's a good thing.
And that is what we saw in the dip in 2011-ish?
Yes. Well, and that's, so I'll say some communities, that dip was way more severe because you had that cushion. A lot did not have that cushion. And so within a year or 2, as market values were plunging 20, 30%, so was taxable value. But Birmingham, though severe, it wasn't nearly as severe, and you had a much quicker comeback post 2009, 10, 11 recession. So as far as the assumptions, so taxable value growth in 2026 was 6.4%, and then it hovers around 5% throughout the rest of the forecasted period. The SEV growth in 2026 was 7.8%, and then it's expected to grow at 6% throughout the forecasted period. So again, typically you'd see that gap would widen when you're talking about SCV growth of 7.8%, 6%, but your taxable value has over the past decade and is expected to almost keep pace with that SCV growth. And so you still are widening that gap or that cushion, but not nearly as much because you have, just look around, you have a lot of new development, a lot of activity going on. So your taxable value growth has actually almost kept pace with that SCV growth. And then the next slide here, we have the Headley limit versus the operating millage actually levied, and this is really the consequence of having that taxable value growth that keeps pace with market, because there's a thing called the Headley rollback, which you can see for the city of Birmingham has been quite severe. The Headley max back in 2001 was just over 14 mils, and over time, because of that growth, it's actually been rolled back to under 11 mils in 2025, 2026. But fortunately, throughout history and throughout the forecasted period, you have been able to maintain that 0.3 millage gap between actual levy and that Headley max, and you are forecasted to continue to maintain that. But as taxable values continue to grow, you will continue to see that Headley rollback occur. And based on forecasted figures, the 2030 Headley max is expected to be under 10.5 mils.
Can I ask a quick question? So the red area is what sort of the city commission could theoretically raise the tax rate to without going to the public for a vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, correct.
And how many mills is that right now?
So
The margin?
now that is at, let's see if I can pull it up there. I don't know if you're sure. I know it's just under 11 right now. It's 10.9 maybe.
And the gap is 0.3.
0.3, so yeah.
That was my question, the
Yeah.
gap.
Yeah.
0.3.
And that's the gap we've tried to maintain.
In the risk, and this is with all communities, the risk is we've had taxable value growth, so we've had this rollback. The risk for other communities and for the city is if we do have that housing market decline, taxable values come down. There is no roll up. So we're still at these lower taxable value numbers, or the, not taxable value, we're at the lower Headley max, the millage that we can levy. But as taxable values come down, we're stuck with these lower millages. So that's that's always the future risk that all communities have to keep in mind.
Quick comment.
Sure.
While we're going through this for the public and everybody else, because I just had this conversation and it surprised one of my neighbors. The city of Birmingham retains approximately 27% of your property taxes. The rest goes to the schools, the state, what have you. So when you're looking at these numbers about what you pay $10,000, only $2,500, $2,700 of that is going to the city of Birmingham. So when you think you're paying a lot in taxes and, why aren't things being done, et cetera, which I see a lot of, things are being done and we're doing quite a bit with what we have, but it's 27 cents on every dollar.
And this is the 27 cents, correct?
Right.
Okay. And that margin, if we were to raise taxes right up to the Headley limit, that 0.3 mils, how much revenue would that produce, more or less?
0.3 would be about $1 million a year, would it not?
Would be,
That's
yeah,
it.
'cause you're at,
Not a lot. So we're close. That 0.3 puts us within.
Give or take, I mean, that's.
Within $1 million, give or take, of the Headley max.
Yeah.
And we're taxing, what is our tax revenue total for the year?
For about 48 million.
28.
No,
So
48.
48.
48.
Total.
48.
48. So we're really close. Okay. Good. Thank you. More. Go on.
Okay, next slide here, we have the forecasted fund balance for the general fund and the street funds. And you can see that the city in the general fund, we'll start there, the city is budgeting to use fund balance in 2026. And, on this slide and several of the future slides, you'll see a lot of this is capital spend contingent. So 2026 usage is mainly due to timing of capital projects taking place this year. And then throughout the forecasted period, you are expecting to gradually increase that fund balance. For the major and local street funds, similar to the general fund, you are budgeted to use some fund balance in 2026, again, mainly due to capital projects that are occurring, and then projected to be somewhat flat throughout the rest of the forecasted period. What's unique with these funds is that there is a lot of capital spending expected to happen, but it's through contributions from the general fund. So as the spending increases or decreases, the contribution from the general fund increases, decreases. So it's not unusual that those funds would stay relatively flat because you're essentially subsidizing those projects with general fund.
Can I clarify? The major and local street funds are funded by the general fund. It is up to us.
In part,
Part, yeah.
in part.
I'm sure some money comes from the state.
Correct.
Maybe the federal
Through-
government. But if we need more money in those funds, we just transfer.
We have to take it out of the general fund,
Okay.
correct.
So how much, either on an annual basis or just looking at 1 year, is, I don't want to say discretionary, but how much of it comes from transfers and how much of it comes from money
Well, I don't know
that
if
must go into that fund?
I don't know if we have those exact numbers right now, but the bulk of the funding, is it fair to say, comes from Act 51? And then we
No.
supplement it?
So Act 51 gives us about 2.6, 2.7
Oh,
million.
okay, so yeah,
And
it's
that
quite a
goes
lot.
up slightly, it doesn't increase. The rest of it comes from the transfers. I think we're scheduled to transfer 6 million.
Yeah, I'd say typically 60 to 70% of the revenue in those funds would be transfers from the general fund.
Okay.
And of that Act 51 money, 71% goes towards major.
Major.
29% goes towards local. So.
Say that again, please. Of the Act 51 money,
Right.
which is about 2 million a year.
2.5 million.
2.5 million a year.
71% has to go to the major street
Major
fund,
roads.
and 29% has to go to the local street fund.
That is by law.
Yeah, that's
That's
what it
the
is.
state says. But
Correct.
who says what's a major road and who says what's a local road?
It's defined, right?
It's different.
Yeah.
It's defined by the state?
Yeah.
It's defined by the state, yes.
What sort of, if I may digress momentarily, I think we'd all be interested. What are the criteria that determine a major street or a local street?
Actually, I'll be right back. We just got a new Act 51 map from last year that got submitted to the state. I will bring it in here. I'll be back.
So they actually
So that
map
way-
it for us.
So that way you can visually see which one's major streets and which is local streets.
Thank
I'll be
you.
right back.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the digression.
So all of that extra money that we put in the freight thing, it's a little over $6 million, is going to come directly from our general fund to fund all of our road improvement projects, which is a significant amount of our federal fund expenditures.
I think one of the points implicit in my questioning is that we could transfer more if we wanted to. This is already, most of it represents transfers. So it's almost like looking this at a total. Another way to look at it would be city money versus money given to us that must be used. But they're breaking out the numbers based on their capital improvement plans, right? Right. So if our capital improvement plans change, these numbers could potentially change.
Correct.
Oh, very clear.
I can pass this around. He highlights the items in yellow is city streets that adjacent a neighboring community. So with this right here, you see 14 Mile Road in front of the golf course. Birmingham owns the north side, Beverly Hills owns the south side. So that's the items in yellow. And then you can see up in the key, up over here, your major streets are essentially the double lines. Actually, it's almost triple lines. And these locations here, and then the single gray lines are the city's local streets.
What about the yellow section on 14 Mile that's not yellow there? Is that
So that
north
one-
and southbound, is that both Birmingham there?
So this portion right here on 14 Mile Road between Southfield and Greenfield, that is owned by the Road Commission for Oakland County. So this portion is owned by Road Commission of Oakland County. Horton Road is owned by Road Commission of Oakland County, and Cranbrook is owned by Road Commission of Oakland County. The darker line is MDOT itself, And then these lines here that you can kind of see, Lincoln, Maple Road, those are owned by City of Birmingham that are considered our major local streets.
Where are the designation, I mean, it's difficult for anybody else to see, but well, for everybody's benefit, rather than trying to pass around something that
Yep.
big. His question, as I understood it, was what defines a major street? What are the criteria for it? Because we know that we learned Wimbledon is a major street. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Lincoln a major?
Yep.
Oak, Adams.
So what are the criteria that say, you know, let's pick Oak. What is the criteria that says Oak is a major street versus Arlington Shirley?
Is it traffic volume?
It would have been in years past. So the Act 51 map, if I remember correctly, started around like the 1950s or 60s, approximately during that time frame. So back multiple seasons, you know, years ago type of a deal. This map gets submitted to the state, to Michigan Department of Transportation, to help the city be able to figure out, classify what's major and what's local street. With that, it's just been continuation of it. So since that usually winds up happening for other communities in general, this map for a difference between major and locals don't change. It's if you're adding a additional local street. So if there's a new development within a community that essentially provides more streets that the community owns, that's how this map gets updated itself. So with that, it's been historically something that got submitted back in the past of what is a major street. Probably some of it was based on volumes, access routes for emergency vehicles, et cetera, type of a deal to be able to determine in the past what was a major street.
Okay.
So it's a historical, almost frozen in time. You can't get a new major street. That's it.
Well, maybe you could in some communities, but probably not in ours, because we're mostly built out.
Right.
But kind of to your question of traffic volume, if it was determined by volume of, even within the city, relative volume of traffic, because we could pick street number 1, street number 2. Street number 1 may have high volumes for whatever reason. Let's forget about the reasoning. It just has a fact of volume. Street number 2 doesn't. Can we submit for that based off volume of or patterns of traffic behavior? Are we permitted to request an upgrade to a major street for that type of criteria? Because I think this is where you're driving to, is what drives the criteria. Historically, it was set, but what were the criteria that created that set in the 50s? And is it applicable to us to go back and say, you know what, world's turned for 40 times since then. We've got a lot of changes. This is what we see as a consequence. Can we do that?
That would be something I would have to research to get the information for, to be able to do that, because I've previously, before working for other communities, haven't done that before, type of a deal. You pulled up something on your cell phone?
State of Michigan allows for reclassification, but it requires going through specific MDOT review to verify, but like the bulk of what's based on is traffic volume and emergency usage, that type of thing.
And what you may run into is hypothetically, also too, for every general public's information, this map is actually, you can download from the Michigan Department of Transportation. They've got each actually community's Act 51 map on it. So if someone wants to see this map from the public, it's also posted there. What you potentially may run into, so Larkey is actually a major street itself. If you wanted to potentially review Pleasant or Arlington and Shirley to be a major street, if MDOT studies it, they may determine that that's no longer a major street, Larkey, but the other one is. So you might just be essentially shifting things around, so to speak. It would be hard, essentially, if, as an example, if you wanted to review Pleasant being a major street and Larkey being a major street, you can kind of see in this location through here, usually for the subdivision areas, you don't have two major streets right adjacent to each other.
It's very interesting. I think we should take a look at that. I'm not sure it's on the point of what we're talking about. So I would urge you, if you're interested, I'm going to look up the map. I'm going to see how that comports with my
perception of
what.
Yeah.
Commissioner Host.
I hope somebody can verify this. What we really are talking about with the transportation funds is $889,500 this year. this
I
fiscal
thought
year.
they just
Is
told
that
us
correct?
2.5 million.
No, just over 2 million. What you're thinking of is that new bill that's out there
Okay.
that may give us additional money.
May.
So we would then be talking about the 3.3 million-ish.
Right.
Right now, we're talking about 2.5 million.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
this is something I think we definitely should come back to, but let's continue.
I think too, the big point with this is the fact that knowing that our Act 51 money is $2.5 million, so when we get into these big, huge, that's a significant portion of our general fund money is going towards infrastructure projects already. So that's kind of the point. Is that right, Tim?
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay.
Hey, one quick comment?
Sure.
So if you do a quick Google search of the 85.05 miles of total roads in the city of Birmingham, 21.82 miles are major roads, and 63.23 miles are local roads. And they define, under the Act, major streets are those generally the main thoroughfares of greatest importance to the city. So these are main thoroughfares. That's the criteria. And then local streets are other city streets not classified as major or state trunk lines, for what it's worth.
So a major street is basically worth under $100,000 a mile to the state.
I think the people who live on Larkley would be surprised to learn that their street is a major street. Okay, thanks.
All right, next slide here is we have the general fund projected unassigned fund balance compared to targeted levels. And just reminders, there's 5 categories of fund balance. I won't get into all of them, but unassigned is basically the fund balance that's not restricted or committed by the commission for a specific purpose. So it's really the fund balance that can be used at your discretion.
I don't think 5 is too big a number to explain what are the 5.
Okay, so the 5. Okay, so top level, we have non-spendable fund balance. And so that would be if you have, prepaid expenses, so you may pay next year's insurance today. You haven't used it yet, so you can't expense it. So it's still on the balance sheet. The money's gone, you can't spend it. Just, non-spendable. Then there's restricted, which is typically, if you receive grant proceeds that you haven't spent yet, you can only spend them for that purpose. There's committed fund balance.
Unrestricted, is there anything that we ourselves restrict? Or is that all restricted by external?
Yep, external or
Okay.
state imposed.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, for example, your major and local streets, that's all restricted. You can only spend it on the roads. Question?
Let's get,
It's pertinent.
okay, go ahead.
Tim, for our last fiscal year, it was shown that we have 55.9 million in general funds. 26 million is restricted, or am I off a million or two?
You're talking in total?
Yes.
25, close to 26 is unassigned.
Is it unassigned?
Oh, 26 is unassigned,
Unassigned,
out
yes.
of the 55.9.
Yes, because most of the general fund, I don't have, do you have last year's? You have the ACFR maybe? I think most of it, thank you. I believe for the general fund you're
cheat
speaking, or citywide?
General fund.
Yeah, so last year, so total fund balance, 44 million, 26.2 is unassigned, correct?
Well, can I ask, where did I get from Plant Moran 55.9?
That would include all of the governmental funds, so that would include street funds, you have drug forfeiture funds, everything, any capital project fund would be the 55. But just general fund is 44.
Okay.
So now we're within general fund. There are 5 categories: unassigned, restricted.
Committed.
Yep, so there's committed, which is, has to be a resolution passed by the city commission saying we want to set aside money for this. And it has to be a specific purpose. You can't just say it's a rainy day fund. It has to be, the GASB's clear, which is the accounting body that sets the rules here. It has to be a resolution passed by city commission. Then the 4th category is assigned, which can be set aside by city manager or the finance director, and here might just be the city manager, can designate funds for specific purposes, but those are not as, so with the committed, once the city commission passes a resolution that you want to set monies aside for that purpose, they can only be retracted with another resolution saying, we now want to uncommit these funds, whereas with the assigned, you can put it into that bucket, and then next year, take it out. There's no action needed by the city commission on the assigned category. And then the last category is unassigned, which is what we're talking about here, which is sort of everything else that's not committed, restricted, or assigned.
So if we vote something in, $1 million, that ends up becoming restricted then at that point, right?
Committed.
Committed, okay.
Yeah.
And that's when we do a budget amendment, right? And can you give us an example of the kind of, was it assigned, where it's at the manager's discretion? That's called assigned?
Assigned, correct.
Can you give us an example of assigned funds?
Yeah, a lot of communities, capital is very common. And so you may look at, a lot of communities look at the next year's capital, and so they'll put some of that assigned because, or if it's contracts are already in place, we just haven't done the work yet. Oftentimes cities will say, well, we want to show that in committed or assigned because it's not sitting in unassigned. We know we need to spend it, so we want to sort of set that fund balance aside because it's already spoken for. Oftentimes another one is legacy costs, so next year's pension or retiree health care commitment. Some communities might put that aside just to show that we know we're going to have to spend this money on this, so let's set it aside.
So think of the big chunks that we sometimes have to take out of the general fund, such as to the retirement funds, to the pension, to fund roads.
Sure, okay. All right. Thank you for that digression. Lots of digressions.
Can I just ask one more fund-related question? So the general fund, the 26 number and the 44 number we're talking about, none of those include any of the enterprise funds, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Those are separate.
Good, correct.
Sorry.
Go on.
So one quick, can you explain, because it's confusing. You have a minimum targeted fund balance, which I get, you want to be above that, but then you have a maximum. It doesn't seem we've ever abided by the maximum. A, is there a reason for that? And B, if the maximum isn't relevant, why do we measure it?
We always abide by the maximum. These, and I'll let you guys correct me, but these are based on estimates at this time in the middle of the year, and projects overlap, like Wimbledon didn't get finished. It might get finished in another budget year, and those kind of things overlap. But when you look at the final audited numbers after each fiscal year, it's always under the 40%. So this.
Then why wouldn't those numbers come down? And so you go back to 2022, if that's true, why wouldn't 2022 be below the maximum targeted fund balance?
Yeah, I think there are years where you're over. I think you strive to stay within that. So I think it's 17 to 40% is the range that was the policy established years ago by the City Commission. And I think there are years that the fund balance or the unassigned fund balance has ended above that 40%, but I do think.
Well, if you look at that graph, it looks like every.
Yeah.
I know, it's kind of.
So you're going to have to explain that to us. Here's why. We're under pressure to fix our roads and spend money on other things. This is telling us and the community that our savings account we have more money in our savings account than we need.
Like, what did
in simple terms.
We have discretionary funds.
Well, I don't know, because now they're saying, no, we always end up the year under. So I'm not sure.
So you don't go back and reconcile this for budgetary purposes, is that correct?
This graph?
Yeah.
What is this?
I don't know. You created the graph. But I know that, like, in the last couple of years, we've been high, up close to the range of 40%, but we have not been over.
Can I interject? I think you need to do this graph off of
reality.
Off of actuals,
Yep.
because this is just an estimate. For example, Wimbledon, as you said, you might have, let's just say pick a number, $4 million. You might have $4 million showing up in both because it's kind of crossed over, but then when you actually do the audited, you need the audited version of this. And if the audited version of this shows this, then it's a question. If the audited version of this doesn't show it, it shows that you're below, what you're getting is the, like,
Noise.
you're getting the noise, right? And so we need to make sure that we're not representing to the public that that's an actual. This is an estimate. Just like when you start the year and you're like, I'm going to put money away in my savings account for this, that, or well, things happen. Right? And so the audited version of this chart is what everybody should see.
Good point.
I would add to that if the policy is to keep it between the two lines, we have consistently kept it at the top line. Now,
Towards the top.
towards the top. And there are occasions, let's just look at the parking fund, for example, where we're going to spend some money. That fund is going to go down. Eventually, it'll come back up. This commission has to decide if it makes sense, and this is not going to be, something we just make a decision on willy-nilly, but if that should dip, because we need to spend money over there fixing that. So it's going to should it dip down to maybe instead of 40%, maybe it's
40% is the max
Right.
goal.
Right. Maybe we should, for a time, go to 30%.
And we have in certain instances, correct me if I'm wrong, but the old Woodward project was one where we transferred a significant amount, because it was so expensive, we transferred it, and then we built it back up a little bit.
Right, anticipating that there were large capital projects that were going to be coming down the road, whether it was renovation of City Hall, looking at the police station. This has been bumping high because we knew we were going to spend it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the challenge here, and that's a very good point, is that there is also you can't look at it in a vacuum. You do have to kind of marry it with that capital plan, because they're in the library had the same thing years ago when they were going through. There was like, if you were to just look at it at a point in time, it looked like they were too high, but it was because they were building up for that project. And, the challenge with just this slide is, especially with these large capital projects, these infrastructure projects, they span multiple years. So, it may look like 1 year you're over or under, but it's because, well, we brought in stuff from last year, or we're pushing things to next year because, contractors are constrained too. So projects, it's not uncommon that they span multiple years. So it is
But to Commissioner Long's point, as you look over 10 years, it normalizes. So you might have 1 year that's way over, and the next year is going to be way under. And I think seeing the audited or the reconciliation of the actuals versus this provides the full picture of what's going on, because that, if it carries over from 1 year to another, you'll see it in the following year, and you see the overage in the year before, and you go, okay, that was Wimbledon, boom, makes sense.
So just to be clear, each of those lines, even going back to 21, 22, 23, that number was what was projected that year. You're just taking this chart and adding a new
those should be the last, let's say the first 3 or 4 columns, those should be actual.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think if you look, that yellow line, as the yellow line goes up, that is your fund, the fund balance is, that's the top, but your fund balance is going up. You see it goes up, so you're building your fund balance, and then in 25, 26, when it goes down, you see that it levels back down. It's, your fund balance goes up and down, and it's under the, but,
So it's 17, because that's what I was trying to correlate in my mind. The red line is 17%, the yellow line is 40% of the total general fund balance, rather than showing a percentage of what the unassigned balance should be. This is just the bandwidth that the tolerance bands that are expected for the unassigned fund balance as a function of the total. But I'm wondering, because theoretically, total general fund could go to zero. And then on a percentage basis, we have no money. But we might have cash flow, but we have no spendable money.
That 40% is the money that the city, if something bad were to happen, if we had
it's the buffer.
or something.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is, if the general fund goes to zero, then percentages are irrelevant. I'm also wondering if we need to look at this as far as there needs to be an absolute value, so that we know we always have a financial buffer. Because if you always take a percentage of zero, it's zero. If you have a finite value and say this is our reserve, pick a number, say $10 million or $5 million, whatever it is, that we always know we have an operating reserve. So if there's an emergency, if it dips into that, we know we effectively have to take catastrophic levels of action. I'm wondering if there needs to be a second check and balance in there, and then also to the way you were trying to describe it. The buffer above the yellow line is almost like an accrual. It's an accrual for future spending is the way that's been looked at.
Let him comment. Is there merit in what he is saying?
Some communities, again, very few, but some have what I'll call a fiscal management plan where, and they don't do it as an absolute value, but I've seen it where it's a percentage, where it's, and I'm going to make up percentages here because I don't remember the details, but 5% of our operating is what we're going to call an operating reserve, 5% an emergency reserve, and that actually, because it's outlined in this plan, that gets transferred to the committed fund balance category, where you're saying we're not going to touch this because it's for operational reserve, it's for an emergency reserve.
But it's still expressed as a percentage. His question was...
This is as a percentage of operating expenditures.
So his question was, does it make sense to have it, to think of it or designate it as an absolute number, such as $10 million?
But that's, you can, but as your budget grows, and I think that becomes irrelevant, because that 10 million then needs to become 11 or 12 as
His point
inflation
is
hits.
that it becomes really irrelevant if you're talking percentages and the numbers drop.
Yeah.
But I think what he
We
just
always
said is
have a
it's
nice-
40% of expenditures.
Of
right?
expenditures,
It is
yes.
not 40% of the general fund. So if the general fund goes to zero, we blow this number because our expenditures do not go to zero. At least I hope they don't go to zero, right? So, and second off, I think you said a city commission in the days of yore just like made up this 40% number, right? So it's the fact that we're above it, we're below it, really, like, we could just choose to jack the number up to 50% and then, oh, look, we're suddenly within our own metrics. So I think the question of, is this the right metric to look at, is a good one. And I don't know what the enforcement mechanism around it is. It appears that there isn't one. You can just go past the maximum and, say la vie. And maybe that's fine. The green line is going up. That looks good to me. I'm glad it's going up than down. But yeah, obviously we want to have some kind of mechanism in here so that we're not just hoarding a stockpile of money. But 40% of expenditures, yeah, maybe that's the right number. But, if there's no enforcement mechanism, then really it's just a suggestion, sort of, is how I see it at least.
Yeah, and there is really no enforcement mechanism, and I don't know how far back this 17 to 40% was established, but it's generally, or was generally viewed as I'll say best practice. Not necessarily that you have to stay within the range, but it felt like my assumption is a decent floor, because if you get below 17, you're probably making some tough decisions, because that's too low. And then I think at the time that the thought was, if once we get over 40, you do what you're doing now, is you look at city initiatives and you look at this as an opportunity.
But you're also not going to make decisions on initiatives that are going to take you down to 30.
Correct.
Right? So this is and to not have, it's healthy for a city, and Birmingham is one of the leaders in that, to make sure that that doesn't happen, right? So that if we have a major sinkhole or something like that, and then the community says, why didn't you plan for that, right? Well, we are planning for that. That's what we're doing. But I think the question for this commission is, we want to fix the roads as fast as possible. They were neglected for a while for reasons we've discussed before. We are spending money on top of money, as we've discussed, to do these roads. So the question is, we're balancing the need to be able to have a piggy bank in case we have an emergency versus, is our reserves too much where we can take some of it and apply it to doing these roads? That's really the question. And whether we're above or below the graph, I think especially with this particular graph and what it's based on, is largely irrelevant in comparison to what is our piggy bank, what is a healthy number, and if we're above that consistently, can we take some of that, knock it down a little bit, and spend it on doing roads or this building or the police station or what have you? That's really what we're looking at.
Right.
So you could arguably, just sticking with that for a second, in 26, 27, take $10 million out of that, put it towards accelerating the roads. You've forecasted growth in overage the out 3 years. We're still well within the range. Why don't we spend the $10 million on the roads, accelerate it?
But would we be within the range? So let me ask a question of clarification, because your point of this is based off expenditure. So if we took 10 million out, that means that the yellow line and the red line in the next year would actually change dramatically because we just spent an additional 10 million in expenditure. So that's going to change, because that's why I'm looking at the 25-26 bump and then drops down to 26-27. Because if it's based off expenditure, if you spend more money, those lines move up as a percentage of a big number compared to moving down as a percentage of a small number. 40% of 100 is different to 40% of 200.
Right.
So the red line moves up, and then we put ourselves into a vicious circle. We took 10 million out, and then we just blew the fund balance beneath the minimum target, because the target is based off what we spend. Should those lines not be based off revenue, not expenditure? Because the revenue defines what you actually have to actually play with. Expenditure says what you've already used. So that's why I'm wondering about how these are constructed, because it's going to self-defeat at the point of what you're asking for. And
Right.
then we're outside of our boundaries.
But it was designed on expenditure because it was for the city to say, we either have a 2-month or an 8-month, cushion to cover expenditures. That's why it's based on expenditure. Should something terrible happen, we would have a minimum 2 to 3 months of operating expenditures to continue to maintain services in the city.
I get that, but the fund balance based off a past, because an expenditure is a committed set of funds. I'm looking at it as, should we actually maintain fund balances based off what we take as revenue?
Maybe we need two
Different way of
graphs.
looking at it.
I don't
yeah.
think it's an either or. I think you're
it's maybe it's
suggesting.
a
It may well be. It's just that I'm getting increasingly uncomfortable with looking at basing the future of what I spent last year.
Well, maybe one correction. So the 17 and 40% is based on operating expenditures. So if you went and moved $10 million to major road fund, I'm going to say that's a below the line. We call that a transfer out. That would not get factored in. And so transfers to streets, to water and sewer, to any other funds, those are not factored into that. So it would be your true operating expenditures before the general fund contributes to other funds. And what you spent last year, or if it's based on budget, usually is a decent predictor of it, because it's a budget that City Commission passed, so it's never perfect, but it's close to an estimate as you're going to get. So in theory, if that's your example, if you were to take that $10 million, you would be within line, because we're not taking a 40% of a bigger number. It's still of the same numerator, denominator, but it's the same number that you're taking, whether it's pre or post $10 million transfer.
May I make a suggestion that we table this for the moment, because it's taken us off track, but we need to understand it better, because clearly we all have different levels of understanding based off different backgrounds, different knowledge, and that we have this explained to us in a better way, because I think it's worked in the past. Does it mean it's always going to work in the future is unknown. Some of us understand it better than others. So let's table for a future moment.
I think the issue is we're looking at this maybe incorrectly as an indication of, like, how much money do we have in the bank and how much more can we potentially spend on roads. And this may not be the best indicator of that, even though it appears to possibly be that. Okay. We are going to come back to roads.
Do appreciate you explaining.
And I'd be happy to come back and work with your team and meet with you and maybe more informal going through this. Okay, so moving out of the general fund, I think the last couple slides are water and sewer. So here we have the water and sewer rate forecast over the forecasted period, and based on the assumptions, and that includes the water units sold, cost of services for both water and sewer, planned capital. The water and sewer rates are forecasted to grow with inflationary increases. The exception to that would be 2027, or if you were to see in the forecast, it is forecasted to be a bigger jump, or I'll say more than inflationary increase, based on those future capital needs and in order to fund those needs. And then the next one is the forecasted unrestricted net position for these funds. And again, both are largely driven by planned capital projects. Because as you do these projects and you put money into the infrastructure, it's going to increase or decrease this unrestricted net position. For sewer, you can see that it's budgeted to be down slightly in 2026 and then steady growth throughout the forecasted period. For water, it is down a little bit more as a percentage in 2026, and then it's relatively flat throughout the forecasted period, really plus or minus about $1 million. And the last slide is based on what's in the forecast here, just the 5-year infrastructure spending. And this includes streets, water, sewer, parks, and the golf courses. You can see aside from the first 2 years here where there is some heavy park spending, the vast majority of this does relate to streets, water, and sewer. Mostly streets, probably half or more streets each year. And it's almost, taking the 5 years in total, it's almost $97 million in projected spending over the next 5 years. And this is where I would remind you again that these are based on best estimates as you know them today. And the one thing I am sure of is that the cost of these projects will go up, whether it's materials, labor. No one knows if we're going to hit any supply chain issues like we did 3-4 years ago. So I would guess that the cost of these will go up in the next 5 years. So just keep that in mind. It's a big number, but it could be even bigger if we hit any snags in the economy.
So I don't know if this is the right time for this question, so feel free to say that we should defer it. But I am a little surprised that, so we have like them stacked up, streets, water, sewer, and then parks and golf courses. I'm a little surprised that just like the top of the brown is not just like strictly going up. Is there some reason that we're not more or less continuing to spend the same level or escalating the level every year? Is this just the particular projects we're doing are cost different amounts? Is that what's going on here?
It's just the way the projects are scheduled out.
Yeah.
It's just,
based
okay,
on the project.
literally we're going to do projects A and B and they cost this much, then we're going to do projects C and D and they cost a little less, then we're going to do projects, right, okay.
And am I correct in assuming that the park spending includes parks bonds funds that are going to be exhausted?
Correct.
Right.
Yes, no, yeah.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you.
Where are we?
9 o'clock.
Beyond the charts, there was a lot of, is there anything more?
No,
No.
thank you.
Okay.
That'll be it.
All right. So are there any comments from the public on the 5-year financial forecast? Anyone in the room, anyone online, raise your hand.
Mr. Bloom.
Mr. Bloom.
Hi, good morning, David Bloom. I believe that Tim covered the enterprise funds. I didn't see anything for parking, and I know parking is scheduled for, the parking fund is scheduled for this afternoon. Right now, there's $45 million in the parking fund. It's a lot of money, and I didn't see that in Tim. Does Tim or does Plant Moran get into doing that and doing those evaluations and seeing if we have enough money? Or is that just an independent group in the city that's doing that, another group? Like who's in charge of doing the auditing and the planning and show? Because there's a lot of money that's going to be spent on the parking and in the parking fund.
Right, and as you said, parking comes up later, and there is information about the parking fund in the report from the parking department.
So
The answer to that question, though, is parking part of the city's budget overall? Yes.
Of course, yes.
It's an enterprise fund, but
So-
it's still subject to audit.
Okay, so my question is, because I know it's this afternoon, and I'm not saying the city's not doing what it needs to do. What I'm asking is Plant Moran involved with any of that? And is there any reason why that kind of money there's a lot of money in there compared to an expenditures to what the city spends. So is there a reason why the parking issue is not included in the overall 5-year forecast, and we're doing it in the afternoon?
Because we're doing it this afternoon.
Okay.
And I'm getting a signal that no, Planet Moran is not really involved in the parking fund.
Is that something we would want to do or need to do, or is that something we can talk about that this afternoon?
If you'd like to express an opinion, I'm happy to hear
Okay.
your opinions.
I'll do that this afternoon.
But the peppering with questions that we can't necessarily answer or are sort of like,
Yeah, I'll wait till you
should
answer
we do this or
you
not?
answer my
I
question.
can't answer that.
And I'll come back this afternoon again. Thank you.
Commissioner Haig.
I'm sorry, I was looking for something when you were asking for questions, so when we're done with public, I do actually have a question.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? No one else from the public online? Okay, we're going to close public comment. And you have an additional comment on the 5-year forecast?
Yeah, like I said, I was going through all of my notes on this. On page 24, we have under charges for services, the specific line item, labor charges to other funds. I was trying to understand what it is. Can someone explain to me? Because with a title like that, it sounds like left pocket, right pocket, but I don't really understand where it comes in as a specific item. Because it then goes under the same thing as appeal and review fees, ice arena fees, etc. But labor charges to other funds seems like an internal transfer to me. I'm trying to figure out how it appears in the total.
Ms. Chavez or Tim?
I just don't understand it.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
all.
just trying to find which page.
Page 24, the very bottom of the page, you've got charges for services as a subheading.
It's page 9 in the document if you're looking at it separately. It's
Oh,
page
sorry.
page
Yeah,
20,
page 9
24 if you're
looking
online.
24 of the packet, sorry.
Bottom of the page.
Okay. Yeah, so that would be, and I don't know how the calculation works off the top of my head, but those are, so the general fund, whether it's Mary, whether it's the various general fund departments handle a lot of services for the other funds. And so it's basically a charge to those funds for labor that's expensed in the general fund, but maybe the time is spent in the water fund, the sewer fund, street funds. It's essentially a better way to put it. It's an administrative charge from the general fund to cover the cost of mostly payroll expensed in the general fund, budgeted in the general fund, but it's for the benefit of not the general fund.
And these numbers are aggregated, so we're not seeing exactly how much you're charging each fund. But if somebody wanted a report like that, you could most likely provide it. So if you wanted to know how much she is charging the parking fund for her services, or the ice arena, or any of these the golf courses, in other words, they need to pay, just like the library needs to pay for administrative services.
And that's all contained in the budget. So when we have the detailed budget complete and we review it in April, you'll be able to see that charge back for every single fund.
That's fine. It was just when I read to other funds, it does sound left pocket, right pocket. And
It is.
It is, but it's not, but it is. So, all right, that's fine. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, we're going to move.
Are all those charges done through journal entries? Because that must take a lot of time to do all those.
Oh, actually, I have one additional. I beg your pardon. I missed one more. Sorry, it's real fast. In the packet, Mary, page 29 or 14. In the capital outlay table, 2627, Derby Bridge Reconstruction Phase 1, you state $550,000. On page 116, it says $500,000. Which one is it? That's a 10% difference. In this table here, you've got 550 there. But on page 116, if I go to 116, sorry, this is just easy to show you. 116, you show 500 for the planned investment in the 2627.
The 550. Because that's language. It's the 550 that's the most current.
All right.
Okay.
Which one?
So
550 is
550, so it means the table on 116 needs to be updated to 550 from 500.
I'm not terribly concerned that we're behind according to the schedule, because that was a very important section of our meeting, However, we are slightly behind, so at least according to the plan here, which is to get out of here by about before 2 o'clock. So we move to public services. Mr. Zelinski.
Hi, today I have with me Brendan McGahee, he's my foreman of forestry and environment, and Charles Marcus, my manager of public services. They're going to present back to back. Even though at the end of his it says questions, we're going to ask for the sake of time, let us get through the slides. There's a lot of information that we're running through. We're hoping you read it. And we'll do all questions after both are done. That's it. Get away, Brendan.
Good morning, everybody. Like Scott said, I'm the forestry environment foreman. And there is a lot of information to cover, so we will get through them pretty quickly, but that'll give us time for questions at the end. So at first, we'll look at kind of the overall condition, size, age, species diversity of our forest, kind of like a census information comparison from 2012, when we first had our trees inventory. And then we'll move into our urban forestry initiatives, our tree planting goals, public outreach and education, expanding those offerings, but also our primary goal, which is always to continue providing a safe and healthy urban forest for current and future generations. Let's get into it. So condition, more than 92% of our inventory forest is in fair or better condition. So that's pretty good. In 2012, that was closer to 83%, I believe. Species diversification. So the 10-20-30 rule, that's kind of the golden rule. It helps protect your forest from major pest outbreaks like Dutch elm disease. You want no more than one species with 10% of your inventory amount. So I got graphs that show where we're at with that. We've improved in all of these categories since 2012, but there is still some work to be done. So how do we get a diverse forest? We continue to plant large amounts of species every tree planting, which we do twice a year typically. Then we either limit or prohibit the planting of species or genus that we're overrepresented with. Tree diameter size class, so that's another one of these percentage rules, so bear with me, it's 40, 30, 20, 10. You want 40% of your forest to be young trees, 30% established, 20% maturing, and 10% mature. So that ensures you have continual canopy, but also it does help regulate maintenance costs, and that's kind of the ideal distribution. But there is kind of a caveat to where we do have species that fully mature in a category that's well below the mature, which is 24 inches or greater, I believe. So kind of keep that in mind when you're looking at that information. It's a graph showing where we were in 2012 and now. This is kind of a more detailed way of looking at it, though. You can see we're making great gains in our young trees, and the other categories are more or less regulating. So approved and prohibited species, we do have those lists. We maintain those at DPS. And we do keep up with current information from the Michigan DNR. So they, as potential pest outbreaks or potential invasiveness of species are kind of discovered or being watched, they put that information out. We keep that in mind when we're planting trees. So that's a look at one of the pages from our approved species list. It is divided between deciduous and evergreen trees by size, large, medium, and small. And our prohibited species, that's the trees on our prohibited species list, sorted by quantities. You can see 3 out of the top 4 are maple trees, maple genus.
Mr. Mayor. Brendan, it's nice that you're whipping through these. Can I just ask, how do you feel about having 25% trees that are on the prohibited species list?
Better than I would have in 2012 when it was 37%.
Well, great.
As long as we have this is a good opportunity maybe to, and this, I should have said this at the beginning and maybe I'll repeat it at the end, but this is a very interesting presentation. I think that there's concern in the community. There are folks have suggested we ought to have a tree advisory board or something like that. This is about city trees, correct?
Correct. Public trees.
Nothing in here is about trees on private property.
Correct.
You have how many certified arborists on?
We have 7 now.
7.
Yep.
That's not all they do, but they're all, you have 7 people who are certified arborists.
Yep.
You actively manage our inventory of trees. You prune them, you look at whether they're healthy or not. You actually have software from which a lot of the data you have here is derived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you not only have eyes on them, every tree that we own is in a database, correct?
17,000 out of the approximately 25,000. So that's our trail systems, more naturalized areas where that's not currently inventoried, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the whole thrust of what you're trying to tell us today is that we have a healthy tree, a healthy forest of trees, at least on public property, and that we have a qualified staff managing those trees. Is that fair to say?
You said it, not me, but yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to say go on.
I'm just going to cut in because you just covered a huge portion of what was coming. So, the main goals that we have coming forward out of this is we're looking to increase how much we're planning to fill those gaps that we have. A lot of this information is already in there. And so we're anticipating additional spending associated with manpower, so getting more trees in, doing more evals, continuing removal of trees that are in poor condition, and that's the synopsis of where we're at with this. It seems like we're already basically at the point where we can be prepared to answer questions for that, if we want to get to that, because that is the key of what we were trying to get to here, which I'm just jumping us to the end because you basically gave a synopsis.
You could go over those bullet points, and I would suggest it wouldn't take you a lot of effort to take this deck of slides and add a little bit more verbiage and turn it into kind of a state of the tree canopy report or something that could be provided to residents, placed on our website, which is, hey, this is how we manage our trees.
Yep.
And, okay.
Yeah, that's the intent.
Pitch
So,
document.
I'll just quick hit the bullet points off of here for you guys. We're continuing to provide a healthy ecosystem for our trees. We are looking to do more initiative with outreach, going to farmers markets, presenting this exact type of information, showing people about what is dying, what the insides of these silver maples look like that we take down all the time. That's a big push that we want to do. We want to increase the plantings, like I said. We want to continue to remove other things. We're increasing all of our activities. So farmers market, we're looking to do stuff with, this spring, we're looking to do like a SAPS thing with the schools so that they can learn about like sugar maples and that sort of thing. We're trying to finish collecting all the data on all the trees that are city-owned trees in the city. We have about 17,000 of the 25-ish thousand trees. And as the last point on there says is, our goal is to have in a decade more trees in our inventory than there are residents in the city. So that's the synopsis of our goals.
Do you have your hand up? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you actually brought up a number of the points that I was waiting to the end to ask about. First things first, this was really impressive, actually. So definitely, there's a lot of work went into this. So really impressed with it. Thank you very much for that. To me, this sort of cements the point you brought up about requests from several different resident groups for a tree committee, because this level of education within a group that looks at this is going to help reduce some of the emotion with people saying, but my 5 billion year old maple tree is wonderful and it's literally been held up by the bark. There's nothing else left. It'll help remove that by using data and fact. and having residents believing the equity that we're going to basically empower them with. You kind of touched on a number of the other things. The one biggest thing that I took away from this that I was really curious about, specifically for maybe you and also the arborists, was there is a city forest credits program for carbon credits. And it's not the easiest of programs, from what I understand, but based off the number of trees that we have, especially as it's more than we have residents, is there any opportunity for us to be part of that program and earn carbon credits? How does that work, and is it something that's viable for us? Because if we can basically take revenue from being the sustainable city that we are, why not?
That's something that we're just starting to look into, so I don't have that answer at this time, but it is something we're reviewing.
Do you need support, assistance? Is there funds required to do that? Because, like I said, it's not easy. Everything I read said, yeah, it's kind of it's a hurdle to get into it.
Commissioner, can I interrupt you? I don't know what he's talking about. Do you guys know what he's talking about? Could you please, somebody explain what you're talking about, this program or carbon credits or whatever?
Maybe you can explain it better than I can.
Brendan?
I'm just doing a quick Google search, to be honest with you. I see a land yield carbon credits. Is that what you're talking about?
The way I call it was City Forest Credits Program is what I wrote down in my notes. Basically, just like, say, Tesla sells carbon credits, they receive revenue for selling carbon credits to companies that use hydrocarbons. Mm-hmm. Tesla has that bank of not used. You can earn revenue from the government for carbon credit. We are absorbing significant amounts of atmospheric carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide used by the tree canopy. There is a revenue system for that. So not only are we beautifying
the federal government,
federal level program, not only are we beautifying our city because it's what we want to do, but there is actually a way of gathering a certain amount of revenue. I don't know a lot of details, but I found it when I was looking at it.
Big beautiful bill.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it
think
did.
That's what I was
It did?
thinking.
I think it did.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was only just starting to read articles on this. That's
me
why I
too.
said I was not prepared to answer this question. And that was my understanding as well, is that
That's
part of
unfortunate.
the federal funds had been killed, so I didn't think we could accomplish anything with it, but I
Okay.
couldn't give you a full answer on it.
Yeah, because it was looking at the dollar equivalents there that made me start doing the same research.
Yeah, so we have the software you mentioned, Tree Keeper. So it does show what your inventory, if you can look on, so this carbon sequestration, rainfall interception, those are estimates, but it is a high tree function that is in our software. So it's pretty cool we have that data to reference, so.
Commissioner,
Can you summarize
Mayor.
briefly what the city does if you're going to take down a tree like that's on page 60, that's hollowed out, that's barely being hollowed out? What notices we give to the resident?
Right, so in short, part of it depends on if it's a planned or emergency takedown, right? In general, though, we try to make door-to-door, whoever's property the city tree's in front of, we try to make contact with that residence. If they're not available, we leave a door hanger that explains what we're doing.
Okay.
It's pink. It has a bunch of marks on it, and it tells them exactly what's going on. We even include our arborist number who's doing this particular eval, saying that it's going to be coming down. We try to give that notice. Brendan, how far in advance?
As far as possible. Obviously, some trees are more higher risk, and we do have to remove them sometimes even on the same day, which is rare,
Right.
but, yeah.
Removing the emergency part of it, first of all, you guys do a great job. I've been in the city for 30 years. I've had 2 new builds, and the trees there, right after the house is done, or during the planting season, you guys do an amazing job. We do have some residents that come in and say, my beautiful tree out front was cut down and I didn't know about it, what have you. I would suggest, in addition to the door hanger, when you hang it, take a picture. Just like Amazon does when they deliver my package. So when that resident comes in and says, I wasn't given notice, we have a log of those pictures that say that you were. And to be fair, give them an opportunity to voice their opposition and have a discussion, so that people don't feel like quote-unquote, their tree that's owned by the city, and we're only talking about ones between the sidewalk and the road, to be clear, and others that are owned by the city, not on private property, that we can respond. Because we have had in the last year a number of people coming in complaining about their tree disappearing and they didn't know anything about. So,
And we do take and make multiple attempts, because a lot of times, like the planned removals are like 3 months in advance, we're notifying them that it's coming. And then we'll turn around and like a couple weeks out, we're trying to let them know so that like even their vehicles aren't in the way when we're doing our removals. So it's not even like we just come out once and that's it. It's usually multiple attempts.
I think that's awesome, but I think a door hanger with a picture, you're done, right? It's a pink door hanger. Unless they're, gone for months and months, that's, in my mind, is sufficient notice for them to be able to respond. Thank you.
Anything more on trees?
One more question. So you said we've inventoried 17,000 of the 25,000. How long is it going to take to get the next 8,000? Is that 10 years? Is that 2 years?
It's why we made it a decade goal, because we have continued inventory changing in the actual, like what I would call streets area. That's where we have almost every tree already inventoried. The rest of the trees are mainly in like our parks, where it's getting into the woods to finish, doing that. That's why it's a 10-year goal, not a even 3-year goal. It takes time, and it's around everything else that we do.
Okay.
Are there any policy questions that arise? Because I would think that there are some policy questions here about, certainly we approve expenditures for new trees each year. Any other questions come up that you can think of that are matters of policy? I'll give you one example, and I hesitate because it's personal. On Shirley, we made the decision, this commission made the decision to redo the street the way they did, largely because residents didn't want change. And then, after that, your folks came through and said, we need to plant some trees. And residents were contacted and told that they could choose what trees they wanted to put in their yard. I was contacted and I said, we looked at all the trees and we said, can we pass on this? And we were told, well, this year you can pass, but we're going to want to plant trees in your, it's not my front yard, I will acknowledge that, it's a right of way. And we're like, wait a second, didn't the commission decide to do this street the way they did it, to leave it alone? And now, so that's the kind of question. When you have a street with a sidewalk and a tree strip, it's very clear that that's where trees ought to go. When you have some city-owned properties that are not parks, but they're not, they're not street right-of-ways.
They're less defined, as you would like to say.
Yeah.
So, to the case on Arlington and Shirley, we always intended to be planting more trees in there. It makes sense with the road project to do it at the same time, right? As we have a policy of right tree, right time, and it makes sense to, while everything's disturbed, come in, finalize disturbing things, and get out everybody's hair, right? We have a goal that's been a city commission pushed item for closing tree gaps in the city. And any area that meets the requirements of that, we're looking to plant it. Now, sometimes we do them in clusters in areas, sometimes we do them in different areas. Do we get questions on that? Yes, and we try to explain, what portion's in the right of way. Because to your point, like you acknowledge, that there's a section of your front yard that turns into city right of way. Some people don't realize that exists. And where there's space, we do try to plant trees. So we explain what's going on with that, but it's case by case. Some people go, oh, okay, yeah, I'd love a tree. And then you have other people who want to know why there's a reason to plant a tree. But I wouldn't even say that's necessarily a policy question as much as just answering general questions to the public. So.
One more point of order, and that is the boxwood moth, the box tree.
Right, boxwood.
Boxwood tree moth, sorry, that's a lot to say.
Box tree moth, yep.
Areas west of us, West Bloomfield and onward, they are decimating in a matter of days, your boxwoods.
That's later in the report.
Yeah, I know.
That was actually supplemental.
Yeah, supplemental, yeah, but I just wanted to, that was something that was, I had a couple family members, like, that literally 2 days later, there's no green, it's just branches, and for the most part, it kills it. And it was house after house after house in some of these neighborhoods. I think that there are Birmingham residents that have no idea about this, but I'm assuming at some point, whether it's this year or next year, it's coming. It's, they're moths, they fly. They're going to be coming this way. And we have a ton of houses with boxwoods.
And they can be
I
treated.
pulled out 3.
And they can't be treated.
I pulled out all of mine, got rid of them.
Yeah.
My neighbor on the other side, she's been spraying for a year and a half to try and prevent it already.
Yeah. It could be, anyway, I
So
saw
is
the-
your suggestion that we do
A little
more
outreach.
communication, more outreach?
Public awareness.
Yeah.
We've got, I can add to that, we have a planned Birmingham Bee article this
Fantastic.
April, I believe it is, for that. And it's here. We've observed it at residences. We observed it at a city property recently over at the cemetery and had those removed.
It's
But
shocking how
Birmingham.
fast it is. In a matter of 2 or 3 days, it's shocking. So anyway, thank you.
How many box trees do we have? Approximately.
Boxwood on
Yeah.
city property, I'd say at least a few hundred.
Okay.
A lot of them are around this building. A few less on the south side where we replaced them already.
These are not trees, these are
They're
shrubs.
shrubs.
Yeah, so I don't have that inventory information.
The ones that people, make, they box them, in front of their house, they like hedge, make them out of hedges. They're low.
Yeah, citywide,
Yeah.
probably tens of thousands.
Oh, there's tons
Yeah.
of them on
Tons,
private.
yeah.
Yeah. Developers and with new builds, were putting them in almost
Because they were cheap
100% of the time.
Okay, let's move on.
Relatively hardy.
until they stopped growing, which is why I pulled mine out.
There's nothing else on trees. I'd like to bring Charles up.
Go for it. Charles?
I was in hibernation for 3 years. They weren't dead, but nothing happened. They were still green.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you.
Literally didn't grow an inch. 3 years. Screen.
Right.
Something's not right.
And while he's getting ready, we didn't publicize in the report that they planted more than 500 new street trees in 2025, which I think is important to acknowledge.
Thank you.
Thank you. As Scott mentioned, I'm Charles Marcus. I'm the manager of the street sewer water fleet at the Department of Public Services. Today I'm here to discuss improving snow removal and control methods while reducing the dependency on rock salt. Currently, the city's snow operations include pre-treating the city's major roadways with brine and salting the entirety of the major roads. Secondary roads are rarely pre-treated, and salt is only spread at each intersection and again at the halfway point of these secondary roads. Tracking of salt is then expected to keep these roads passable. Snow emergency automatic bans go into effect when 4 or more inches of snow fall. The Director of Public Services, Scott Zielinski, may call for a snow emergency during certain weather events that have less than 4 inches of snow. Upgrading our abilities to fight snow with liquids will increase performance while reducing salt usage, reduce costs by improving performance, reducing impact on hard and greenscapes and infrastructure as liquids solutions are environmentally and pet friendly. Rock salt and rock salt brine are effective down to 15 degrees in ideal solutions. situations. While liquid solutions are effective down to negative 40 degrees, and can be applied 7 days in advance of winter weather to eliminate black ice, hard pack, and make it easier for applicators to see where treatments have been applied. Liquid solutions are 100% biodegradable and 90% less corrosive than rock salt, while reducing salt usage by 30 to 50% and preventing the tracking of materials into buildings and vehicles. For the city to upgrade its snow removal practices to include liquid solutions, the city will need to invest in storage tanks and secondary containment, a new brine formulator for producing brine, new tanks and sprayers for trucks and the John Deeres to cover both roads and sidewalks maintained by the city, as well as upgrading the DPS's technological capabilities for GPS, cameras, and AI integration to maximize the liquid solutions and reduce rock salt dependency. Any questions?
Is this something you're doing now or you're proposing doing?
It's something we're proposing doing. So give you a brief piece of history. Prior to me being the director of the department, they did have a stint where they tried to use beet juice, which is an organic modifier, in the saltwater brine, which helps improve how the salt works to lower temperatures. They had issues with it. Basically, the system we had was never meant to be a long-term system. It was supposed to be a trial system, and it got abandoned in ways prior to me being the director. We currently do brine the roads, but to be clear, that is just a saltwater brine. There's no modifiers in it. What this would be doing for us is provides us like chemical and the ability for organic add-ons. The chemical portions is what gives us the ability to go down to, in theory, negative 40. The AI camera stuff and all that helps you modify your blend specific to reach your goals with how much rock salt you're having to use in addition to this liquid to clear snow and ice. And so what we're proposing in coming up in budget is putting a significant amount of money into getting these items in place so that we can basically extend our salt usage. Long-term goal is to be able to literally brine every street in the city with this modified brine, causing us to have less of these, the complaints that we get of, you didn't come down my street. And the reality is we did. It was just we're following what's considered more of an industry standard practice in the area for how we're salting. And then when we do push, sometimes that slush comes right back. But if we can prevent it from ever being an issue because we're doing all this pre-treatment, there's long-term good impacts for the city.
Commissioner Huss.
Charles, you're pushing for this. Did the township or anybody else, do you have any predecessors on the liquid?
Yeah, as you're aware, I did work for the township prior, and the township does use more brine, different types of brining, and they're a bit more aggressive on the snow removal over there. They're not responsible for necessarily as many major roads, so you'll see the subdivision roads in the township get touched up. They do pre-treat everything, have very effective results. The City of Livonia right now is upgrading their entire system. Oakland University is doing big upgrades right now. This is the push. When you see how the environmental impacts of rock salt on the fresh water, all of the green space.
Crazy.
Yeah, the sewer system getting into it, in terms of like maintaining the roads. I hear the conversation about the roads, the degradation from salt. It does destroy our infrastructure. If you walk around town, you'll see the salt's eating away at the stone, the limestone of the buildings, the brick. We see asphalt damage, concrete damage. I live on Bird. Bird was just redone. So we're just doing sand out there. There's no salt, because it takes a full year for the concrete to cure. So we're doing everything we can to maintain all of the roads and the infrastructure as much as possible. And this would be a huge step in doing so. getting rid of the corrosiveness of it. But yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Another question, and that is this effective to a lower temperature than salt is? And by the way, salt is effective to 13.7 degrees.
Yeah, so we see, you'll get rock salt very effective to that 15-degree level. Sometimes if you have a lot of sun, it might work a little bit better out there. These materials can work up to negative 40 degrees. So, yeah, way better coverage. And we would also, I know we said roads, but we would also be doing these on the city sidewalks as well, again, to prevent some of this damage that you're seeing to the buildings in town. It's also just that much less corrosive to the concrete and the asphalt that we're walking on. So hopefully maintaining it a little bit longer, taking care of the roads, the sewers, and getting a little bit more length out of those times.
And not to mention more sustainable, which is one of our goals.
Yeah, very much so. We had, to your point, where I used to work in Bloomfield Township, Forest Lake, the bottom 20% of Forest Lake is considered salt water. It's completely different. There's no plant life down there. The lake is much more buoyant than all of the other lakes in town. And so it is a problem. There are states out east that have actually banned rock salt usage completely because of all of the inland lakes that are being damaged, and there is no way to rehabilitate these things or clean them out and make them better other than time.
I have one last question. Do we know how more money we're going to have to spend, or is it, with the price of salt, comparable?
So so we have a system in plan that we're looking at, which includes containment areas, possibly in more than one location in the city, so we can be as effective as possible in loading those vehicles while they're out in the field. General thought right offhand is, we'd have one at the DPS yard on Eaton, and then possibly at Springdale across town, so guys aren't driving all the way across town, again, to be more effective. This program also includes tanks for the backs of trucks, tanks for the John Deeres. We want to put camera systems throughout the city, with temperature gauges in the air, and then they would also be installed into the pavement so that our road foreman, he can look up at any time, get on the camera system, see the pictures of real-time snowfall in some of these it's dangerous areas, but like the areas with topography. The hill on Maple, just west of Southfield, the bridge at Derby and Adams, those are, areas that ice faster. So if we had cameras out there with the temperature gauges, we're not relying on the police to call that information in. We can regularly check on the app, look at the pictures, and we can actually make that available to the city website so people can also track. Part of this investment also includes GPS, real-time computer monitors showing where we've been at that time. You can track the speed of the drivers. I know another complaint has been sometimes, people are coming down so fast. Well, now we can confirm that they were, within the regulated speed limits, what time they were there. So, this investment is roughly $290,000 incomplete. That includes the containment, secondary containment, tanks, AI integration, GPS and cameras on all of the vehicles, which we don't currently have.
The shorter answer to this is the overall impact will either, even if it doesn't truly save us money because we're able to raise service, there are efficiencies that if we didn't change our baseline of what we do, the efficiency differences would result in cost savings. So if we only stuck to our majors as we do, our mid blocks, our whatever, salt gets, basically you can use a third less salt, or a third of the salt you normally would in your regular operations. But we're looking to expand, so as far as how it would end up looking to the city, we overall wouldn't technically save money, but we'd cover more ground. We'd give a better service.
Well, if you include the fact that you're not degrading the roads as quickly.
Yes, there's that cost savings. There's the AI portions that help us determine when it's appropriate and how much salt to put down. Those things assist because that brine gets mixed with the salt. So it's increasing efficiency at the right time, right dose.
Can you go back one last slide, just real quick? Go back one last slide. That's your difference right there. It's $12 per lane versus $4.
And that's literally.
Or five.
That's intended to say if you're not changing what you're covering.
Right.
Yes.
Those are the true cost savings.
Right. And then if you
So
go.
over time, it does pay for itself and reduce the cost.
That's the point, yeah.
So I had a couple questions. The first thing is, you had mentioned pre-treating. Like how is the pre-treating? Is this like before every snow event, or is this like we do it a couple times a season?
Right, so it'd be tied to more to major snow events, or like earlier this year when we had rain right before snow, we can't pre-treat during those times because it doesn't have a chance to bind, it gets washed away. But in theory, the storm that's coming tomorrow, we've been dry for a while, we could have pre-treated all the roads, we know the storm's coming tomorrow, and it would be good for that event.
Okay.
It's still.
The current product we use, we try to pre-treat within hours before a storm.
Yeah.
This new material will actually, you can pre-treat up to 7 days in advance of our winter event, right? So to your point, yes, we could be going out and treating things for those unexpected storms. Over the last week, you've seen we have these blips of an inch here every night, and it's not expected. But yeah, in those cases, we could be going out, pre-treating everything, and that treatment would, any residual snow, it's going to be breaking that down as we're treating as well.
Okay, and then you had mentioned that you can put this stuff, you have containers you can put on the back of the John Deeres.
Yep.
I know I've both spoken to residents and had personal experiences where there's issues where sidewalks that are not city sidewalks are not necessarily passable. What is the possibility of us just pre-treating all of the sidewalks?
So that would turn into the long-term budget question. Like right now, we're focused on the streets, and then we're going to get some equipment to start trying it out on part of our goals is to get for our sidewalks.
Yeah.
And then it'd come down to commission direction on, do you want us to take on the labor involved with driving every single sidewalk in town? That'd be a long-term direction from commission that would have to come and would affect budget in a completely different way.
Do you think it would, because you're like buying these big tanks, do you think, well, we'd need to buy a whole nother big tank if we were going to do this? It's that much more stuff, or because the sidewalks are so much narrower than the streets, we could probably make do?
It's 180 miles of sidewalks. How long do you think it takes to spray them?
No, so he's saying, in theory, if we'd have to go over our operations more once we're dialed in, understanding it more before I can give you a direct answer. The company that we've been speaking with helps you determine exactly what you need for your city. So it's possible we would need additional tanks in the future to have enough for a system we know is coming. But as of short term, those impacts are less on the finance. Like what we're suggesting to be able to do all of our operations as is $300,000.
Yeah.
So adding on whatever this portion is shouldn't be too significant of an additional because we'll already have a lot of pieces in place.
Right.
So we make the brine actually at the TPS facility, and so we don't have a proper storage right now. So it might be that just a tank there and a tank there would be able to handle that workload. And the efficiencies of the new product and the savings, that would be something that would allow us to open up those discussions about having it all done.
Great.
But, obviously that would be for future consideration.
One quick question.
Sure.
What is the temperature at which this brine freezes? Does it never freeze? Is it 40 below? Is it 20 below?
So it depends on what you're designing it for. So it depends on the chemicals you're putting in, the organics you're putting in.
Okay.
So it can range, but in theory, we'd be designing our brine that's going to be in storage to be at temperatures we shouldn't be seeing. That doesn't mean that.
We won't.
Exactly.
Right, I mean, you pre-treat a road with it, and it's like -9, is it going to freeze before it treats?
So in theory,
What's that?
no.
Dries on the surface.
No, I know it dries. Every liquid dries, sure, but.
So in theory,
That time
it shouldn't be an issue
Yeah.
because what we'd be putting out there is supposed to work up to
a certain
40
temperature.
below.
Okay, fine.
And we can adjust that formula based on
That's
the
what,
current
okay.
conditions.
Got it. Okay.
So I have a question about the formula. So we're trading salt for what?
There's chemical and organics that you can, depending on your specific, what you're trying to set up for. I'm leaning towards the chemicals because it gives you the lowest operating and highest efficiency.
People are going to ask what chemicals?
Yep. It'll be an educational piece when we're rolling into it. But like those chemicals, again, are biodegradable chemicals, so it's not an issue. It has less environmental impact than the salt we're currently using. It's the biggest point we can make.
We hope.
So it's nice to say so far.
We expect. Okay. Commissioner Hake, we need to wrap this up pretty quick, but go on.
So I was glad when you said beet juice, because that's been around for a while. So, yeah, I mean, I was just thinking about the sustainability aspect of it when you talk chemicals, because beet juice is a byproduct that we can get from somewhere else. Now, when I look at the current storage tanks, would you need separate tank? I know you need the containment wall, that's fine. How many more tanks are you looking at?
That current tank doesn't meet any of the Eagle.
I think we talked about it 2 years ago. I remember a tank discussion with you, because I'd actually had a tank fail.
Commissioner
Catastrophic.
Hake, do we really need to get into this level of detail?
Just a question. You had lots.
Okay,
We're
go
allowed
on.
to talk as well, not just you. So, when we look at this, the dates on those, they're 2013. Are those costs per lane mile 2013 budget dollars, or are they 2026?
Those were what we were provided when we asked for their technical.
So those
cost
could be
differences.
13-year out-of-date pricing?
No, the numbers, I believe those numbers are for current today numbers, and that event just happens to be from 2013.
Yeah, I mean, that just appears to be the data one. I was just looking at the cost per mile
Yeah.
on that as well, so that was good.
That was just used as their example.
All right,
Yeah.
that's fine. Now, on the part where you have current operations, we talk about major roads and secondary roads, and it's nice to see all of our addresses listed. How do you account for changes in bus routing? And the example I'll give you is, for instance, I live on what is defined as a secondary road, but I can tell you I see the school bus going down my street every single day. And I know it wasn't in the past a bus route. Something's changed. I'm just wondering how you match that with the schools, because they have made changes. And so I see it driving through the snow and the slush between major and minor. It's just curiosity how that gets correlated.
I don't think we're aware of actual bus routes.
Yeah.
And I thought
they
what you
changed
actually
them.
did was you tried to hit bus routes specifically.
So
That's what I was told
they
years
do-
past.
Well, we always hit like all of the areas around the schools that we know
Yeah.
are going to be like through into the school, but
That for sure. I remember having a conversation in the past and I was told, yeah, bus routes we will touch and then we'll get to everything else when everything else is done.
So to clarify, there is probably a little bit of overlap in the discussion of what sidewalks the city gets involved with clearing on crosswalks. We always clear the crosswalks by schools. That's a primary. But also, there's an emergency route that includes our main primary roads, which if you look at the majors versus where the schools are, they tend to correlate. So there is that primary road that goes like Oak is a primary. It's maintained. Lincoln's a primary, it's maintained. So typically, a lot of those align directly with where the schools are. So I think the answer you got historically was kind of blurred by the conversation of that.
Maybe because I was looking specifically at the routes and the pickup points.
Yeah, we don't necessarily know all their pickup points. That is not something that we're necessarily given.
Okay. Do you want it?
Well, that would turn around into the question of what does the commission want us taking care of on a regular basis? Because that may fall in many areas that we don't normally treat, but it would have to come after, again, our emergency routes and primaries, which means they could have school. So like this Sunday, we're going to be focused on our primaries, right? and then Monday they have school, we might not be to those areas yet. So,
That's fine, it's just a question for clarification. Then last one, the camera systems you've talked about, are they being tied into the police department as well, so they can be used for both?
Separate. This would be a separate program.
Is there value for us to have them tied into the police department cameras that we do have installed and are installing in multiple places around town? So that it could be of use, because having separate systems, we've talked about this with the parking system before, that they had cameras or they're going to have cameras, tie them in together so that we can get most bang for the buck out of anything that's installed.
We can look into that. These cameras also come with the temperature gauges on the road.
Multifunction, yeah.
So we just have to look into it. Our camera systems that we're looking into don't require their own individual poles. We can attach them to existing poles. So to your point, I'm not sure if the cameras could be integrated with the temperature gauges, or if you could just get the temperature gauges.
No, I was thinking if you're adding them,
yeah.
Is it a resource that the police department can also use just for general
Yes.
city monitoring?
Yes, they
as
could.
in, they can receive the feed
Yes.
in the same way they receive
We can
feeds from
actually
others.
provide the feed to the city website so that anyone can look to it.
yeah.
We could give it to the commissioners, we could give it to.
That's fine. I just wanted to know if
can
it
be
had
programmed any way we want.
if it had additional functionality, basically for free. That was what I was looking at.
Basically,
And
yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
You answered the question. Thank you. I'm done.
Great. Any members of the public like to comment? Online, use the raise your hand function. Commissioner Host, we need to move ahead.
It's going to be a long remark. All the animals, thank you.
Yes, you do get, that's a common complaint that the rock salt does bother people's dogs, and this is actually going to help that problem, so thank you.
Excellent. My
Thank you,
dogs,
everybody.
thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Let's move on to engineering. Let's go to. Ms. Coda, one question. I think I figured it out, but the word improved is modifying road here, not prioritization, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
So I've got two presentations today. One's for improved roads. That would be if it's an existing concrete or asphalt road. That's kind of the beginning part of the presentation. The second presentation is the capital improvement program. If possible, I'd like to wait questions at the end because there's some information on the improved roads in the first presentation that will kind of carry over into the second one. That's for the capital improvement program. So a little bit of background information for the general public knowledge. Tools that we use to be able to select projects in general for the city when it comes to streets, roads, sewers, and sidewalk itself is we look at infrastructure scores. So we have goes up to 300 points. 100 points is based on roads, 100 points is based on sewers, and then 100 points on water. And with that, the max points is 300, so the higher the points, the closer to 300, it's essentially notifying us that it needs some capital improvement done to it. With this, that's one of the tools that we do use in selecting projects. Other keys to it is nearby streets, other agencies if potentially they're doing projects within the area itself. Utility flow and coordinations of the downstream improvements. So we want to make sure that we've got the capacity in the downstream portions completed before working upstreams in certain locations. And then also two discussions with other city departments. That includes the fire department, Department of Public Services, manager's office, the downtown district type of a deal to be able to see in coordination for those. So right now in the proposed 5-year capital improvement program, for improved roads that either concrete or asphalt, we're targeting locations where there's existing 4-inch water main in the system. Currently, when we replace water main per the state of Michigan, it needs to be 8 inches in diameter for that. So right now, the 5-year capital improvement program is targeting those that are existing 4 inches. After the 5-year capital improvement program, we're looking to target areas that are water mains that are built in 1940s. With that, there's existing water main size that are 6-inch, 8-inch, and 12-inch that were built before 1940s. And with this, we're kind of looking prioritizing of getting the 6-inch water main upgraded and essentially upsized to the correct size of at least 8-inch for water main replacement, and also looking at what's the current sewer conditions and road conditions also. So this is a map showing our, for the next 5-year fiscal program of what we considered special projects. So in here, we're looking to do some utility improvements for a street. And then with this, I do want to notice this is by, the color is based by the fiscal year itself. And the solid line means that we're doing full utility replacement that needs new water, new sewer, et cetera, type of a deal. What you do see in these dashed lines is what we kind of call minor replacement of the underground system. So what you will kind of see here, like on Lincoln itself, and also maybe potentially on like Southfield, some of that has new water mains that were done in either in the early 2000s. So the water main's in good condition, but there might be a section of old water main that might be transmission that might need some repairs to it or some minor sewer repairs to it. So with that, there's this does provide some a little bit of information of what would get essentially full water and sewer improvements, and then other ones essentially might be minor or spot locations that we're doing some underground utility improvements. And then so this map here essentially summarizes 6-inch water main installed between 1915 and 1965, 8-inch water main and 12-inch water main installed between the 1950s and 1940s after we do the 5-year capital improvement program. So in this location right here, you can see majority of this on this map is 6-inch water main. So these are the locations that we would be looking at to do programming out our capital improvement program past the 5 years, so potentially 10, 15 years out to be able to do that. We're currently reviewing that. You'll see that in the next presentation. We've got a water asset management plan that we're currently studying. So with that, we'll be using some of that information to be able to help us prioritize what should happen in year 6, 7, 8, and 9, along with our discussions and other tools that we do use of talking to Department of Public Services, Fire Department, reviewing downstream improvements and other agencies of potentially what projects they may be doing near their right-of-ways. And then the next slide is, or the next presentation is the long-range plan for our capital improvement program itself. So overall, just a quick summary of what we're going to be going over for this presentation is our construction year, so this upcoming year, 2026 calendar year, what projects will be continued from 2025 that will continue to 2026, new construction projects that will start in 2026 that are either our annual projects or street selected projects, our capital improvement program for 27 and 28, and then our master plan, and then be able to discuss a little bit of our water asset management plan that's currently being worked on. And then Melissa's kind of going to explain this information. Since she's been helping us out in the engineering department the past few months, she can explain more how this slide works.
Yes. So one of the priorities that engineering heard from the commission is an understandable, digestible for residents way to understand our capital project planning and the projects that are being planned 5 years out and what is in the future. So one of the things Melissa and I tackled was all the factors that go into a segment of road being included in the capital improvement plan. And we started with a vision of a flow chart with yeses and nos. And what we found is it is a very complicated, very interrelated process that would not have clarified the process for residents. So the kind of 8 major things that she looks at, given any segment of road, would be first, is it a major road or a local road? That has a big impact on, how it's budgeted. If you're a major road, you're not just necessarily concrete, you could also be asphalt. Those are 2 different programs also. And then, of course, Cape Seal for the unimproved. Then sewer age and condition. Clearly, we want to tackle road projects where we can make the biggest impact on the sewers. And as she said in the last part of the presentation, again, water main, the age of the water main and the size of the water main. The surface condition, I'm sure as commissioners, what you hear about most frequently is the surface condition, because to residents, that is what they're most knowledgeable about. They drive on it every day, they walk by it every day. It has a big impact on their feelings about the condition of our infrastructure. We also need to look at impact or input from other city departments. For instance, if you have a segment of water main that is, or let's say you're looking at two parts of the water main. They are the same age, they are the same size, they both need to be improved. Well, engineering needs to go to DPS and talk to them, because who's out there fixing water main breaks? So input from DPS can kind of give one street priority over another, because they know that we've had 2 water main breaks in the past 2 months or the past 6 months, and that would also move it up. Also, sometimes coordination with adjacent projects comes into play. Let's see, like Adams, where there's like some with Troy and us, working around the same time. We want to like plan accordingly with what other groups are doing, or the sidewalk gap closure on Corton that we're working with the township on. And then, of course, funding. And as we get into our future, our kind of more planned out things, funding comes into it in a big way. Like Derby Bridge, we applied for grant money. We didn't know if we'd get grant money. We started to plan to pay for it ourselves, and then we got the money. So that kind of shifted the years around. So there's all these interrelated factors that come into the capital improvement planning process. And then, of course, year to year, you can have a great plan looking to the future, but year to year, something happens and changes that plan. Emergencies or funding opportunities.
Question?
Hold on.
Yes.
Is it an appropriate time for a question?
We have a lot more information, but I guess if it's
How much?
strictly to this.
How much was the grant for the Derby Bridge?
It was right around approximately 2.5 million.
Thank you.
Which is a sizable contribution, and you are going to want to shift your timelines to accommodate that, correct?
So the next slide is showing what our 2026 calendar year for what our capital improvements are going to be. This is a visual map of where the construction will be occurring this upcoming construction season. With this, we do have carryover programs. The 2025 sewer rehab program, that's mostly consisting of lining projects. So that is going to be happening this spring and summertime itself. The 2025 concrete sidewalk program, with that, we did some of the work this fall timeframe, and some's going to occur in the spring. Wimbledon Phase 1, that will be carried over into the spring of this year. Adams and Derby traffic signal, that one's also going to be carried over into the spring, summertime. And then also the 2 grants that we've got for our street lighting through SIMCOG itself for carbon reduction. And then for our annual projects, our 25-26 asphalt maintenance program. With this project, we do have mill and overlay on several streets located within the city, and also including of this is replacing the retaining walls on Brookside, Ravine, and Park. So those are the locations for our mill and overlays. For the annual concrete program, we are working in sidewalk area 2. So that's located between Adams and Woodward to the city limits, and 14 Mile Road to Maple. The downtown area is going to be Area 1B, so that's north of Maple and east of North Old Woodward. And then with a part of the concrete program is random spot repairs on both sidewalks and major and local streets. Our triple elimination service programs, that's in sidewalk area 3. So that location is between Pierce and Adams to Woodward, and then to the downtown area, Maple Road, south to 14 Mile Road. The 26 sewer rehab program, that's going to be sewer lining and spot repairs. That's in various locations through the city. We're currently under design for that one, and with that, the locations are being determined by our engineering consultant. And then for the 26 Cape Seal program, we're working on 4 locations in the city for this one. Westwood from Pine to Oak, Oak from Greenwood to North Old Woodward, Lakeside from Millrace to Oak, and North Lawn to Southfield to the Rouge River itself. And then what we kind of been calling internally are special projects. So these are the ones that we're looking to do underground improvements for water and sewer and putting a new roadway back on top. So in this location, we've got Bird Avenue, it's Phase B. So it's going from Grant to Cummings in that location there, and that's also replacing a 4-inch water main and doing sewer improvements. South Eaton is going to be going from 14 Mile Road to Maple. We're going to be resurfacing the roadway and then adding bike lanes all the way from 14 Mile Road to Maple. This one, we did get a TAP grant for it. It was approximately over $2 million for the bike lanes on this one. So this one, due to getting a TAP grant, that's federal funds. So this is what we call, it's an MDOT, or Michigan Department of Transportation Local Agency Program, or called LAP. So this project does get bid through MDOT's process. So it's a little bit different than the city's process of posting it on Mitten. Within federal funds, it goes through MDOT and through their bidding process. And then we've got Wimbledon Drive Phase 2, that's replacing the water main and doing sewer improvements from Oxford to Adams Roads itself. And with this one, we're looking for construction to start around the summertime because we want coordination with Derby Middle School, just because of the limits ending at Adams and knowing the middle school is right across the street. And continuing with special projects, Corton Road sidewalk gap closure. We're looking to install sidewalk from Pilgrim to Lakeside. As Melissa mentioned, this is actually being programmed together with Bloomfield Township. They're working on their side safety path areas that are where none exists between Losser and Chesterfield. So after this project's complete, all the way from Losser to Woodward Avenue, there'll be a continuous sidewalk in that location. Maple and Cranbrook Signal. The cities owns essentially the southeast corner of that, southeast corner of that intersection. So with that, road commission's going to be replacing part of that traffic signal at that intersection. So you will see some construction there. And then lastly is North Old Woodward. We're going to be replacing the water main and doing minor sewer improvements and repaving the road. That is from Oak Street north to Woodward Avenue itself. And for that, we're looking to start construction right after Dream Cruise for that location there.
All right. So to discuss this capital improvement master plan a little bit more, we do have a plan. It's currently in draft form, and what we have in the coming slides are kind of like a snapshot of what part of that plan might look like. So this document, when it is complete, will include reconstruction with utility improvements, sidewalk improvements, Cape Seal resurfacing, major street resurfacing, and local street resurfacing. So it'd be one document, probably 20 to 25 pages long, that could tell a resident what to expect in the next 5 years, though with, some caveats that sometimes things shift budget year to budget year due to funding and, emergency expenses. So like a recent, even in the draft form, it got revised because of that Derby Bridge money. This is an example of what the big reconstruction projects, how it would be kind of laid out to a resident for the current fiscal year. So you would see Bird Avenue reconstruction Phase 1B, for example. You can easily see that it would include water, sewer, and paving improvements, the length of it, and then the amount that we plan to invest in that segment of road. I would point out the second one, which is North Old Woodward resurfacing. That's an other in the actual document. You would have a footnote explaining what that means, because obviously we cannot resurface a segment of North Old Woodward for $100,000. This year, those are consultant and designing expenses only, and then in the following years, it'll be improved. again, we're looking at what would be planned. This is not your full capital improvement expenditure. This is like these major reconstruction, what Melissa referred to as special projects. There's still the Cape Seal program, the sidewalk program, the spot repair program. We have many other programs going on, but it does tell you in a laid out way, like these are the areas where underground infrastructure is being improved. These are the areas that are being repaved. And these are the areas that, unless, a different choice is made, will be Cape Seal return on cost.
And then the next slide shows what would be construction in 2027. With this in the previous budget years, we actually had Derby Bridge being replaced. Since we got the grant, that's actually going to go to MDOT's fiscal year of 2028. So we actually, once we got the grant, started looking at projects. We essentially had to move projects forward since Derby Road was getting pushed back. So what you will see here is slightly different from years before. We actually moved East Lincoln from Adams to Eaton up, and also Lincoln from Eaton to the dead end, to the east dead end. And then also what you see in here is West Merrill Street. We had that broken up into two different phases, and with this, we're able to move both. So both phases are going to be done in construction year 2027 itself. And then this is kind of the sample of the document that Melissa was referring to of summarizing what would be fiscal year 27 and 28. And you can see a little bit of shift here where we will be doing Derby Road itself with that, and then provides a location of where we'll be doing asphalt resurfacing, so a mill and overlay in those locations, Cape Seal program, and then still, as these projects are still the same, of having the Windermere, Abbey, Warwick, and Linden being in this year of construction year of 2028.
And of course, while, staff in the engineering department is looking many years into the future on planning these projects, nothing is fully approved until the commission approves it in that year's budget.
And then the last slide here mentions the water asset management plan. Every 5 years, the city's required to submit to the state of Michigan, EGLE, or Environmental Great Lakes and Energy, a water asset management plan. Essentially covers proper operations of the city system, asset management tools to be able to figure out financial needs itself, the estimate of the full water service costs, and ensures sustainability utility to make sure your water rates are matching what you need to essentially operate your water system. This includes an asset inventory, a criticality asset, a level of service goals, part of the capital improvement program, and funding structure and rate methodology. So with this, our 5-year that's due currently, it's being covered by our drinking water asset management grant that we received a couple of years ago, and then this plan will be completed in spring. So while this is being currently worked on, we'll be using some of this information that comes out of it to help us with the improved road streets that were shown in the previous presentation, to help figure out, after the 5-year capital improvement program, what other streets or what order that would be going forward with.
City Manager.
Yes, just to kind of bring this back to the discussion that you had at the beginning of the day, I mean, obviously, this is the crux of the capital improvement plan, the bulk of our spending that goes into roads, water and sewers. So I think what we want you to take from this is that these are all the projects that are planned. They're all moved around to accommodate not only our resources financially, but our resources staff-wise, and then timing-wise to be able to get it all done and designed and bid out, et cetera. What Melissa Fairbairn pointed out was we do have a capital improvement plan. Part of the difficulty has been that it's all on different pages in the budget book, which is about this thick, and so the public's like, well, where's my summary of what you're doing? Are you doing enough? So what Melissa was mentioning is that we have a capital improvement plan, but she's putting it into an easier to read, easier to understand, pulling all that information together and putting it in one place in a 25 page document. There's been some other discussion at the commission is whether is there something we could do more? Do we need to do a capital improvement master plan? Do we need to look at other options for funding projects? Do we need to look at a different method of prioritizing which projects rise to the top? Those are all things that we could do. What Melissa has pulled together is what we already have and what we already do. So we are doing, and I think it's important to note, the best that we can with our current structure. You know, our current funding methods, which are using the Act 51 money, using the general fund money to top up, doing special assessments for unimproved roads, et cetera. If we want to change that, that's a whole lot of other study, and that changes what we've been doing for, 50 years. Is it possible that there are other options out there? Yes. But we would probably want to do a little more investigating into that, and we could. But this is the crux of where you want to show the public that we are doing a lot. We're doing as much as we possibly can with the budget that we have and the staff that we have to improve the roads, waters, and sewer. And we're trying to do them in an integrated way so that we don't fix the road and then come along and rip it up and put a new water main in, 3 years later. So I think there'll be probably a lot of discussion in this area.
So, let me put a little more detail to at least some thinking about the notion of an infrastructure master plan, which is not like any of the plans that we're talking about here. We have, as you said, concerns about how much we're spending and the pace of improvements, the prioritization. We have concerns about design and the design process and how far in advance designs are done. We certainly have questions about funding and whether there are alternative ways to fund this, whether we should continue with special assessments and how those special assessments should be applied. We have concerns about estimating the costs, and we have concerns about how this is all communicated to the residents who are affected. And so the thought of an infrastructure master plan would be to have a consultant hired to help us sort those things out and come up with some solutions that are workable and make sense, that we can afford. Listening to you guys, it's very clear that this is a gigantic. Our infrastructure is more than any of us right now can deal with. We're overwhelmed, and it shows every time we have to deal with residents on infrastructure. So my hope is that we can, while moving ahead with our current plans and planning process, that we can get someone in here to help us work through some of these issues so that we can not only predict it, but that the process can move more smoothly with less anxiety, less tension, and maybe get more done. So, Commissioner Host.
Melissa, you're giving us 3 years projected. Why do we not have 29 and 30?
So with this, for part of just the long-range planning, we only go 3 years out. Usually your budgeting is for 5 years out itself. What we ran into just even the past few months is stuff can change depending on funding or emergency repairs. So with that, it's in the budget. A lot of times with long-range plan, we only do 3 years because essentially year 4 and 5 might shift and stuff might change.
But we have a layout for years 4 and 5.
And it will be part of the budget hearing.
And it's got, I think you would agree, it's got to change. There's, right?
Yes.
Okay. We agree on something.
It's a long answer. Yes.
I mean, I will just point out, Horton Lake Estates, a lot of the residents there are unhappy with the roads. There are people paying $2, $4, $6 million for homes. Their streets are not in this, nowhere to be found. There's, I drive, well, Oak. Oak is coming up. We're going to be, according to the current plan, we're going to take this major street and Cape Seal it and charge the residents who live on that street to redo that street, which we don't know what the traffic volume is, but I suspect the traffic volume is a little bit more than largely. A street I drive regularly, Lincoln between Southfield and Woodward. It's a mess now. It's not scheduled to be even resurfaced for 6 years, 5 or 6 years. These things, we need to address these things, because if we don't, by then I will be off the commission, but you guys might want to get reelected.
Quick question. We had moved some money last year for, I think, like coal to do like, when is that? Because it was supposed to be,
right?
It's supposed to be last year. It got moved to this coming year. I heard it was going to be in the spring when we last talked about it. I don't see that anywhere on here.
That was in the 25 concrete program with itself. In that location, these maps necessarily don't show where we're doing the spot repair concretes itself.
Okay.
Just because that's in various locations of the city. Cole's one of them. Maple Road between Adams and South Eaton, there's a few concrete slabs that need to get repaired. Over on Lincoln, just west of Arlington and Shirley, there's a section of concrete slabs that need a repair. So those are what we call kind of the random locations where we're doing concrete spot repairs as part of the annual concrete program.
So is like coal still, I'm talking from Eaton back to the train tracks where we have lots of people with businesses and what have you, and it's horrendous. When is that slated to be done? Because it was supposed to be in the spring when we last talked about it last year.
It'll be this upcoming spring because it was part of our 25 concrete program.
Is that the same with all the other locations you also talked about?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Thank
because
you.
the contractor prioritized the spot repair locations and the church maintenance repairs throughout the city this fall timeframe, just because we would like those areas addressed first, and then I'm going to continue the rest of the program in the springtime.
I think that the important part is that trying to hit some low-hanging fruit. That, coal, for example, doesn't need the under, it's all fine. So let's mill it and pave it. And I think we need to focus on hitting some low-hanging fruit like that, and knock down as many as we can. Obviously, when you're digging up a whole road and doing like we're doing on Wimbledon and Arlington and Shirley, that's a different story. So.
Okay, so you just said mill and resurface coal. I don't think you're planning to mill and resurface coal. What are you planning to do on Cole Street?
Part of that would be, so one location would be concrete repairs with the slabs itself type of a deal. So essentially, what you run into is in some of the concrete streets that have been constructed 10, 30, 40 years ago, it's not the whole entire street that has issues. There's middle panel cracks or there's joint issues. Those are removal and replacement of those locations.
So you or your staff has been out there, you've looked at it, you've determined that level of repair is sufficient?
Yes.
And you're talking about Cole Street with regard to that specifically?
I'm part of the Cole Street area, yes.
Okay, because my recollection of the discussion was that we were trying to hit low-hanging fruit, that we had moved about $300,000 over to do that. It got moved to this next year, but I did not understand that it was going to be replacing a slab here and there. That whole roadway is horrendous.
Well, that is a concrete road, correct?
Yes, it is a
Yes.
concrete road. So, I mean, when you say you're going to, I don't, I guess I would like to know what that's going to entail.
So usually what you run into is what we kind of call spot repairs. So there might be a few slabs that are okay and other ones that you might have 50 feet of concrete being replaced.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily a full concrete replacement construction where we're taking out the whole entire road and putting a brand new concrete road back.
Okay.
With this is essentially if some of the slab repairs are in good shape, they remain, and it's the areas that have missing, it's pitted, cracked, heaved, et cetera, those areas will get replaced.
What percentage of the street do you think will be replaced?
I would have to look up that information for Cole. I don't have that number offhand.
Was this a borderline case where Commissioner or Mayor Pro Tem Long might suggest he thinks the whole road just needs to be replaced?
Well,
or one might think that.
My understanding was in the middle of those two. My understanding is that we were trying to hit some roads that did not need the underpark done. Cole Street is particularly bad. We talked about Lincoln. Lincoln's on the schedule as well, which is parallel to Cole in this
Right.
Eaton East.
Right.
And my understanding is that we were going to do, they do some type of milling or what have you, and then they redo it.
Concrete.
But whatever it was not just replacing slabs here and there. That roadway is horrendous. I mean,
I think what she's saying is that, in her opinion, right, or at least someone on your staff, that road can be repaired, not replaced.
There's certain locations where essentially some of the existing pavement could remain because of the condition of it, and then other locations, there's going to be stretches of 50 to 100 feet of the
And when
place
you're
being
done with
removed
it,
and replaced.
when you rate these streets, will you rate them 1 to 10 or 1 to 100?
1 to 10.
Okay. 10 being the great best and 1 being the worst.
Yep.
Right now, whatever it is, what's it going to be when you're done with it?
So usually when you do a spot repair for that, it goes up to usually 8 or 9. So it goes up towards the top. 10 is perfect, and usually within 6 months it falls into a 9 type of a deal. So we up into the good condition.
I didn't understand that, but that's fine. Just as long as.
Helps to understand.
Yeah, it helps to understand. And, whether it's that road and there's other roads too, is just hitting the ones that we don't need to do the underpart, that we can shift some money, and if we get 10 miles of roads done that way, that will get it to 8 and 9, then I think we should look at doing that.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
So first, just a little clarifying question to make sure that I'm understanding this properly. So when we look at a lot of these, I'm looking at like the tables on like page 115. Bird costs $2 million to do 0.2 miles. South Eaton, we're doing a full mile for $3 million. Is that price delta almost entirely because we are doing a full replacement of the water and sewer infrastructure on Bird, and we are just doing some like spot fixes?
Yes.
Okay, so the underground infrastructure is like far and away the most expensive component of most of these projects, right?
Yes.
And so my follow-up question there is, my understanding is, because we talked about, well, we're doing what we can with the money we have, that there are some, bless you, caveats around what money we can spend on water infrastructure projects. Is that true? Like, it somehow, like, we charge people for water and sewer, and then we also have property taxes. And I don't quite know the rules around what money can we take and buy new pipes with it.
Water and sewer improvements are funded by water and sewer fees.
100%, and we are not allowed to
Not
supplement.
100%.
Not yet.
Not yet, but we're almost
soon.
there.
And
Yes,
but
we
they're
have
supposed to be.
We have been making a transition over the last 5 years-ish.
Well, the last 2 years were the biggest rate increases.
We
So
are increasing rates on water and sewer so that those rates cover improvements.
Okay,
So
They
to
were
your
being
point-
subsidized, is what he's trying to tell you.
Right.
There was money being transferred from, I think it was general fund,
General
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Specifically
And
to
we were
subsidize them, so we
sued.
weren't actually paying the correct rate on water and sewer.
Yes, no,
Right.
that's
So
what but I
now-
saw that there still was some stuff going on, so I was trying, so the goal is to move to 100% of that money comes from the rates that we charge
For the water infrastructure.
for the water and for sewer.
Yeah.
And so, in some sense, if we are trying to accelerate the process of replacing this infrastructure,
We're already doing that.
well, yeah, but there's basically, that's the only lever we can pull, raise rates.
On water and
On water and
sewer.
sewer.
On water and sewer.
Road surface, that's covered by either tax money or property
Yeah,
taxes.
and for some of this stuff about, the road surface is bumpy, yeah, maybe we can find some extra money to do that. But a lot of this, my understanding is there's a lot of water and sewer stuff that needs
Yes.
to be done, right?
And that is super important, but it's not what the public sees,
Sure.
as they mentioned. But right now, we used to be funding water and sewer improvements by the millions of dollars out of our general fund. We're down to, I think, $500,000 this coming year, and then it'll be fully self-sufficient. So to the discussion earlier in the day, there'll be more money in the general fund that we won't have to transfer to water and sewer projects that we could transfer to paving projects.
And if I may, engineering, finance, and DPS have been meeting with a consultant on a water and sewer rate study to right-size those rates for the improvements that, the city wants to make, and then also for, to have a balance in a catastrophe.
A fund for emergency
Yes.
situations.
So you will see, in the coming months, a water and sewer rate study and recommendations brought to you.
That's something we do every year, is it not?
No, we haven't done, we did it about 3 years ago, I think. I'm guessing, off the top of my head. And so we're doing it again, and we're fine tuning it now. If you remember, it was a big change a couple of years ago. Now it's just fine tuning.
Okay, so so we can raise rates if we want to accelerate this?
For
Or
water and sewer
water and sewer.
purposes, those are some of those funds where if you charge it for water, you have to use it for water.
Yes. Or somehow consume more water, right? As a city. Okay.
Just an observation, we're in the upper quartile of rates for our peer cities around us, though. We're already way up there compared to some of the, I don't know how some of the others are where they are, just an observation of peer-to-peer rates. We're already expensive compared to some of the others, and people are squawking now.
Because we weren't the only ones with deferred maintenance.
I'm just saying I don't know the reasons behind them. I just want to say there's a peer-to-peer observation that's what people are pointing their fingers at. I don't have the depth of information to be able to give a definitive answer. Just on a relative basis, that's where the squawking's already starting.
Good question.
Sure.
Bear with me for a second, because I'm talking apples and oranges a little bit, because I'm going to talk the street costs versus the cost for water and sewer and what have you. We saw when we did Arlington and Shirley, we were pleasantly surprised that the street paving came in, I don't know, somewhat, almost half what the cost of originally estimated, give or take. Let's just call it half. And then when we did Wimbledon, the costs came in much, much, much higher than we expected. So lower than we expected, higher than we expected. Is that the same for water and sewer? Are we seeing costs go up for that? And are we seeing a reduction in the number of bidders that are willing to bid on these projects? Because, if we put it out and we have 10 bidders, that's great. But if we put it out and we have 2, and we don't like what came back, but that's what we have to do, how do we plan for that?
It's hard. It's hard. And I'll let Melissa talk in terms of the number of bidders and so on. But as you know, things are a little chaotic economically right now with all this talk about duties and tariffs and supply chain issues. So it's very hard to plan because we don't know what the costs are going to be. And you read the news. A week from today, you'll have a different guess as to what's going to happen, right?
So this planned investment that's on page 116 of $12.4 million, that's planned. It could come in lower or it could come in much, much higher.
Right.
And that also affects what we can do and when we can do it. If all these come in 30% higher, we're not doing all these, I assume, right? There's only so much money in the wallet. So I'm just curious if we've had, going into this new season, if we've had a look-see, if there's a way to look at it. I know it's sealed bids, what have you, so I get that, but is there an understanding of, where we're going with the cost of construction, where we can maybe plan even a little bit better than, okay, well, this is what we're planning to spend, but we don't know what it's going to be in May or in July? Is there a way to look at that? Is there any method to do that other than just putting out the bids and hoping for the best?
You're asking for the benchmarking that I asked for a while ago that isn't visible in here, but it was part of what I'm going to ask for shortly when she's done answering.
I just think that...
But your benchmarking issue is, are we getting a Birmingham upcharge? I think it also goes to the economic system in general, that everything is potentially going up.
It seems to me that there's other communities doing this as well, and there could be some sort of cooperation where there's, a sharing of public information about what their projects are costing.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I was looking for.
That's what you're looking for.
Public information
so that we can, because we want to get all this done, right? And, the only caveat to this is if this ends up being 20 or 30% higher, not all of this is getting done. So.
And
I'm going to come back to it.
If I may, as an example, Bird Phase 1B got posted on Minton for bids this past Thursday. So that's currently being public bid within the system. Once we receive the bids back, we review the bids, but also with our continuing process going forward, with our engineering consultant and the engineering staff, is check to see, can we get a similar, if we're putting 8-inch water main in, similar length in potentially Bloomfield Township, Troy, et cetera, look at their bid tabulation of what would just be similar items. Obviously, paving's a little bit different because paving's kind of hard because of maintaining traffic. If you have more residents on one block versus potentially in Bloomfield Township, you might have 4 on one block. But to try to see at least something you can compare similar, I would say apples to apples, of like 8-inch water main, a gate valve, a manhole, a 10-inch or 12-inch sewer, and we'll have that information in our memo from the department to bring forward to City Commission for the contract award.
Okay.
Commissioner Haig had his hand up first, sorry.
Thank you. So it's question observation in multiple parts, kind of building on what you said there, Mayor Pro Tem. Now, Melissa F., you said specifically earlier, you talked about coordination with other projects and municipalities as something that's actively undertaken. So I'm going to look at one project in particular on this one and then ask about another project that's happened. On the South Eaton, 40 mile to Maple. We did all of our basic study on that prior to the announcement of the Sheets development of 14 and Coolidge. Do you need a budget amendment to go back in and revisit the traffic study impact of that development? Because they had their own separate traffic study by the exact same consultant, and they did not correlate to each other. They didn't match information, which I think was really poor. But we will have an impact. That's a major road, and I know today that 14 to Lincoln, we actually state there's no truck traffic. And we'd ideally like to keep that because that road is not really structured for it. But are we going to see an impact from the Sheets volume increase and the road layout change that they've already declared they're going to do at that intersection? Because the circle part that I'm getting back to, on the project we did on Maple, we talked on Maple Road about the bridge height and signage for low bridge to coordinate with Troy to put signs up saying low bridge, go down 14 mile instead. For reference, 14 mile bridge is 14 feet 7 inches, Maple is 13 feet 2, and Quarton is 12 feet 9 going underneath the railroad. So we are actively going to be telling trucks, don't go through Maple if you're over 14.7. Go through, Maple if you're over 13 feet 2. But are they then going to divert down, up and down, Eaton, South Eaton, and are we going to see an impact from that Sheets change as well? Because I can see it happening. That's why I'm asking, do we need to have a budget amendment to have that investigated, because it may change some of the design of that South Eaton project, which would then be a potential budget change? I know it's a long-winded question, but there's a lot behind it because of adjacent municipality action that was not coordinated. No finger pointing there, because Royal Oak didn't coordinate with us either, so.
If I may, so with that, having a review of a traffic study itself, the engineering department, we have a separate, what we call a city traffic consultant engineer to review some of our stuff for multimodal board, et cetera. We can get essentially an estimate, a quote from them to see what that cost is. It may, depending on their review and how much that cost is by them, it may fall in the current budget. So we may or may not need a budget amendment for that, because it might fall under our annual traffic consultant engineering budget that we program for.
Please do take that impact into account, because it's definitely going to change traffic pattern on that. And I have a lot of concerns about what's going to happen, especially after our own Maple project, where we said we want to divert traffic from the bridge. Where's it going to divert to by the time they're already there? They're going to go down South Eaton. And are we creating a potential problem of our own? So that's all. It's just look at the whole view. And then back on the benchmarking, exactly what he talked about there is if we're coordinating with other municipalities, hey, Royal Oak, what did you pay for this? Hey, Clawson, what did you pay for it? Public information, that's all we're looking for is public. But when I asked about this before, I don't remember if it was you, Melissa, or if it was Scott said, oh, but we're Birmingham, we've got special requirements, that makes it more expensive. So I drove out to Novi and Wixham yesterday to go visit a supplier of mine. The first observation I gave the guy was, boy, you got some nice roads out here. I haven't seen one pothole yet. The guy started laughing and went, but you live in Birmingham. I'm like, yeah, do you want to drive over here? How can these municipalities with the same environment do better than we can? I don't think their budget numbers per mile are any different than what we're putting in, but they've managed to do it better. What can we do more efficiently to get more bang for the buck, like the Mayor Pro Tem has been talking about? Because I don't see it. I see we pay a lot.
So with that, to comparing it to Novi, with the roadways, that's slightly difficult because they've done developments.
I use it as an example.
Yeah, I know. From the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, they've had major development in there. And usually when you get major development, your tax base increase and you potentially have more to spend on streets itself, or potentially, depending on the development, Novi may have the requirement that the developer had to essentially reconstruct or build a roadway to have their development there. With this, sometimes you potentially ran into, and I ran into this previously becoming at the city, depending on where a project is located in a municipality, you're seeing where there's property owners and residents have a communication base and are calling the contractors, asking information, et cetera, compared to maybe another community where the residents may not be asking more questions or more involved. So what you may be running into in some communities in the Metro Detroit area is that the contractor, their project manager, or the point of contact is answering a lot more questions from one community or multiple communities versus another community itself. So they themselves, the contractor, their employees are spending more time answering questions, et cetera, versus another community itself.
Meaning they charge us more.
Yes, because essentially they're going to be spending more time answering questions from a resident, et cetera, than potentially another community where the residents are not asking as many questions.
That's just purely setting guardrails. That's our role and responsibility as a municipality, that we can't just have 100 random people asking random questions all hours of the day. It has to go through a funnel. So that's just guardrails. And if it's a cost driver, if they're adding hundreds of thousands to a project because there might be people, no, that's easily fixed.
I will say, though, being out in Wimbledon, we had a meeting with the contractors and our consultant engineer out there, and pretty much everyone who drove by stopped and talked to them and asked questions. And
Wimbledon's not a good example of a good project. That's an example of things gone wrong.
But I guess my point is, we want residents to be able to get service from the contractors who are out there. And I don't know how we would communicate to our residents. If you see somebody working on your street, don't ask them questions because it's costly to the city. We want that level of service.
We want service, but we don't want, then we need to figure out a pathway where we're not paying extra for it. That's what I'm getting at, is it's a value proposition. And multiple people, I think a number of us here, do not see the full value proposition of what we receive for every given dollar. That's really what I'm looking at.
Okay, Commissioner Cole, did you have something?
Yeah, just real quick, and this is following up.
Thank you.
Mayor, on some of your earlier comments and Commissioner Haig, some of yours. I think our collective goal is volume and velocity. But I think if, and I don't know if we can do this, but if we go through the process, which takes probably 3 months to go and bid for a consultant to help us, it's 90 days, probably. Is there any way we have somebody that we've worked with in the past that we trust and value, that we can just expand the scope of work that they're currently working on so they can get started Monday morning?
That would depend on the cost and do we have consultants that we work with on a standard basis? Yes. However, we also have purchasing guidelines, and this type of project is likely to cost more than $75,000, in which case we're required to go out to bid.
And I would say clearly define
Scope of
the
work.
scope
Yeah.
of work and all that. So, but nice, good thought. Okay, any questions or comments from the public?
Nice question.
Please approach the microphone. And if you're online, you can use the raise your hand function. Mr. Bloom.
Hi, good morning. There's a lot of angst in the community around infrastructure and planning and what we're going to be doing and the roads and the sewers and everything else. As a resident of this community, when you drive around and the potholes and everything else, you start to question, are we doing a good job or not? And based on what I've been hearing this morning from our team, I feel like everyone that's been up here has been knowledgeable. I feel like they care about their job. I feel like they're trying to do a good job. I feel like they're working with management and with Jana to come up with plans to do this. You guys grilled them pretty hard. That's not a criticism. They withstood it. They answered everything politely and knowledgeably. So I'm leaving here, I know we have issues that we have to work on. I'm leaving here feeling pretty confident about the team that we have here working for us. And I just wanted to extend my appreciation for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Nobody online? I will note, just as a matter of, it is 11:10, and the schedule has us at 10 a.m., so we're an hour and 10 minutes theoretically behind schedule. We'll move to planning. Mr. Dupuy.
Thanks, and yes, I think all I'll do is all a very big favor and zoom way out here.
Thank you.
I live at a conceptual level. We planners live at a high level sometimes. I'm very future focused. So what I do at these long-range planning meetings, I'm bringing you again a review of the the trend report for urban planners that the APA and Lincoln Land Institute puts out. So not only do we look to the future a lot as planners, but trends come and go. Some are very short term, some are a little bit enduring. So it's our job to kind of filter through all of those, decide what to concern ourselves with here as the city of Birmingham, decide what to sort of watch or learn about. Our main task here, like I said, is to review this report, take all these big global trends and concepts and try to bring them into a Birmingham context. There is a lot of different places in this country, there's a lot of different places in this world experiencing a lot of different things. So when we review this trend report, our purpose is to consider any new tools or tech or resources that we may need, especially around this time for budgeting. We think about all of our current plans and policies to see where these trends fit in. Have we already considered them? Should we be considering them? But also, we're able to dismiss a few things that are a little bit too high level or too far out for Birmingham. They separate these trends and how we should approach them into three different buckets. One, things we should be doing right now. Two, things we should be preparing to do in the very near future. And three, things that we should be watching for long term. The first, it wouldn't be me if I didn't talk to you a little bit about sustainability. This is a common theme in these reports. It's a common theme in planning, now common in Birmingham. What we're seeing as planners is that it's no longer just heat and rainfall measurements that are kind of what we think of as climate change. Now things are failing like energy grids, transportation systems, and water systems. as a part of climate change. So how do we plan for that? We also hear a lot about some of the things we're experiencing, our hot summers, our cold winters. Most of us in the planning circles in the sustainability field don't feel as though we're going to entirely reverse the clock on those. So when it comes to climate adaptation versus climate mitigation, a lot of us are leaning towards adaptation. So in our hot summers, how can we plan for more shade, more cooling, things like that? Something's off with offsets. A major approach for some people, even in Southeast Michigan, is to approach their climate reduction goals by offsetting them. You can do it through reforestation, you can do it through renewables in other places of the country or the state. We did not consider carbon offsets in our Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan, good or bad. But the problem is, as we're discovering over the course of the last couple of decades, is the permanence of some of these offsets. So for example, a reforestation project, no one can really guarantee that that forest will be there forever. So those offsets come and go. Finally, for this section, a lot of things we're experiencing is climate litigation and new mitigation, so change and policy updates are coming from being sued as opposed to organically coming from policy. I think we're a little different here, but we have for sure experienced some of that. Demographics. I think this is interesting. They use the term a nuclear family. It's the first time I heard that term, and really what that means is just a traditional family. Married parents, kids in the house, same house. So it's now a fact that single-person households make up more than more than 50% of U.S. households. Got me to thinking. I checked the 2020 decennial census, and out of the nearly 5,000 married couple family types in the city, we're actually at 54% no children, 46 with children. So I think that trend is starting to show its face here in Birmingham. It's also not easy being a parent. That drives some of that change. I think it's hard to find childcare. It's expensive. It's emotionally challenging, as most of you know. Oh gosh, where am I? Moving on, same category, but to affordable housing. So what this means in Birmingham, it's about different housing types. It's about the characteristics of those housing units, but also the age of the population that needs those various types of housing units. We often focus on young families needing starter homes, but it's also true that our 65-plus population needs a different type of home. So it's coming to think of it in that respect as opposed to how we used to think of it. It's also not a great measure of affordability, but in preparing for this, I just checked in with the American Community Survey data, and almost 70% of housing in Birmingham is valued at $500,000 or above, which is far and away greater than Oakland County generally. It's just something to consider in the context. Digital fatigue, as we talk more about AI and as people interact more with AI, it's becoming very apparent that these programs are getting very good at creating things that are not real. So as we, I don't want to say push AI, but continue to use more AI tools in the city and interact with people who are using AI tools out in the community, it's important for us to make sure that we use caution. And returning to life in real life, I think this is sort of obvious that I think all of us are experiencing a bit of digital fatigue with the screens and the just onslaught of information you get digitally. I think it's an interesting anecdote while Erica's here. In speaking with Erica at the BSD, if I'm not mistaken, part of the number one goals for retailers in the city are bookstores. For a while there, the Kindles, the digital reading, we thought books were going to go by the wayside. But now, even in Birmingham, what we're looking for is bookstores, which I think is great. So changing lifestyles, specifically heat and air pollution. Extreme heat is a natural disaster akin to hurricanes and wildfires. Our annual number of extreme heat days are rising here in Birmingham, and all that heat affects all sorts of different things. I mentioned air conditioning and roads here. You recall we actually just did an ordinance amendment on air conditioning to support an easier path to getting an air conditioner where you need it. I think that reflects in this trend. Also, as a young parent, I'm fully expecting in the near future to have one of these smoke days as a heat day or a cold day. So everybody remembers the wildfires last summer, how it changed the sky, how it changed the air, and what the air quality indexes were. pretty serious stuff, and I think schools are going to start considering those as they do for cold and heat days. For public space, it's an interesting thing that this is another example of planning for pets. I think Scott, if he were still here at DPS, would have a lot to say about this. Part of our problem with some of our landscape beds downtown is that's the only place that people can allow their pets to relieve themselves. It damages the plants. Unfortunately, not a lot of people clean it up. So it's just considering public space for other uses for people that have more pets and things like that. Let's move on a little bit quickly here. The post-work era, this is really about the sort of sociological transition away from work and work not defining you and what you do outside of work and how can we plan for that. And then finally, the sky full of stuff. Has anyone here seen one of those Amazon drones yet fly over their house? I did recently, and I couldn't take my eyes away. It's something you see on the news and you think, okay, a drone delivering packages, we're years away from that. And then a week later, you see it come over your house. Very striking. I think we're going to have to plan for those kinds of things here. There's also some really high-level stuff, like I mentioned blimps here. Blimps are cool, but also blimps are exhausting, especially when you consider they're always branded to holy heck. Our neighbors in Royal Oak actually, from what I understand, I need to look a little further, you're familiar with the planes that pull banners. I think they've actually banned planes pulling banners. I don't know how, but I was told by a Royal Oak resident that, or maybe they did something with it, maybe not banned. But it's just again, with all the influx of information and things trying to grab your attention, the least thing we need is a blimp flying over Birmingham 24/7 trying to get you to buy something. Moving on, this is real quick. I thought it would just be worthwhile because we've done so much master planning in the last few years. I provided kind of what I would consider to be our most active master plans, one of which hopefully in a few days we can add to the list officially. But in the last 3 years, we've adopted 5 master plans, hopefully. And you can see the date range here. The emphasis is here on the multimodal transportation plan, pushing the 13 years old. That'll be a budget consideration moving forward. I gave you guys what I feel is our progress on these master plans. Some of it is a little deceiving. For example, the 22% on the 2040 plan, I think, considers all of the zoning considerations that we're about to embark upon in our zoning ordinance update. So we're pretty far, but there's still a lot of big, meaty projects in there. I also gave you the time horizons for these. I think you're aware of them, but just as a refresher. So that's it for me. And I wouldn't be offended if you didn't have questions, really.
Oh, we probably have questions. Maybe not about anything you just brought up, but any. Okay. I'll ask you about the drones, and there was an email that came where we were to comment. Are we doing that? Do you know? Does everybody know what I'm talking about?
I think I sent one about drones as well as I want to talk
I think we all got it, forwarded it to you. Will we be making a comment about drones to the
FAA. We haven't done a deep dive into that yet. Will we probably make a comment? Yes, probably.
Okay, I'll just throw up my hand and say I'm not a big fan of drones flying around Birmingham. If anybody wants to throw up
Second.
Third.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anybody else? Or are you chopping at the bit to get your stuff delivered by drone? Okay, there's at least 4 here who are not.
I'll put one caveat on it, and that is we get the Amazon cars on Old Woodward in general to stop parking in the left-hand turn lanes.
I think they work on that.
Yeah, that's
That's not planning. Let's stick with planning.
There's a left turn lane on Old Woodward.
The center lane, yeah.
I'm going to raise another. I don't know if this is planning. Is the Woodward Road diet a planning function?
Yes.
Can you give us I'm sorry. I'm looking for meat here. Red meat. What's the status of the Woodward Road diet application?
I'll start by admitting that it's been a while since I've heard. But we all know that we formally submitted a road diet application to the Michigan Department of Transportation. What we've been told, I think what Jana would
Jana might be the best person to report it. It was just whispered in my ear that Jana knows.
Well, first of all, we submitted our road diet application. We first gave an overview of what we were going to do. They asked for more information. We beefed it up. We sent it to them. Somebody at MDOT at one of the public hearings said, "Oh, we didn't get your application." So we dug into it further, and yes, of course, they did get our application. In fact, it was probably sitting on her desk, but that's another story. Right now, they're doing a comprehensive plan for the corridor, and so they do not plan to take, this is what I've been told, do not plan to take action on it until they finish the comprehensive plan. We are part of that planning process, and there are meetings every couple of months, and we do attend on a regular basis. That's
We're a
the
big
status.
part of that process, I would say.
And they had an open house at the library not long ago.
Right,
which
but they've
some of us attended.
sublimated our individual request in favor of finishing this Detroit to Pontiac,
Yes.
of which we are a segment.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm just going to raise random issues that are planning that people care about and want to hear about. How likely is it that the large development proposed for Woodward and Maple will actually happen? I'm talking about the southeast corner.
I think it's very likely.
Okay.
I think the development team that's in place and all the players involved, I don't know how to say this, but maybe wouldn't be involved if they didn't think.
Okay, and
that it
at
could
what
happen.
stage of the process, have they gotten, they have not gotten yet preliminary site plan, right? It was strictly a pre-application discussion?
Yeah, which is indicative that they are close. I know that they've been working with our transportation consultants on the traffic part of it, so I know they're putting together a community impact study as we speak, but I have not gotten any formal submittals.
And the Hunter House property, where does that stand?
I think you'll see soon. I guess, I don't know if you want to say, but there's been some sort of sale.
That's correct. Or there was going to be a sale upcoming, so they're working with the title company now. So there are some things, and it should be in front of you soon.
And it'll be a new ownership team, but the current owner still has a role, but it's.
And their entitlement will flow to the new owner?
For 4 more months, 3 more months.
And then they would just have to come
They
and
would
ask
start
to
all
renew
over
it?
again.
Well, not start all over. Don't they just ask for a 6-month extension?
They've already had many of those.
We've been extending
Well,
since
have they
about
run out?
2021.
I think after 5 years of extensions,
It's discretionary.
The planning board pretty much says, no, enough already, after a while.
Right.
Do over.
yeah.
So
They
for.
do. And does the city, understanding that it's substantially private property, but not 100% private property, does the city have any leverage that it can or should exercise in determining what is developed there? And
Zoning.
given some folks on the commission think we're running short on parking, and maybe that's an opportunity, if we gave them more density, then, I mean, right across the street, they're going to build 9 stories. But where that property sits, they can only go 5 by right, unless there was a request or a desire, request by the property owner, or a desire by us to trade more density for perhaps parking. This could potentially be a public-private partnership where we derive public benefit, i.e. parking. I'm just throwing that out there.
Right. Okay.
Yes, please.
Is the lease that the city entered into for that slice of the pie space that's ours transferred to the new ownership team?
That's why they looked at Tracy, because she's working with the new ownership team.
And then
on
that will be
issue.
coming
To the-
before you.
To you. In fact, it was, they were trying to get it on Monday for 2 days, but it's going to be coming later.
Just to transfer the lease?
Yeah, reassignment of the lease.
To the
It's kind of
new
like the second
ownership
step.
team.
Which we are not obligated to do, right?
No.
Correct.
Did we write a duration on that previous lease? I don't remember the
2
details.
years.
What would,
It was entered into 2022.
Yeah, I remember it.
what would be, if there was and I'm just thinking out loud. This literally came into my head as I'm sitting here. But if we thought, or at least four of us thought, that it was a good idea to pursue a possible public-private partnership there, what would you need to, how would that unfold?
Well, I think, as you know, we just hired a team at Plant Moran Real Point to investigate these types of opportunities. We did not give them any direction on going out finding any projects, so I think if that is something the commission wants to consider, that's something we would throw to them and have them do. If you recall, they had it separated into 3 or 4 different phases, and the first would be the high-level overview as to whether this would make sense. So I guess we'd need a little more parameters on it. If you're talking about from a parking standpoint, probably you would need additional floors because that's a very tight constrained piece with roads on 4 sides, and it's only zoned for 5 stories. And the master plan calls for it to mirror the 5-story building on the other side, so then you'd have that issue.
Didn't we also have a criteria when we first talked about public-private partnerships that just because a person brings us a project, it then had to go out for public bid to see if there was a different partner that had a better deal for us? So just because company X brings it, company A might come back and go, I can do it for 20% less. We are obligated to do that bid process with them. Just because someone brings an idea doesn't mean they get it. Their competitor
Hold on,
could.
we're talking about public property in that case, where the property is,
Public-private
let's say...
partnership was the same thing, I believe, that we had to then...
I don't think
Not
so.
on private
In this
property.
case, they own the property.
All right.
So if they came to us, and maybe they should be informed that we have this new process, and perhaps they come to us with a proposal that says, give us a couple extra floors, we'll put in parking, whatever.
I'll tell you that's been done before on that very site
Okay.
in
Well,
about 2001.
now we have...
Clearly successful.
Now we have a shark. I'd like a better term for that.
We like that.
Now we have PMO.
We like that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Holstein.
Mr. Mayor, it was nice of you to say that the northwest corner there has had a parking problem. Well, the 9-story building as proposed currently has a parking problem.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
How many spaces was the deviation? Wasn't it 50 or something?
I thought it was 109.
It's over that.
Oh, man.
It's way over that.
Yeah, I think
It's in the 70s.
Based on what I think we got, it was 109 identified. They're building...
He says 70-something, too short for the building size and occupancy requirements.
That is something that the planning board and
it's a
the
deficit.
BZA will deal with, and we might have to deal with. Right now, thank you for your comment. Mayor Pro Tem.
If I may for a second go back to the road diet, did the MDOT bless us with any timeline of when they're going to complete
No.
their? So they basically tabled our request, is what they
Correct.
did. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Haig.
So just touching back on the drones and blimps side of things, Nick, I actually thought that was FAA controlled. And when you said the municipalities have been able to ban it, I did a real quick search, and maybe we do need to look at this one a little bit more carefully, because it turns out we can actually regulate the content of advertising. The advertising airspace is FAA controlled. Well, the example I give is every time I walk up and down Woodward during Dream Cruise, I would say 90% of the banners are for weed, marijuana, which is banned in our city. We are allowed to ban them transiting our airspace with advertising content that we do not approve of.
I don't think that's entirely true. I think they can ban them as a sign. It's the content that's protected under First
Okay, then
Amendment
it's a sign, but it's advertising
Just to
something.
clarify, because that's kind of important that we're
However we
content
do it,
neutral.
we can
But
look
as a
at it
sign.
and say, that's not allowed over our city because it's a subject matter that's not an approved subject matter. And that's outside of the FAA. Yeah, there's obviously a wrinkle to it, but I thought it was all FAA control, and it turns out it's not entirely.
Amendment.
Well, we have indicated...
There are precedent. It gave precedent in what I found. So maybe something we can look at.
We have indicated already that enough commissioners are in favor of looking into the drone thing.
Well, no, that was actually advertising.
Yeah,
is
we're not all, we're
he's
talking
talking
airspace.
talking advertising and banners.
We can tie them, we can put them both together and look
Yeah,
at.
drones, it turns out there's some wrinkles inside the FAA controls as well that we may want to look at. So as long as we can actually we might as well look at them both, is what I'm getting at.
That's what you just said.
Let's call it airspace.
Okay. Any other comments? Any other questions? Any public? We have someone in the room. Mr. Bloom?
David Bloom. First on the drone thing, I think a lot more packages in the future are going to be delivered by drones. Maybe there's a licensing opportunity to allow certain firms that could apply and pay a fee to be able to deliver packages by drone. And that could be a revenue source. I don't want drones. I don't want drones flying over my house. If we're going to have them, maybe there's some monetization. Our mayor just talked about parking and talked about the northwest corner of Woodward and a 5-story building that can be built there. I don't know where, even though it's in the parking district, where those people would park, because our parking decks are pretty full already, and I know there's a discussion on parking this afternoon. There's talk about we could add another couple decks onto Peabody and maybe Pierce. But we don't have a lot more room for more development that is going to create a strain on our parking system. So I think with our new consultant, bringing the parking issue to them, trying to understand with the parking assessment we have right now, what properties could be in play, the north, the Maple Woodward corner, the Ethan Allen building, I think sold a couple weeks ago. You could put a 5-story building in there too, which would put strain on North Old Woodward. So I think we need to understand what potential strain we're looking at for properties that could be developed on our current parking structure. And I would turn this back to encouraging the commission to, as soon as possible this year, look at that whole downtown parking district. Because at this point, it's a phantom district. No one's paying into it. You can build whatever you want as long as you're meeting the zoning code. That's putting strain on our decks that we don't have spaces for. I think the district needs to go away or be modified, or something needs to happen with this. And the sooner we look at that issue, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone online? No one online. So we can thank Mr. Dupuy. It is 11:35. We can move on to the BSD. Ms. Bassett.
Good morning. Hopefully I can be pretty quick. Actually brought a folder for all of you if you guys don't mind. Around. Some materials in there. So in those folders, we actually have quite a few things that we're working on. Most of them are kind of business development related, but you have our new downtown guide, the 2025 year in review, a recruitment piece that we designed, and then also the schedule to open list. This is kind of the guide that we use for businesses that are scheduled to open that we know about, and then also businesses that have opened in the last year. We have our downtown usage survey results report, our visitor profile analysis, which is something that we work on using Placer AI data, and then the profiles kind of in order of frequency, mosaic profiles of the folks that are visiting our downtown throughout the year. So that's all there for you to review, and I'm going to mention some of those things in the presentation, but if you have any questions, I'm always available to answer those as you look through that information in more detail. So for anybody that may be watching online, my name is Erica Bassett. I'm the Executive Director of the Birmingham Shopping District. Most of you know exactly who we are, but we are a component unit of the city. We are a downtown management organization. We have been active here in Birmingham for over 30 years, led by a 12-member board, 4 committees that focus on business development, marketing and advertising, maintenance and capital improvement projects, and also special events. So in general, we really focus on creating a downtown environment that is vibrant and encourages business and consumer activity. You guys have the year in review there, but I just did a quick snapshot, wanted to highlight a couple of things here. So the Birmingham Shopping District comprises approximately 600 businesses. 75% of those are locally owned. We fortunately are proud to report that we're at about 99% retail occupancy right now and 92% for office occupancy. We've had a lot of activity within the last year, even 6 months, really filling some of our spaces that were vacant.
Just a real quick question.
Yes.
How do you define occupancy? Does that mean the lease is signed or somebody's currently operating in the square footage?
It's a little bit of both, but usually once the lease is signed and we know that they're coming in. So that would include like some of the improvements along Maple Road. We know that there are tenants moving into those spaces. And then at any point, if anything falls through, we kind of remove that and recalculate.
Okay.
So we kind of calculate that off of a variety of things, but in that new business, the schedule to open report that I showed to you, we publish that monthly. So that kind of changes and we track it monthly. We have it in our board packet and then we also have it in our business development committee meeting packet. So that's always accessible. We had 37 businesses open last year in 2025 and several business anniversaries that we also recognized. You can see here, I mean, we do a lot of partnership with DPS on the downtown maintenance and beautification projects, marketing and advertising. This breaks down kind of the different platforms just for some highlights, but we had about 15 million impressions for marketing and advertising of the district through our campaigns and all of our other efforts. And then signature and community events, as you all know, we host many events throughout the year. We have about 77 active event days and bring about 300,000 people downtown to our events. And, you know, as part of that, we really do rely on our partnerships and sponsorships with community organizations, with some of our businesses in town and others. And I'm happy to report that we exceeded our fund development revenue. We anticipated $230,000 and we exceeded that with over $260,000 in partner revenue, which helps us offset some of those event costs. And also in partnering with a lot of those organizations, we rely on over 900 hours to make all of those events happen. So we appreciate all of our sponsors, volunteers, and everyone that supports us in that regard. Okay, so for our long-range plan, key projects in 2026, 2027, a lot of this I'm going to mention is already in your folder there. But following the strategy shown here up at the top, we looked at this last year at the 2025 long-range planning, but this is our recruitment strategy, and we continue to develop programs and materials to implement this, and also fostering relationships with our property owners, our brokers, to try to influence tenant recruitment and business development activities. We also work very hard to connect with all of our businesses. So for example, those 37 businesses that opened last year, we connected with almost all of them. So if we can get contact information, if we can get with them up front, we try to do that as much as possible so that they know we're here as a resource and we can help kind of be a liaison to some other resources in the city. Today I want to briefly touch on a few of the items that we're working on to support that. So again, the folder includes some of this information. New retail in 2026. We use a variety of marketing tools to kind of come up with some of the information that we present. So that includes just an overview of general market data, our visitor profile report, which you can see, the business mix analysis, which I presented last year that we keep and update annually. That's coming up. And more things to identify those retail targets and target categories. So through that business mix analysis and all of these other things, we try to identify gaps, and then we put together a retail recruitment list of types of businesses or businesses themselves that we feel would be complementary to our downtown. We share that list with property owners and brokers and try to influence their decisions and basically make the case for who they should bring downtown. We also monitor several internal and external resources like that business tracking report, just to keep things on our radar so that we stay informed, and obviously working with planning and other city departments. And that really helps to guide our communications with our businesses. In 2026, we anticipate 15 new businesses as of now. As I mentioned, that list is just a living document that we continue to update, and so each month when we hear of something new, we update that. But as it stands now, we anticipate 15. Of those, 10 will be local businesses, 5 are restaurant, 4 are retail, 3 are the ones that were on our retail target list, and that is Rag & Bone, Viore, and J. Jill. And that's in a category for apparel that we felt like we were kind of lacking, getting heavier into some of those other categories like home furnishings and jewelry. So we're very excited to see those open in 2026. Those retailers have mass appeal and also frequent foot traffic. So, you know, items that are giftable, seasonally changing, retail for men, retail for women, just a lot of activity we anticipate from those. So I'd like to share a couple of the other things that we use. The downtown usage survey, we actually just wrapped this up in December, was the 31st was the deadline. And we received a really great response, I think. And I think we have to take the results with a grain of salt a little bit because it is more qualitative, kind of an opinion poll. But we did receive 1,400 responses. The questionnaire was a mix of 27 required and optional open-ended questions. So it'll be interesting for you guys to look through those insights. And then what we do with that is, and we just literally finished this report, but we'll layer that in with our visitor profile, like the data that we know is accurate using the Placer data. We'll kind of layer those two things together, and that helps to guide some of our decision making. The downtown guide, which is in your packet, is something that we produced in an effort to showcase the amenities that we have here in the downtown. We've had a lot of offices open in the last year with hundreds of employees, and we really want to pull those people, you know, down out of the offices and encourage them to shop, to dine, to stay after work, enjoy the things that we have here in downtown. We also created this as a tool for tourism attraction for our hotels. As part of our tourism advisory group, we heard from our hotels that they would love a marketing piece from the BSD that is all encompassing. So we provided those to them, and we're working now to really just distribute those to any and everyone that we can. Business anniversary recognition. So we do have a recognition program that recognizes our longstanding businesses here in downtown Birmingham. And this year for 2026, we have 19 at 5 years, 24 at 10 years, 4 at 25 years, and 3 at 50 years. So we do a variety of things to recognize those businesses and kind of help tell their story. And lastly on this, tourism strategic plan. So this is part of the Oakland County 5-year strategic plan. For the last year, I've been participating on the steering committee to help develop this plan, and they recently launched this. Just to give you a few insights, in 2024, tourism spending in Oakland County was just under $5 billion, sustained 41,000 jobs, $1.4 billion in income, and generated over $420 million in state and local tax revenues. So we have a lot of tourist activity. Most of it is day trip activity here in Oakland County, but we're looking for a way to basically support our communities here, but also partner with Visit Detroit that covers the Tri-County area, but really trying to boost and support tourism, making things a little more cohesive here in the county. So the newly launched plan, which you can click there in the link, or you can go to visitoaklandcounty.com/strategic plan. That includes 10 strategies to support our communities through stewardship, marketing, placemaking, and infrastructure, and business and workforce development.
Can I interrupt with a question?
Yes.
This tourism issue intrigues me. There are certain jurisdictions that obtain the stuff that who are involved in tourism that areas that have no tourism are not entitled to. Is that fair to say? Possibly grants, possibly the ability to tax?
Well, I think the ability to tax, everybody has the ability to tax. Some places do, like a hotel tax, for instance, or an entertainment tax or what have you, but that's.
In Michigan?
In Michigan, no. There's different rules for every state.
I see.
Yeah.
Nods
No,
and nods.
but you're talking across, I'm talking across the country.
Okay, I'm talking about Michigan.
Okay.
I'm talking about Birmingham.
Birmingham does not have that.
And when you say tourism, you include day trips. And if you include day trips, Birmingham is a major tourist destination. And, yes.
There was recently in the paper a discussion about proposing an entertainment tax in the city of Detroit that would raise roughly $78 million, but the caveat was that it would take structural changes to Michigan law for them to be able to do that.
Commissioner Host.
Erica.
No, that's okay.
You mentioned your goal is 15 retail businesses this coming year, new businesses.
That's what's currently on the report. So those are the ones that we know and we anticipate will open in 2026 so far, but we usually add to that list. For example, last year we had.
Okay, you mentioned 4 new restaurants. Are they old restaurant sites or new restaurant sites?
I think both, but I know 3 of them are at least old, like current restaurant sites changing ownership.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go on.
Okay. So the next thing, Willits Alley enhancements, as I mentioned, we try to partner with the city to work on enhancing some of our public spaces. And Willits Alley is one of those spaces. It's part of the 2012 Alleys and Passages Plan. So we've actually identified it as, high pedestrian traffic. It certainly fosters economic activity for many of our businesses. Some of our businesses, it is where their customers access their business, and also there's outdoor dining on the alley, and in one of the new restaurants proposed outdoor dining in that alley as well. So we plan to ideally enhance the public portion of that alley, so the portion that runs like from Maple out to Willits, not the private that runs behind the Willits development, through aesthetic improvements, including public art, facade and lighting improvements, and other elements to kind of further define the businesses along the alley and make it a little bit more pleasant to walk through, a little safer for pedestrians. So we've been working for the last several months in collaboration with code enforcement to really try to reduce some of the trash. And I know there's been some dumping issues back there, but we've been working really hard with them to sort of clean up the alley, reduce receptacles if we can, and really make it a better canvas to start doing some of these aesthetic improvements. We've also been working with Main Street Oakland County. They have a design assistance program that is done with historical buildings in mind. Also, they're used to working with, obviously, downtowns and have a lot of experience there. So they put together a preliminary framework for us that we're now starting to see how we can implement. It's very basic. It's just kind of ideas. So right now, our next steps is really to view this as like an incremental project that may take several years as we move forward. But we will be going in front of the Public Arts Board in February to start with this small section here. And I know it's kind of small on the presentation, but this area, which is the back of Figo Salon, was in the 2012 Alleys and Passages Plan identified as a terminating vista, which is kind of a prime area for public art. So we've identified this area and then also the area kind of on the other side of the building as public space that we might be able to include a mural and some sculptural elements. So again, that's something that the Public Arts Board would need to collaborate with us on, and we plan to involve them here in February. And just note that these images are not intended to propose what should be there, but just an idea for placement that the county's put together for us. I think, this is a tricky project because we have so many properties along this alley. It's a very much a working alley as well, so we have to keep that in mind with anything that we do. And also we have to get property owner buy-in for each of these individual properties. So the BSD is investigating whether it makes sense for us to create a facade improvement program or grant through the BSD that we could offer as part of improvements to this alley. And also our own mural program. So what I've been doing is evaluating other downtowns that have these types of programs and determining how these things maybe could work for us. So that's all in Willits Alley for now. Marketing and social media, this one is just kind of an update here. We've been doing a lot. In 2025, we launched a new website. It's actually been a really great tool. And, as you all know, social media is a huge component of the marketing strategy. It has been a big component of our strategy for many, many years. But it really, with even the way that things are being Googled and searched, you have the ChatGPT bringing content up. I mean, it just searches everything. So for SEO, and really as social media replaces websites, especially for the younger generation, we really want to focus on making sure that we have social media that really is appealing to everyone. So what we're doing, we kind of looked at those visitor personas that you have there in those mosaic profiles in your folder. And we are working with a social media consultant to manage and refine the content in our social media, all of our platforms. We have so far developed a 40-page strategy that will guide us for the next year. And, we're just going to really work to redefine the aesthetic and increase awareness for our businesses and do more storytelling, just kind of expanding our team's ability to do that through somebody who, or an agency, I should say, that really does have that creative touch and also, more time to work on it with us. Event management, so not a whole lot to go through here, but significant portion, as I mentioned, we have 77 event days. A lot of what we focus our efforts on is really making sure these events happen. And with all the people that come down, we want to make sure that we're keeping safety, sustainability, enhancements, so changing up programming every now and then also making sure that we are collaborating with city groups and also, all of our civic organizations to support, those volunteers, but also to support what they're doing as well. So some of the things that we're doing, safety, our team will participate in March in active assailant training. And I hate to say that is something that's important, I think, for us to do, so we know what to look for. We're doing that with Officer Moody from the police department. We did do it last year, but we also, things change and we need a refresher, and we also have some new team members. So making sure that we're ready and know what to look out for if there ever were an issue at any of our events. At our events, we also partner with the police department. They provide uniformed officers, and we make sure that there's a heavy presence whenever needed. Even at the events where we don't do that, they're constantly walking through, so that's really great. The fire department is going to CPR certify all of our employees, so later in March, kind of before we get into the heavy summer events, we want to make sure that we're prepared to act in the event of a critical incident right away if we need to. So we're going to be doing that. And then as we continue to implement other enhancements to our events, we want to make sure that we keep sustainability and accessibility for all top of mind. We've realized at our events, some of these, obviously we had to cancel one today, so some of the climate change things that are happening in the summer. Last summer was very hot, so we had to make some modifications at the farmer's market, but the show must go on in most cases, so we're trying to implement the tools to keep everybody as comfortable and safe as possible. And then I already really did touch on this before, but just continuing to build relationships with other community organizations so that we can support them in what they do, and then they in turn support us. We collaborate with dozens of nonprofits, including Birmingham Education Foundation, Birmingham Bloomfield Community Coalition, all of our area schools, Birmingham Youth Assistance, and many others. And we always try to give our city groups a platform to showcase some of the things that they would like to the community. So we often have the library participate. I know DPS is interested in coming to the market to showcase some of the things they're doing for the tree program. Police, fire always come and support us as well. So, constantly just looking for ways to improve those collaborations. And then finally, for 28-29, we'll be working on Willets Alley, I think, for a while, assuming we gain some traction there. We're also partnering with wayfinding. I sit on the wayfinding and branding committee, so we make sure that we're active in the wayfinding initiative. And then continuing to evaluate the Triangle District and how the BSD can support the development and, new foot traffic over there, whether it's extending some of our current programs that we have, like, some of the holiday lighting or the hanging baskets, all of those things, we just constantly evaluate for cohesion over on that side of town. Holiday lighting and decor, we'll continue to expand that as appropriate. As Booth Park goes through some changes and finishes renovations, there may be an opportunity for us to provide additional lighting or resources to dress up that part of the town. Also the same thing on South Old Woodward as those trees become more mature down on that end. And with that, that concludes everything.
Great.
Questions?
Yeah, any questions, Commissioner?
Just really briefly, a while back they used to string lights across Merrill.
Yeah.
And they did, who was that did that? Was it the BSD? Was it
No.
a business owner?
We actually have been evaluating that. So we got pretty close last year and maybe resurrecting that. It was done for a commercial, and I'm told that it was just a Chrysler commercial, and they just went through and strung the lights. The business owner, or the property owners allowed it. The city didn't really know, or so
Didn't tell the city.
it
They,
happened.
they just talked to the property owners where they mounted it to the buildings.
Right.
And so it caused, some consternation, and then people loved it, and they wanted it left up. So we are working with the private property owners to see if we can get it to come back.
Wasn't that during COVID?
Yeah, so I think it was.
Because I remember something during COVID.
I think it was before COVID.
I think it was before COVID.
It was before, and I think it may have stayed up a little,
It
like
stayed up
into COVID.
It stayed up for a while.
Yeah,
I
it
know
was-
that it came down, I think it had, a vehicle hit it and it had come down a few times. And so either way, we've heard from business owners over there and the public that they'd like to see something like that return. We have worked with both of the property owners. Since then, the Merrillwood has done a facade renovation with limestone, which you can't drill into. But we could go higher. So we've actually come up with a mechanism for doing it, and it's been presented to both private property owners. We had an agreement, sort of verbal, that potentially the BSD or the city would purchase and own the equipment, so that, we have the equipment that goes over our public roadway, and we own it and can do what we want with it, and then the property owners would pay for the installation and find a contractor that they're comfortable with as they're drilling into their buildings. So we were actually pretty close to coming up with a formal agreement that could work, and then the Merrillwood wanted to pause on it so they could evaluate, if they have a contractor in mind to do that work. So we actually plan to kind of resurrect that in the next couple months. They wanted to look at it for 2026.
Okay, and the other comment is, if you're looking for ideas for alleyways, some of the alleyways in downtown Detroit are amazing, behind Shinola and others. I don't think any of us would, like 10 years ago, would have walked down that alley, and now it's just absolutely amazing. Between the Hudson's Tower and the Hudson's office, they did an area there as well. It's not really an alley, it's more of a bigger area, but just some areas for inspiration.
Yeah, thank you. I've been to Parker's Alley and, mostly all those ones in downtown Detroit. The unique challenge we have is we still have to maintain it as a working alley. So, some of those spaces are only pedestrian spaces now, so you can do a little bit more. But I think hopefully we can find something in the middle, because you're right, those are fantastic.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Host?
Yeah, Erica, it's just a rumor. Is there a possibility of a bookstore?
Yeah, we actually do have a new bookstore. So Nick had mentioned it. We have a new bookstore. It's called Read My Lips. So it is geared toward like the romance genre. So they kind of have a niche following, but they're on North Old Woodward. They opened early fall last year. We invited them to the farmers market, and there was a huge amount of interest there. But yeah, they're kind of tucked away on North Old Woodward. But I will say that many of our other retailers, so sometimes when we're recruiting, it can be really challenging because obviously it is sometimes difficult to find the right space and the right cost and make it all work. But it also gives us a marketing tool. So if people want bookstores, which we hear from everyone, it gives our current businesses an opportunity to know people really want this, and maybe converting a segment of their store or offering more books. So a lot of our businesses have done that. So you'll notice more like cookbooks and giftable books, coffee table books in Found Objects and at Paper Source. And so some of those stores are kind of building their inventory a little bit to satisfy some of that demand.
Commissioner Haig?
Yeah, thanks. So I was really interested in your quick stats portion when I looked at things like 12+ million impressions and 5 million social media views. I hope or I assume you're already trying to monetize that, because that's just the whole eyeballs and clicks thing, right? Do you receive any kind of advertising revenue from those in the whole influencer style of eyeballs equals advertising equals revenue?
So I think this gets a little tricky. That's a good question. And I've heard, I should actually do a study. I have not done a study on what other municipalities do, but I think as a publicly funded body, I don't know the rules, or I guess we'd have to create some on how we could monetize. A lot of those impressions are not necessarily our organic impressions, if that makes sense. So they're paid ad plans. Many of them are organic, but we do have paid advertising plans. So we also had a partnership last year with influencers. So we used about 8 influencers so that we could have them talk about different segments of the downtown and then broadcast those to their audience. So that includes those impressions as well. But that's a good question, and I think it's something that, as we're evaluating this new social media plan, we should consider.
Yeah, I was just thinking, talk to this guy,
Okay.
if anybody. And then there was another one that I had. Oh, yeah, so when you talked about the new businesses coming in, you got the list of 37 or what have you. That's obviously not all organic growth and not replacement. It would be interesting to know how much of that is actually incremental growth of businesses. So, for instance, is it a 1-for-1 replacement, or is it 1.5 to 1 or 0.75 to 1, so that we know where the overall trajectory is? It's nice to see new businesses, but typically that's at the cost of an old business. So what is growth and what is replacement? And is it growth or is it shrinkage? We don't know. So I don't have any way of judging that to know where we're going other than there was replacement.
We do track that as well. I didn't bring this stat with me, but I can send that to you later. But we
Awesome.
do track basically like net new businesses. So for this purpose, we kind of want to announce like who's new, what's changed. But you're right, some businesses have also closed and some will close in 2026 as well.
Okay.
So we track that actually quarterly, and then we kind of look at those charts. I will say everything's remained pretty flat, which is good, but we definitely do have some movement in that regard every year.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, comments, questions, public, online, in the room? Seeing none, we're going to take a break for lunch real quick. I'm going to invite everyone who's here, including members of the public and staff, to grab some lunch. Bring plenty, because we're going to make it a working lunch. We'll break for maybe 5-10 minutes just to get what you need. Once we start working again, if you feel like you got to get up and go get more, be my guest, by all means. When we come back, we'll be talking to the fire department, the police department, the parking department, the IT department, the clerk's office, the building department, and human resources, the managers, and the facility department. So there's a lot to go over. We're currently an hour and 15 minutes behind, which according to the schedule would put us at about 2:45 if we keep going behind. So I would say as we move forward, as much as possible, if we can confine our questions and discussion to long-range planning and the idea that this is a preliminary step in the budget process, and then perhaps limit random discussion. Otherwise, we might be able to pull it up. I'd like to get out of here by 3 o'clock. Let's break for that.
Fire Chief Matt Bartolino, Birmingham, Michigan right now, 48009. So with this plan, we put it into place about 7 years ago to just have a more better prepared plan for our vehicle purchases since they are pretty costly for most of them. Unfortunately, since the volatility of the manufacturing industry for these custom fire vehicles, it's important that we continuously monitor what our plan is, just to ensure that we're keeping up with the increased costs and ordering appropriately with these extended delivery times. So right here we have a picture of the two current versions of ambulances that we have in our fleet. On the left we have a single picture of Rescue 1 and Rescue 2. They're designed identically for the efficiency of the paramedics. Purchased in 2019, 2020. We ordered them close to each other. We did receive a discount at that time for purchasing multiple vehicles, which is why they were so close to the purchase dates. Those are our frontline vehicles, Rescue 1, Station 1, Rescue 2, Station 2, like I said, just to keep it simple. Rescue 3, shown on the right, is our reserve rescue. It is slated to be replaced this year, following a 2-year build time with Road Rescue. The specs of Rescue 3's replacement is identical to the rescue that you see on the left here with Rescues 1 and 2. Again, just to keep things efficient for the medics on the trucks. It's just noteworthy that when we made this plan originally in 2021's fiscal year, that the estimated cost for the replacement of Rescue 3 was estimated at about $350,000. By the time that truck was ordered in 2024, price increased to $510,000. As a bonus, this entire cost for Rescue 3's replacement is going to be covered by the ARPA funds, which helped out the plan overall, and we're expected to receive this vehicle, get this vehicle delivered in approximately end of May, maybe beginning of June. When Rescue 3's replacement comes in, just as an operational thing, that will become Rescue 1, Frontline Station 1. Similar to when we ordered the squad, Rescue 1 and 2 will go into rotation each other, and all it is just to try to expand the lifespan of those vehicles. So not one vehicle getting constantly crushed, because they are only a year apart, so we're not going to beat down one truck and let the other one sit. We're going to work on that, rotate them through so we can try to extend the lifespan of both trucks. Moving on with some more of the fleet, single picture, but again, sister trucks, Engine 1 and Engine 2, purchased a year apart. Identical reasons why. We saved some money with those purchases. But as you can see, by the time that truck's slated to be replaced, you're looking at double the cost of the original purchase price. We set these trucks up. They're custom built to be set up the same, carry the equipment in the same position, so that it is, just robotic for the firefighters when they go out. They know which cabinet holds which equipment, and it increases their efficiency on those runs, those calls that come in the middle of the night. They don't have to think extra about where something is on a particular truck. All the equipment is kept in the same areas. Helps with their muscle memory on all these runs. The industry standard for the lifespan of these fire engines is typically 10 to 15 years as frontline vehicles, and an additional 5 to 7 years as a reserve, obviously depending on repair costs and anything else that goes wrong with the trucks themselves. Here we have a picture of our mini pumper, Squad 1 on the left, which is 2019. Again, like I said, in order to attempt to reduce the wear and tear on the expensive engines, this truck was purchased, and the two main engines rotate into service, or are both put into service if the squad is out of service, needing repair. It has almost the same pump capabilities. It carries less equipment, carries less water. In 2008, it was ladder one, purchased in 2008 on the right, that was approved for replacement, it's currently on order. That is also expected later this year, following a 3-year build for that truck. It's similar to the expected increased cost with the squad and engine replacements. By the time this truck is slated for purchase, the price had already doubled. So here's just an overall list of the fleet as a whole, listed with the original purchase date and costs, along with an estimated replacement date and the cost. Not pictured on previous slides, which is just utility 1 and 2. They're both just heavy-duty pickup trucks with snowplow kits, one at each station. The order dates for replacement will continue to vary depending on the industry lead times. So these are what is expected for what we're currently being told on delivery date lead times for any replacement. So the order dates coincide with ordering it for the expected year that it's going to come in, and then the cost that we assume it's going to be by the time we deliver it. Last 2 slides is just a more in-depth look at how our plan is set up and how we can change stuff depending on what we're getting for quotes for the replacement costs. So it's a breakdown of our equipment rental or lease account in our budget, and beginning fiscal year, this current fiscal year, 25-26, we have a DPS vehicle fee that is going into to be accounted for the charges that DPS has for their care, maintenance on our trucks, fuel, and anything else associated with what they need to do to keep our trucks up and running. So that's changed the deposit amount, the annual deposit amount, but not because of the cost of the truck. It's just the added cost being tracked in that particular account. We've had it since the beginning of this plan that our annual deposit for the truck replacement costs has been maintained at 10% increase each year to keep up with these costs, up through the replacement of Rescue 1, which is slated in 2034. And at that point, planning on having a reduced annual deposit to 3%, which we can hopefully maintain and roll through the next purchases of the fleet as it just continues to rotate through the trucks that we own. The beginning balance on this sheet does include the $510,000 is already in there. That is slated for the cover and the purchase of Rescue 3. Again, like I said, it's going to be here hopefully sooner in May, but May, June on delivery time for that we're being told right now. Last slide that I have is just a continuation of the entire chart to show the replacement plan through. It was when the plan was started, it took every single truck that we had. It took the complete replacement of the entire fleet that's in this plan. It's enlisted in the plan, but the next truck that would be up for replacement would be Rescue 2. And the way that the money is sitting now for what we're expecting, the price of that be, the plan is set pretty well that would be able to absorb the replacement costs for that next truck. So it runs through approximately the next decade, but when it was started to when this plan completes, it was just a full, complete replacement of the fire department fleet as it sits. So we've had, like I said, we had to continuously review this before. It was when we first did it, we thought we were good, and then that lasted, one fiscal year till the pandemic hit, and then these cost increases for trucks just started to explode. So it is something that we just have to continuously monitor every year, even though we're not purchasing a truck every single year, because we have to keep in line with whatever these increases that we're seeing for similarly built trucks across the industry. So hopefully at some point the costs slow down, and we'll keep you appraised of those trends that hopefully we can do that. The assistant chief and I will continue to do our research with our options for vendors and whatnot. A new interesting, very recent development that we had with our ladder manufacturer was they're trying to go to, it's the full custom issue that is causing the price increases. So they're trying to come up with a more streamlined way where it's not technically full custom, but they're going to reduce their options for the trucks to have, just a few model type selections to pick through, which is bringing down the cost significantly. We just need to do more research on what they'll be able to provide versus what we currently have, because we don't want to completely change the type of truck we have, the stuff that we have on them, including the pumps and all that rolls into our ISO score. So we still need certain capabilities, and then we don't have a big enough fleet to where we fully shrink the sizes of trucks, because we only have a limited amount of fire trucks that are going to show up on any given scene. So we need the equipment that we have to have on scene. So depending on how they build these compartments out, we'll have to see if they're able to accommodate what we currently have and get as close as we can to that, and possibly save some costs. And then just another thing to try to get more research done. We will spend some time at FDIC, which is one of the largest, most respected conferences in the fire industry. In a matter of probably a 1 to 2 day span, they host it at Indianapolis every year. I think it's Lucas Oil Field, whatever it's called now. Fill the entire football stadium with all the fire manufacturers for all the equipment, including all the fire trucks. So we can get more than like the local contacts that we have, and options for the fire trucks to go down there and in like a single day get the current most accurate cost estimates based on the specs that we have for our trucks, to see that, make sure that the plan is staying current. And that is all the time that I would need.
Excellent.
Leave it open to any questions.
Alex, you will please make sure that presentation is distributed to commissioners?
Yep, I can email it to you right now.
And updated on the website?
It's updated on the public portal and the board portal already.
Great, thank you. Okay.
So just a quick question for you. Is there a vehicle type that we're missing that we should be looking at and considering?
Type for what we need? No, I wouldn't say a type in particular. Was there, if there was something you were curious about, what was eliminated or anything like that? But currently we have what we
everything you need.
Yeah.
Okay. That was it.
What is there a secondary market once we roll off any of our fire trucks? I mean, obviously you put it.
Get rid of trucks?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll rescue, I didn't get into engine 3. Currently we have 1998, I believe, Pierce at Station 2. That'll get sold. Rescue 3 is slated to get sold to the manufacturing company that we purchased a truck from. Unfortunately, there is not a lot of money in used fire trucks.
By the time they get to that age.
Probably talking maybe 25 to 50 grand, depending on if, like engine 3 will probably go on mid-year for bid, depending where that is. And then we already got a locked-in cost for more than that for selling Rescue 3 back to the manufacturer that's giving us our replacement truck.
Okay.
Yeah, quick question. You've got a 100-foot ladder truck on order. What's our current ladder truck height?
It's 100 foot, yeah.
It's 100 foot as well? Okay. The proposed 9-story building is going to be right around 100 plus feet. What are the requirements that we will have for firefighting when it gets to the upper couple of stories? Because 100 feet is linear it's not vertical, true vertical.
Right, we currently have that, so it's the construction type of the building usually takes care of most of the problem, just like with triple nickel. None of our ladder trucks, nobody's ladder truck in the state is going to reach the top floors of there, but between the building construction material that they have for that and the sprinkler systems that we have for that, that takes care of the vast majority of the problems that we might arise to for anything that's above our ladder height, and then everything else is just an operational approach for getting people out of the building and whatnot.
Is there anything in particular that, as a department, that you feel we would potentially need from anybody that decides to build something that exceeds the height of one of our trucks, that we would need to put in extra activity, effort, whatever it may be, for high rises?
Not from a vehicle standpoint, and I think between the fire code that we adopted and the building code itself for ensuring the safety of these size buildings, I feel that we're in a good spot there.
Okay, so nothing operationally or what have you?
Change the way we're purchasing this type of vehicle we're purchasing based on the size of the buildings.
Operational training requirements. I mean, I'm literally looking at if we're going to have these potential growths in our
we already have buildings
municipality.
larger than that we train to respond to anyway. So adding more is just a new one to see. We'll learn the layout, learn where their systems are, shut offs and where our FDCs and all that are to operationally be able to. That's all done through our pre-planned stuff through fire prevention, and we didn't get into that, but all that stuff is now online, so every tablet on every truck we have has instant access to all our pre-plans, so as soon as we leave the door, we can pull up those plans based on the address that we're responding to, see all of that, and we'll already have a plan. The beauty of it is these builds take so long for the buildings to go up that once we know the fire marshal gets the plan, the initial plans, we're already up and running on how we're going to respond to that. And by the time that building's finished, all the crews are up to speed. We'll do walkthroughs of these buildings, new buildings, multiple times. So outside of, having to get through, getting that stuff, getting all the information that we have onto the computer, which doesn't really take that long. By the time any of those projects are done, we're prepared to respond to them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, questions, comments from the public? Anyone online, use the raise your hand function. Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief Gruey, Police Department.
Good afternoon. Hello there, Scott Gruey, Chief of Police for the City of Birmingham. Today, for the long-range planning, what I want to talk about is some of the projects that we're working on to address issues that were noted during our accreditation process. Believe it or not, we'll already be up for reaccreditation in our next fiscal year. Starting in the spring of 2027, we'll have assessors on site. In previous accreditation reports, they've addressed some safety and security needs of the police department that we've been addressing. As you saw, the doors in City Hall is a big part of that. Also, we just, back in October, the commission agreed to a contract with MCD Architecture to start working on some other issues that were noted. And I just want to cover kind of where we're at with that and where we're moving in the future. So real quick, one of the big issues we have is our transportations of prisoners throughout our building. We are looking to add an interview room within our clerical area so that when we have someone in custody and we have to interview them, we're not walking someone in custody through the area where our professional staff works. Currently, our detective bureau is in the basement of the City Hall, and right now they have to walk through this clerical area and through open parts of City Hall to get to that interview room. So by adding an interview room here, it'll allow us to take them right from our booking room into an interview room. It'll also provide a private area for an officer that's taking a report from the front desk. If it's a sensitive report, they're not open to the public. They can have a private area to take that report. So it's going to benefit us in a couple ways. The other thing that we have slated under this current fiscal year is to add a garage over at our DPS yard. This area identified in red and yellow is already occupied by the police department. The red area is our long-term evidence storage and an evidence garage. The yellow area is what used to be our animal control area. It's used as basically an outdoor storage area right now. And then there's kind of a fenced-in area that goes out more to the right there where that sidewalk is. We are working with MCD Architecture to add a garage there for long-term evidence storage as well as storing some of our equipment. Right now we use the City Hall garage, which is shared between all the departments in City Hall, and it's very tight space. Items we have like our camera trailer, radar trailers, motorcycles, bikes, stuff like that. This will give us a better opportunity to store them, keep those things secure. They certainly last longer if they're not exposed to the elements. It'll also open up space here in City Hall for the rest of the departments to have their storage needs. So these are items that are in this budget year. MCD is also working on a couple other items that are proposed in this coming fiscal year that'll be in the budget that'll be presented to you here in the future. One of those is the Sally Port. This would give us secure transportation of a prisoner from the police car into our booking room. As you know, this area out here in the parking lot is used by city staff. It's used by residents coming to City Hall. This parking lot also is a routine pass-through for people coming from the Shane Park area over to Pierce Street. In times, we have officers that are transporting prisoners right in front of the public. So this will give us that secure storage. It'll also allow us to have an area in this space that will be our prisoner property storage. Right now, an issue we have is when we bring a prisoner into our booking room, we have to remove firearms in our police cars because we cannot have firearms in our booking room with prisoners. So there's no way to secure that in a secure space other than in the trunk of our car or lock a police car. So we'll have firearm safety storage in the Sally Port as well as take the prisoner property right there. So we're not doing that in the booking room. So we'll open up some storage space where we're adding the interview room and the clerical space. The other part of that is expanding our dispatch center. This dispatch center, I think all of you have been through there at one point in time. You've seen how crammed it is, what a tight space it is. The closet to the back of that used to be the IT room for it. It still kind of is, but a lot of that stuff is gone cloud-based. So what remains, we're going to move upstairs to the City Hall IT room and expand this space into that IT room to open up that dispatch area a little bit, make it more efficient operation there, and give them a little bit more room to operate the way they should be. Again, these two projects are on the budget that will be proposed to you coming up here soon for the 26-27 fiscal year. But the contract we signed with MCD was parted out that this does include them designing these spaces as well. We are looking to possibly try to roll a couple of these projects together, being that we're going to be in the end of this fiscal year going into the next one. We could probably save some money on construction costs, being they'll be in the same part of the building and have them come out at one time to do multiple projects. So we're looking at that option too to try to cut costs on construction. Based on our conversation with MCD, we're expecting to go out for a construction bid in about March for an RFP for that. We're currently working on an RFP to hire a construction manager to be part of that process, which will come in front of you here pretty shortly, I would expect. More long-range stuff, kind of things that we're looking at to continue to address some issues with the police department. This is the scene outside, often in the winter. We don't have a carport. There's nothing that encloses our cars. This image here, the carport, that's just an AI generated. Certainly, if we ever do anything in the future, it'll go to all the appropriate boards for proper design to meet the city requirements. But this was the scene on December 10th in the morning as officers are arriving for their shift. As you can tell, if they had to respond to an emergency, it's going to be severely delayed. Cars are covered in ice and snow and freezing temperatures and stuff. So what we'd like to do is get a carport to make sure those are covered. The addition of adding a carport, something we'd like to do is add electricity throughout the carport. I know there's been talk a lot about police cars running all the time. The main reason for that is there's a lot of electrical equipment that runs in the police cars, computers, cameras, stuff like that. If we shut cars off, they come out to dead cars, dead batteries. We can't have that. So what we'd like to do is if we build a carport, have a carport, is that we can run electricity through it. We can add these auto eject plugs to the vehicles. If you toured the fire department and been in their bays where their vehicles are, you see all the cords hanging. They have these auto eject plugs. As soon as you turn the key and start the key, it auto ejects the plug out, and that plug would be hanging then from the carport. We've looked at trying to do that with what we have now, but because of elements, rain, snow, ice, those plugs would be laying in the ground, and it would be a constant electrical problem. So one of the benefits of adding this is not only to have cars cleaned off, but also to be able to do something like this in the future with an auto eject plug to make sure our equipment's up and running when we need it and not having to have cars run all the time. Another thing we're looking at with the new doors that were installed, we have this area now between the police and the clerk's office that is just a kind of a secure corridor. If you've toured the police department, you see we're cramped for space, and there's not a lot of meeting room space here in City Hall. It's all shared throughout City Hall. So we're looking at this space and how we could utilize it in the future as not just being a dead corridor, but potentially maybe becoming a meeting room, maybe expand office space, storage, potentially moving the officers' report writing room out into this area to open up some more space in the dispatch center. But certainly I think it's something that could be used as an office space in the future. Oftentimes, not only for our department, but even the clerk's department, when they're during the ballot season, they have a lot of employees that are out in this area stuffing ballots that used to be open to the public. Now it'll be more secure. But we could certainly have a nice table and chairs in there for when they're doing that to have an effective space and efficient space to work in. So we're looking at ways to utilize this space so it's not just a dead corridor in the future. And the last thing we're looking at, more long range, this is probably a couple fiscal years out, But recently, MCOLS, which is the Mission Commission on Law Enforcement Standards, instituted some new continual education requirements on top of ones we've already been doing. With that, it's quite a few hours that have been added. We have no meeting rooms in the police department. We have no training rooms within the police department. The idea here is to put an expansion on the end of the pistol range, an area that's very underutilized, to add some training rooms, meeting rooms that can be a dual use. But also, in the end of this pistol range here, we have a small weight room facility that's probably smaller than this space right here where the commission sits. That's for the police department. We've been pushing officer wellness quite a bit recently with the start of a peer support team, wellness apps. Certainly encouraging people to work out, be fit. It's a great stress reliever. So we'd like to be able to expand the fitness center in there and add the dual use meeting rooms, training rooms. Currently, when we have to do all the training that we do, we try to find rooms within the city, whether it be the library, DPS, fire department. Oftentimes, we're renting space from OCC or CREST or other agencies' training centers to provide training for our officers. So this would be a great space in the future to utilize that to enhance that ability for our department. And I know I rushed through everything. We're behind schedule, so I tried to be quick.
You did a great job.
Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Host.
I have two questions. Once we go out for the RFP for the Sally Port in particular, when would it be finished before the accreditation people come through?
No, so the Sallyport is scheduled in the 26-27 fiscal year. That project's going to require some more planning, obviously going to additional boards for approval for design and stuff like that. I don't expect that would be done by the spring of 2027. And spring of 2027 is when the accreditors will be on site for that.
But can we tell them it'll be finished?
What we can show them is our progress and the things that were already done, the things that we'll be working on at the time, and certainly where we're at in motion with the architect and design work. So I think based on the steps that we're taking moving forward, we should be fine.
Okay, my second question is, the retail place downtown called Lululemon is your worst nightmare, possibly?
I wouldn't say it's our worst nightmare. They certainly keep us busy.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're referring to the retail frauds that go on there.
Right.
We're not alone in that. Lululemons across the nation are getting hit hard with retail frauds. We do have a very good working relationship with the national security staff with Lululemon, and we've been very successful on making a lot of arrests and hopefully reducing the number of crimes here. I know there's a few social media pages out there where people are requesting property, and that's how a lot of these thefts are happening. And on there, they're telling people, stay out of Birmingham. Like they know that Birmingham's catching them, arresting them. So our efforts are working, and that's because of the relationship we have with the security staff at Lululemon. So.
It's nice to hear.
Commissioner Haig.
So carport, I was intrigued by that one. And then the auto eject and the electricity. So I did a real quick and dirty calculation of the surface area. You've got a southern aspect, and enough roof area would be there for about 40 kilowatts of photovoltaic, which is really, really nice. I was wondering if we would look at actually making the roof of solar panels there to help support the electrical generation to keep supported by effectively self-generating, because it just seems like an opportunity that we could capitalize on rather than waste. So just an observation on that one. Think it through, put it in the plan, see if it makes any sense. The next one I was thinking about was, so you talk about the corridor for meeting space and what have you. I mean, it's nice, but it's still a corridor. The thing that's bugged me for years is we have the double garages down here that are used for storage for many things. I was wondering if one of those could be wall it off, turn it into a living space instead of garage space. If we could do something with that, and then it becomes a viable space for all the items that you talked about and any other meeting room needs or building department when they want to project stuff up on the walls. I know when you have larger meetings for plan reviews, you want space. If we could do something with that within the overall building, and then it becomes more universally usable space, because with the section, where was it, where you're actually building the storage and evidence lockers over in DPS, hopefully that would release some of the space there. And it just seems like an opportunity within this little mini campus to do something better with 4 walls that exist.
I agree. Yeah.
Can we see a plan for it?
So there was a plan for that, actually. If you go back to, I think it was a couple of years ago, when Tellurus was designing a new police department, with the police department being out of City Hall, that garage space actually became, I think it was office space. It was being renovated to be usable space, not storage space. And I can't remember if it was office space or if it was like a gym or something. I don't know if, Jana, if you remember seeing that plan.
I remember seeing the plan. I don't remember what it was, but it also included an expansion into the parking lot area too.
Yeah.
Because right now, the garage, it's very poorly connected to the main part of the building.
It's still four walls, one of them
It
is
is.
adjacent. So that's why I keep looking at that, thinking we can do better with what we've got. I bring it up just because of the things that we talked about. Is there something we need to revisit as an item for City Hall in general, not necessarily for the police department, but you brought up good points for the corridors that the corridor's still not suitable for. Honestly, it's not. Could we do something like that for investigation, budget, next long-range plan? Because it is just, it's valuable real estate that's not being utilized appropriately right now, is the way I look at it.
Sorry, quick question.
Yeah, sure.
Chief, do you anticipate when, I think you said 2027 is when we're up for next for review?
Correct, yeah, we should have, we'll be applying early spring of 2027, and we should have probably accreditors on site, I would say, April or May of 27.
With these changes implemented, do you anticipate any issues?
No, I don't. This is, we've come farther in the last year than we have in the previous years. Our last accreditation, they were pretty hard on us in their report based on the fact that nothing had been done at that point.
Right.
But with the security walls going up, with the architect being hired, and we're moving forward and money budgeted for construction, I think we should be fine.
All right, thank you.
I had one comment, sort of question, but I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. If we build the Sally Port and we put in the carport, we're going to reduce the number of parking spaces back there. I wonder whether that area ought to be open to the public the way it is now, and whether a space or two or three in front of City Hall ought to be designated for people coming to City Hall for business. I don't think the general public is even aware that the parking exists in the rear. Most people coming to pay a water bill or whatever tax bill are just finding parking on the street. We also have boards that meet in the evening, and they end up having to go into the parking decks. So whether we make them permanently set aside spaces or we put bags on the meters for things, I think we ought to be maybe consider shutting down the back maybe for security purposes and for parking for you guys and even us when we come versus the public. So just a suggestion. Any comments from the public?
David Bloom. I have a question about the Y building that we own, the former YMCA. So could there be space in there for wellness, for weight room, for police, for fire, maybe city staff?
That's an interesting idea.
If there's any extra space there, and then they wouldn't need to build out that other space, and it'd also be closer to the station?
That's a good idea. I would suggest that the city administration consider that. Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Commissioner Host.
Mr. Mayor, I really liked your comment about the parking. I really like the idea of having an awning over the cars, because an emergency, you don't have enough time to clean it off. The same way shutting off the back end. This all makes sense.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody online? Raise your hand. Online, see none. Thank you very much, Chief Crewy. We're on to parking. Mr. Ford.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'm going to start off by just kind of touching base on our ongoing comprehensive repair project. Obviously, as most people know, we've been underway with a repair project at all 5 garages. for a number of years now. The scope has changed since they originally changed, but what we've outlined here is kind of the garage, the remaining estimated repairs, and the kind of the time frame of when these are supposed to occur. As the commission probably is aware, we've completed most of the long-term repairs at the Chester Garage. What still does remain at the Chester Garage, though, are some of the BCT design elements. And included that was like the LED lights, signage, murals, so some of the more aesthetic portions of it. And our intent is that this will happen, this will happen this coming fiscal year. We're estimating about approximately $3.1 million that this will cost. Again, these are estimated numbers, and most of this cost is going to be the installation of the LED lights. The next garage to go, so we're working with WJE, would be the Peabody Garage, and our intent that'll be coming up this spring. And well, we're going to try to do lessons learned from Chester Garage, where we didn't really incorporate BCT's design elements until we had already launched the concrete waterproofing repair portions. So now as we progress to these other garages, we're going to make them all inclusive. So when we break ground on the repairs and when we finish, all elements will be completed at once. So the Peabody Garage would be the first one of those. So again, you're going to see the concrete, structural repairs, but then this would also include, you know, the painting of the walls, the installation LED lights, the new signage, any of the wayfinding elements, blade signs, updated count signs, updated digital count signs you see on the outside. So when we finish, the general public should see a fully refurbished garage, so to speak. Old Woodward, if you may or may not recall, we actually already completed the concrete and waterproofing structural repairs back in 2021, 2022. So similar to Chester, the only thing that really remains on this garage are the aesthetic design elements. So similar to Chester, you'll see there's only 3.175 left. Again, most of that is probably going to be the LED lights. And then you see the Pierce Garage and then Park Garage. And the reason Park Garage is so much more expensive is we are aware that the facade is going to need to be replaced. So there's funds allocated for that. So the total estimated remaining cost, and again, this is, I stress estimated, is $32.82 million. The fund balance as of June, the ending of our last fiscal cycle, June 30th of 25, was $42 million. And when we think by the time this whole entire repair project is over, we should have about $28 million left in the APS fund balance.
Before you switch that slide, you're indicating that North Old Woodward and Pierce would be done in the current fiscal year. We are in 26-27, correct?
No, we're in 25-26.
Right. Okay, so you're indicating that in the July to June, whatever, North Old Woodward and Pierce would be done?
In that fiscal cycle, that a PO would be executed in that fiscal year.
Not necessarily completed.
Yeah, the work wouldn't necessarily be completed, but we'll have an executed purchase order, so the funds would fall within that fiscal year.
I would just point out, Chester and Peabody are the newest decks. They're the least likely to be redeveloped at all. We've already had back in 2019, the effort to redevelop North Old Woodward. When we talk about public-private partnerships, the property, at least in my mind, and I think in some other commissioners' minds, that might be ripe for redevelopment and certainly for increased parking capacity would be North Old Woodward, Pierce, and Park. And so while it's certainly informative and reasonable to present these numbers now, I think we need to keep that in mind, that we may end up deciding, or somebody might come along who wants to redevelop, for example, the North Old Woodward area, as we already planned once, but they come along with a program that's a little bit more beneficial to Birmingham. And so we just ought to keep that in mind.
Sure. And again,
And if you could, as we go forward, focus on this next coming year of the, just to move things along.
Yeah.
Of the things you're planning to do. And,
Yep. Yeah, I just wanted to.
and I know we're all very excited to hear about your proposals for Peabody. So.
Yeah. So just again, to touch briefly, I'll be quick. Here's just some photos of what's been completed already at Chester. I know when we went through this project, you would stress that it's kind of hard to approve BCT's designs without seeing what you were getting. Again, a lot of the big stuff hasn't been completed yet, but again, you can see some of the painting, the accent paint here at Chester. The arrows, the traffic topping, the white ceilings. Again, I understand this is very low-hanging fruit. It doesn't include the signs of the lights and stuff.
Have you gotten any feedback from users about the improvements at Chester?
We actually have finally gotten some feedback about the parking spaces, and we have gotten feedback about the white paint. So people have noticed that the parking spaces are bigger. So that's a win.
That's a win.
And
well, I will note that some years back, 2018, we did a survey, and the users were not happy.
Yeah.
So maybe, maybe we do a small survey, informal, see if their attitudes have improved. Go on, sorry.
Yep. No. So kind of the bigger one is the Peabody parking garage potential for vertical expansion. So included in the original plans for the Peabody garage, it had actually taken into account the potential for vertical expansion. So we don't actually even need to go out for a feasibility study. So we can kind of go out and, I guess what I'm looking for is to solicit services, architectural services for conceptual designs, not a full-on design, but conceptual signs where we would hire a firm. They'd assess the garage, what it would cost to go up 2 to 3 floors. They'd actually tell us how many parking spaces would be added, all the different components, the fire, life, safety. They'd present 2 to 3 conceptual designs for the commission to review to see if this is something that would interest the commission. As I'm sure you're aware, the whole Brown Street, Old Woodward intersection, that area is probably our most dense area as far as parking. It's where we have the most parking demand. So the ability to, obviously, if we were to ever want to build a new parking structure or say demo an existing parking garage and build up, it's really tough because where do we put those cars? We have enough, we have so many vehicles parking right now, we don't have the capacity to offset relocating these cars. So if you close the Peabody garage and you disseminated those cars to other garages, we don't really have enough space right now to offset that during the year and a half it would take to build a new garage. So the ability to actually add on to Peabody is very appealing, especially considering it's in one of the most popular areas of parking. The preliminary cost to hire an architectural firm is anywhere from about $75,000 to about $150,000 for them to do the conceptual designs. So this is something I'd like to consider. The other location would be the Pierce Garage. It has the potential for expansion. WJE, our current engineering firm, has stressed that would definitely need to go through a feasibility study and is definitely not high on their list of things to recommend. They would definitely be more supportive of expansion at Peabody versus Pierce. Not to say that we can't, but there's just some other factors and would definitely have to go through a feasibility study first.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt for questions because this is really important. Is that all you have to say about Peabody right now?
For the most part.
Okay, questions about Peabody? Commissioner Host.
Other than Pierce deck, what other decks are feasibly,
These are the only two. These are the only two that have the capabilities for expansion.
That's what I thought.
Commissioner Haig.
How many incremental parking spots are you anticipating per floor?
About 90.
Per floor or total?
Per floor, about 50. So we might get another 150 spaces potentially.
Have you spoken to WJE?
Yes.
On this? And did they give you an idea of how long it might take once we had a design and started construction?
No, because they recommended that we'd probably go out to an actual architectural firm and hire to have those designs done. So they did not get into it, other than that they confirmed that we could skip a feasibility study and that the blueprints did call for this.
And they said 2 to 3, not 4?
Correct. Three was the max that the original loaded.
Okay, so if we went 3, we could do 150 more.
Approximately.
And how many are in there now?
457.
Okay. Questions? More questions? Go on.
Was this an organic idea, or did somebody ask for it? Because
No,
that smells like someone fishing.
No, once we found out that the original blueprints called for the allocated for the additional for 3.
Can you explain what you mean by smells like someone fishing? I don't understand that.
Smells like someone sniffing out a public-private partnership for private parking opportunities.
Oh.
No, this was between.
As far as we know,
You're
we
talking
haven't been
about-
approached by anybody to add on to the
Okay,
Peabody deck.
maybe I'm just suspicious.
Why would they,
At least, not that I know
what
of or
the
you know
private
of.
component would be? What would the private component be?
I'll tell you outside.
Okay.
No, this was strictly
And
a
are
conversation.
the costs of adding on roughly the same as new build? What we've heard, $25,000, $30,000 per space?
A quick search was 15 to 20 million. But again, a conceptual design, going to an architect, that would be included in their services, providing that.
And then would we,
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
this might be more of a Janet question, would we do a special assessment for that? Like we did a special assessment for the initial parking structure constructions.
We would have to
Would we pay
talk
for this
about that,
expansion
but
with a special assessment as well?
it's possible, yes. If we did that, we would have to create a parking assessment district again and create a
Oh,
new
here we
formula
go.
and go out, and so it's a whole thing. Could we do it? Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't cover the full cost. It never
No,
has.
it doesn't cover the full cost.
No, but I mean,
Right.
15 million is a lot of money, and there is positive externalities for the surrounding properties, so.
Sure. You have more? Any other questions about Peabody specifically? Do you have more?
The only other topic I was going to touch base on, I had previously brought up to you, or I think it was a staff report. We talked about the evening parking program. So we do currently have an evening parking pass program that we present to the public. It is used, but we feel it is underutilized. Right now, it's the hours that you can use the evening program are 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. the following day, and it's only a $20 discount from the cost of the full monthly. We've talked to Erica from the BSD. She's had, the BSD has put out a survey specific to the evening parking program, done some outreach to restaurants and some other businesses that would utilize that. And the feedback that we got is 4 p.m. is too late. Most of their staff are starting their shifts at 3 o'clock. So it's kind of missing that window, and that the $20 discount really isn't enough for them to warrant going someplace else and trying to park, on the street or in the neighborhood, that type of thing. So working with the APC to consider adjusting the hours to make it valid a little bit earlier, and maybe do a little larger increase in the rate, discounted rate offered, and hopefully to drive interest, and also show that we're trying to work with the businesses and offer a parking program that might be a little bit more cost-effective to their colleagues.
One of the ideas that I also floated was to have a designated area for those folks, so up on the top of the structure, right? We're giving them a discount, but we're not having them park on the first level or the second level where we've got people that are paying, the full rack rate. But a designated part on the top of say, a Pierce or anything else, and that's where they park, and then discount it further.
I'm concerned about pricing. And just, I mean, you can look at it from a lot of different points of view. If you look at it compared with what someone pays to park in downtown Detroit, I think you'll find that we're like 1/3 to 1/2 the cost. So there's market rate, there's need. When you look at your table here, you say projected post-program balance following 28 million. Like, oh, wow, that's a lot of money. Well, it's not if we decide to put 3 floors onto Peabody. Sure. And that may not be enough. That may relieve some pressure in that part of town. So I personally encourage you to look at pricing more carefully and the reserves that we're going to require and think about increasing prices. Yes.
What are the limitations on the use of proceeds from parking? Are they limited to
parking?
Parking. It's
Parking,
limited to. See, I don't think a lot of people necessarily understand that we can't just take that and buy sewers.
No, we can't buy sewers.
No. Right? Like.
However,
Okay.
And please correct me if I'm wrong, but Mary did a report for us some years ago. It must remain in the parking system, but the parking system is parking throughout the city. So wherever you have a parking meter, that's parking, right? What about places
meter, yes.
where there's parking with no meter?
That is not part of what we consider our public parking system. It's only where there's meters or decks.
Paid parking is kind of what
Yeah.
it's centered on.
Although there could be a legal opinion sought as to whether parking that is unmetered might qualify as being part of the parking
So
system.
we can dive
right?
into that more, but
Right.
as far as what they're commenting is it's user fee has to be used for the
Right.
users. Parking.
Right.
But we
So-
could add more paid parking.
That's right.
We
And it
could.
could be very inexpensive. And you put paid parking on a street, and now, if you need to pave that, right?
That's why I asked.
Well, that's where it gets a little.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we
not
have to-
paving.
we-
No, it's not direct use, but
I think
the
that's,
street adjacency is not parking required.
I'm talking about the part of the street that's used for parking.
the portion of the street that's used for parking.
Right. Right. Which in some cases is 50% of the street. Okay, anyway, it's something that should be looked
That
into.
gets a little dicey, but we can look into it.
Yep.
To your point about the rates, perhaps we need to look again at the 2 hours free. Because if it was 1 hour free, there's an incremental revenue for those 1 hour for everything that goes in there that we could potentially have, because we hear an awful lot about, I can't park 3 feet away from where I want to go. Okay, well, you can't park 3 feet, but we give you decks and decks and decks, none of which are full right now, at any time, I believe.
Not true.
No, they're now full at midday?
Occasionally.
Occasionally,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so we have some that are sometimes full, but we do have buffer in the system still. It's a conditioning.
It's behavior.
Yeah.
Right. I think your point is, let's look at pricing. That was my point. And
I will say we are currently looking at rate increases. This is an ongoing conversation. And I think what we're trying to just make sure is we're sensitive, because a lot of the feedback that we get from the public, from businesses, the general public, is parking is obviously a pain point of a lot of the complaints that the city gets, whether it's a wide variety. Sometimes I think it kind of contradicts itself, but parking is a hot topic, right? And the rate always seems to be somewhere in there, and it always seems to be, it's too expensive. So I think we're trying to be sensitive to increasing rates, but do it strategically. So as we're doing these parking garage repairs, when we finish a garage, maybe we implement a rate increase that coincides with the garage repair. So when the Chester garage finishes, maybe we increase monthly parking there. So when they're done, they see the new paint, they see the LED lights, they see the murals. It looks like a newer garage, and they understand what their money went to. Rather than doing a comprehensive rate increase across the board, that might generate a lot of pushback from the community. It's strategic, so we increase the rates where it impacts them, and they see what they're getting out of that rate increase. So I agree with you, we should be doing the rate increases 100%, but I think rather than just doing let's go across the board and touch everything, that will probably stir the pot with a lot of people. Let's show the public what they're getting out of these rate increases. Let's tie it to it.
Yes, and we don't even increase along with inflation. So, and nobody likes increased prices.
Right.
No, you're never going to get people to say, go ahead,
investing a lot
increase
into the
my
parking
price.
system.
And increase penalties.
Right.
But to your point, we're investing a lot into the parking system, and we do need to pay for that. And while we do have a healthy fund balance, if you have a project like the Peabody Garage expansion, if that moves forward or something else comes along, we might have a need, and obviously parking garages are expensive, so you can easily spend that.
Great. Any other comments, Commissioner Host?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I like that you mentioned that it's triple the cost downtown. It's only double the cost monthly at Midtown.
Members of the public, Mr. Bloom.
Hi, David Bloom. I've been asking some questions, and I've looked through the information that was provided today for the packet for the parking, and also in the city manager's report for Monday night. There's some good parking information, too. And when I looked at that report yesterday, my takeaway was that we're bringing in about $11 million a year in the parking system. Parking expenses for the city to maintain that system are $5.5 million, and that's leaving about $6 million a year left for other things to go into the parking fund. So basically, the system is generating $6 million a year, and half of the fund balance in there, or a little bit more than that, is slated to go into improvements. What I don't understand from looking at those improvements is, what will that do for the longevity of the decks? I think we need some kind of long-term plan that you can all see and we can all see, showing, okay, we're investing this money, how long will this money last? When do we have to put more money in? Because it's not clear to me that we have enough money in the parking fund right now. We could be insolvent and we don't even know it. If you look at doing a new deck is going to be $40 to $60 or $70 million, depending if you're putting underground spaces in or not. And I was talking during the break with Mr. Clemens, and he said that we would bond for that. So he thinks that we've got enough money in the system that it's solvent. I'm not sure about that, and I think that that's something that we could ask Plant Moran or someone to go look into and look at long-term depreciation tables and things like that to figure out, do we have enough money? Because it's not clear to me that we do. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to point out, while there may be a need for more money in the future, the system is not and is not projected to be insolvent. So that word, insolvency, it doesn't apply here.
It's not clear to me as a resident and looking at those numbers if there's enough money in there to cover our needs long term.
Thank you. I happen to agree with you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ford. Moving right along. Lunch recess. I'm going to pass on that.
Check. That felt good.
Picked up some time there.
IT, Mr. Brown.
Already handled. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, and Commissioners. I'm Eric Brunk. I'm the IT Director here for the city. And today I'd like to talk with you about IT infrastructure, security, and AI. Doing multiple things here, so bear with me. So we've seen this phases of technology lifecycle before. I touched on this last year when we did all of the PCs. This year, I want to take a look at infrastructure. It's the same life cycle for infrastructure, basically any of the technology that we have in place. We plan, design, we deploy, integrate, we manage and support what's there, optimize or retire and continue. This year, we are going to be focusing on our wireless access points throughout the city. Most of that equipment is 10 years old or older. It is no longer supported by Cisco. We are currently paying for external support by a third-party company that will handle any issues that we have with the equipment. It costs every year, and we're looking at if we replace the equipment, we can cut down on those costs overall. What we would like to work towards, and the rest of our infrastructure, is Ruckus. This slide gives you sort of a comparison to what Cisco currently has in place and what the Ruckus equivalent is, and most of the equipment is identical or better. So rather than going out to an RFP to have a number of different vendors give us design, we would like to continue the design with what we currently have in place for the rest of our network infrastructure and move to a Ruckus system. Also, we have a number of software packages that are no longer feasible. BSA software, which is our current ERP, has got about a 5-year sunset on their on-prem software, which means they're going to be forcing us to go to an in the cloud software. Right now, from all of the municipalities that have gone to their in-cloud software, we've heard nothing but horror stories. So we would like to, over the next 5 years, review other possibilities to look at replacing BSA software with something else, or continue to monitor their cloud-based software to see if they actually work out the bugs and get us to a point where it might be viable for the city. Also, our current office technology for the Office Suite from Microsoft is 2016. That is no longer being supported. So we're looking to replace that with the version of 2024 rather than Office 365. 365 is a subscription service, whereas Office 2024 is, again, more of a permanent license, so that we're not incurring a monthly or yearly cost for support. And the last one that we really have to look at is Adobe Acrobat. We currently have both 2017 and 2020 versions. The 2017 is no longer being supported, so we're looking at 2024, which is the latest version out. So moving on from that into security. With the fact that AI has become prevalent, the bad actors that are out there are starting to use it to increase the sophistication of their attacks. Attacks today look almost identical to valid emails and valid websites and valid connections that are coming in. So to that fact, we have implemented AI cybersecurity to monitor our data traffic, both on the network and on our PCs. We also monitor any of our attack surfaces, which are anything that's facing the internet. Since we've implemented this past year, we've handled at least 1.3 petabytes of traffic that's both incoming and outgoing, which is a lot of stuff to watch. And the fact that we're using AI to do it greatly increases the ability to catch these connections. Our cyber AI investigations, this past year, we've had 9,111 investigations done by our cyber AI system. That has narrowed down the total number of investigations to about 240 that were actually deemed as incidents. The AI is running 24/7, 365, and it does help to take off the massive load of investigations from the IT staff. The sophisticated monitoring and automatic response that AI gives us has helped to curb malware actions. This gives us sort of a breakdown of what kind of incidences we have seen of those 240 actual incidents. Of that, 104 were attempted systems trying to attempt to be administrators on the network. 80 of them were trying to be a central jump-off point. It's what is called establishing a foothold. 27 were trying to extract user data from our network to use it externally. 12 were machine-to-machine lateral movement, which means they're trying to infect other machines around them. And 4 were scanning the network for vulnerable machines. So the just getting to that portion out of the 9,111 makes our life a lot easier here in IT. We have collaboration between all of the AI components we have in place. With the addition of the AI learning, it has made the network a lot safer. In January and February, there was an increase in incidences. We started incorporating collaboration in March, and by April we had incorporated email as well. So you can see that the number of incidences that were reported have gone down because they've been grabbed by the AI and other security features of our network. We have autonomous response firewall actions. So our AI system actually links with our firewall as well to help stop threats before they even come into the network. So as the system is seeing network threats, it's reporting to the firewall what it is seeing that the firewall is letting it through, and it's allowing the firewall itself to help tighten its security to stop incidents from occurring. The numbers there, top 1044 is malware websites that systems are trying to connect to. The 59 number is multiple events happening on a machine. The 41 is major changes that the system is seeing. The 27 is file transfers, and well, the first 27 is file transfers, and the second 27 is machines that are not acting as the system deems they should be acting. Again, this is all being done by AI in the background with reports to the IT department. We also have implemented the last line of defense, which is our Darktrace endpoint. That is actually on the PCs in the building and for those laptops that leave the building. It does the same, performs the same actions as our in-network monitoring to make sure that we're not catching something from outside and bringing it back. And those numbers correspond to what we just discussed on the previous slide. The last piece that we have implemented, like I said earlier, was we implemented AI email monitoring earlier this year. Since the installation, our total mail that has been checked, both inbound and outbound, our inbound checks have been 754,797 emails, and our outbound has been 129,610 emails. All monitored by AI and reported on. The first slide, this slide here, is the messages that have been held not delivered to mailboxes. The system does report on anything that it holds so that our end users can see if there was something that was caught that shouldn't have been, so they can release it. Other than that, it has held a lot of malware messages that could have been significantly impacting our network. And the gray and red one are graph is the number of messages that have been selected by the system and put into junk mail. Again, the system does report on any actions that it takes so that we can make sure we're not missing something. That was an issue that we had with the Google reporting and quarantine was Google was not allowing us to see what it was grabbing. So messages that were being grabbed incorrectly were not being reported. So we didn't know that there was something out there that we needed to look at until somebody contacted us and said, hey, I sent you an email, why haven't you responded? Our dark trace email threat breakdown, this sheet gives us sort of an idea of the types of email messages that it has been capturing and taking care of. We've had phishing links, solicitations, user impersonation, which is the big one that everybody sees, that you get an email message coming from somebody you know, but it's not from somebody you know. There's credential harvesting, so the systems are trying to trick you into giving them your credentials so that they can then become you. Malware, ransomware, internal IT impersonation, forged addresses, payment scares. There's a wide variety of topics that are being held now by AI monitoring. And finally, AI itself. We have a number of initiatives that we've already put in place or are in the process of putting in place. One is polymorphic, which I'm sure communications will be talking about. That's one of their big projects. It's an AI chat and a phone bot that we're putting in place. Adobe Acrobat has implemented AI, and so any of the newer versions of Acrobat will have AI built into it. Zoom has AI, and we've turned that on. If you're looking on Zoom, you might see the little white diamond in the upper right-hand corner. That is AI monitoring and allowing you to interact with the Zoom meeting. Google AI Companion, Google has added AI to their Google Chrome. It is something that we are allowing. Vimeo tools have AI tools as well that are built into their product. And Microsoft Edge has Copilot, which is also being allowed on our network currently. And where do we go from there? There are a number of new AI initiatives that are being introduced. We do plan to stay on top of new introductions and emergent technologies, and we will review and implement what makes sense for the city. And with that, I am open to any questions.
Excellent. Very thorough report. Thank you. Any questions? I have
a hopefully a quick one. On page 127, AI instances thwarted. So these are all things that we stop from happening. But for something like privilege escalation or extract user data, does that mean like some malicious actor was in our network and then they tried to become an admin and we said, whoa, what is this person doing, tried to become an admin, and we stopped them at that point? Or, I'm trying to figure out what did people act, like this is what we stopped, and I'm curious about what didn't we stop, what actually got through?
This is all of the things that have been stopped or reviewed as it's coming through. So the firewall may have let it through, but the dark trace network evaluator, which runs on AI, had stopped it. So there were maybe a handful of things that got through the original firewall, but dark trace AI stopped and reported on it, and then uploaded that information to the firewall so that the firewall became more intelligent to stop it before it comes in, which is why when you look at this one, our anomalous behaviors have gone down since the beginning of the year.
Okay.
Other questions? Question from the public? Online? Seeing none? Thank you very much, Mr. Brunk.
You guys have a great day.
You too. Moving right along, we are at the clerk's office. Ms. Bingham.
Yes, good afternoon. In respect to the fact that we're running far behind, I will be brief. Elections, everything should be staying status quo as far as the polling locations and map. If there's any changes to legislation that affect election dates, obviously I'll keep you informed as those things come about. The biggest thing for elections that you'll see in the budget, which started in the capital improvement forecasting last year, was the voting equipment. We're now in a routine with tenure contracts that the state handles, and then the county makes a county level decision on what equipment to get. We just have to be prepared to spend the money to have the equipment that we must have. So that's it for the voting.
How many machines must we have?
We must have a tabulator and a touch writer for each precinct, so there's 10 machines there. And then we must have a touch writer for City Hall in case someone comes to City Hall wanting to vote an absentee ballot with the assisted device. So there's 11. Then we must have a couple of spares, and then we must have enough for the absentee counting board, which should be at least 2 machines, and then a couple backup machines in case a machine goes down on election day. I can deploy a spare.
So, a couple $100,000-ish?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And it's about $10,000 per machine.
Right, that's what you showed there.
Yes.
Just didn't have it.
Software, Eric mentioned that we are concerned about BSNA. As you've seen over the years with the clerk's office, we've implemented the FOIA software, we've implemented the meeting management software, especially with BSNA, the big pieces that the clerk's office touches is cemetery management, business licenses, pet licenses. Those are the applications that we use heavily. So if we're not happy with the BSNA solution, we're going to be doing the same process that we did for picking the meeting management software, where we create a rubric. These are our goals for the software. Then we figure out the best vendors. Then we demo all the vendors, evaluate the price and features that are offered, and try to pick the software that's the best bang for the buck.
Could you, in a nutshell, tell us about BSNA? Like, I've just heard it all these years. I don't even know.
Eric knows more about it than I do.
I can, it's basically, it's our internal operating software. This is probably not an IT word, these are layperson's terms.
Yeah, that's what I
We have different functions, we have building department, we have, engineering, we
So it
have
does all that.
permits and
What's wrong with
licenses,
it?
finances, it does timesheets and payroll and all of those things, accounts payable.
What's the problem with it? Is it obsolete?
They're changing the system, and they're going to change it, and they're taking it from the software into a cloud-based
Right,
system.
on-site software to cloud within 5 years.
Which apparently, when they've transitioned it over, it's been a nightmare for the communities that have transferred over to the
Cloud so far.
the cloud-based system.
Okay.
And this is a
And we
thing
are
that
not,
we,
even though I just called it up and was able to get all sorts of property records and tax records on anybody in
Right.
town.
well, it depends what you're looking in. You may be in ArcGIS.
No, I'm looking at BSNA.
Okay. But basically, we go through this every so often. I want to say it was about 15 years ago, our previous internal software system was called HTE, and we had to transition over to BSNA, which was supposed to be the greatest at the time. And now we're looking at what are the other options, and is there a better way to do it?
What does BSNA stand for?
We have a lot of different acronyms.
I was going to say, I'm not answering
Of the original company, and I don't have it in front of me, so I can't give the actual breakdown.
We have
It
a
is
lot of names.
The members of the company that created the company. That company has been bought out by a venture capital company, so we no longer get the support we used to get, and they are, like I said, they are getting ready to get rid of any on-prem solutions because it costs too much for them to support it, and they're going to go to a cloud-based solution which doesn't have all of the bells and whistles that we currently have. And it is currently integrated into pretty much every department. And what we've found so far is there isn't really anybody else that covers all of the components that BSNA covers. So we are going to be doing, that's why I said we wanted to get started doing this because it's going to take us some time, and we need to actually take a look and find out what we can find that will do what BSNA does And at the same time, keep an eye on BSNA to see if they actually get their act together and get things working the way it should be, like their on-prem software. And their on-prem software is not the greatest thing either. It does everything. It doesn't always do everything well, but it does everything. And that's the problem that we're going to be running into.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Okay, the other big thing for clerks is record retention, and as we've been talking about all these softwares that we're implementing or considering implementing, the clerk's office is doing a big push on making sure that, including in with those software considerations, that we're building in our retention considerations, and then we'll be looking at the state templates, meeting with departments to update our most recently approved retention schedule that was approved in 2008. There's quite a process, and that's collaborative with the state Department of, I think, Records Management and Budget, DTMB. I'm not sure that acronym. Again, there's a lot of acronyms. DTMB. We would have to approve a schedule, but they would also have to approve it. And once we have the blessing from the DTMB, we can do that as well. We have a lot of things on the state template schedules that we're using that just haven't been built into our current 2008 schedule because our 2008 schedule is a bit outdated. So making sure across city, all departments, more education on record retention, better record retention practices, especially with digital retention. It's very easy to save things digitally and then not realize the impact because it's out of sight, out of mind, versus our physical files, you see them taking up space in your office every day. So making sure that the clerk's office is helping all departments with best practices in record retention. That's another long-term goal for us. And of course, if there's any software that will help us support it, we're going to do that as well. And in record retention and things like that, another little plug about sustainability. We have 2 out of 7 commissioners using digital packets. I would like to get more commissioners on board with digital packets. So in a little bit, we'll be having some more information about the board portal part of the Civic Plus software that we're implementing and the note-taking features in it, but we'll have some guidance coming to you, and then I'll be available for training for you guys to help you in case you are ready to take the leap into being more sustainable and using digital packets. And that's clerk's office.
Any questions, comments, public, in the house, in the cyberspace? No one? Thank you.
Thank you.
We are moving to the building department. Mr. Zilke. Building and facilities.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. I would say Jana when she gets back. Tracy, welcome. Jeff Zilke, building official. I'm here with John Galick. We're going here to talk about the building and facility departments. What we're doing, we're continuing on the proactive approach, sustainability online. And through the success of the renovation of our inspector room, that just recently got done, got rid of a lot of the paperwork, and the vision, that was the vision from our former building official, Bruce Johnson. And moving forward, we want to take the community development with collaboration with planning and engineering, collaborate together and make this a more efficient, update the work environment, reduce further paper, that extra push going to sustainability to get rid of all the paperwork and, maximize the limited space, and improve the energy efficiency in the area. The vision of this is to improve the professionalism, improve public perception, enhance organization and workflow, and also increase the efficiency and accountability. And it's also in our goals is to reduce the clutter, hopefully it lowers stress and distractions, improve employee morale, and promotes retention and attracts more employees. And if you've got any other questions, as you can kind of see, this, let me zoom in a little bit. In this photo, this is the way the old inspector room looked. I don't know if anybody had the pleasure to walk back there. And in the recent renovation, all the upper cabinets are gone. Everything's digitally online. It's moving forward to the technology and putting the push to go everything online. And that's our goal to move forward even with the the outside area into the community development area.
And giving people a lot more working space.
People and dogs.
Yes, you gotta have a friendly environment, right? And from there, I'd like to turn it over to John Galick to talk about the facilities.
Hi, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Commission, Janet, Tracy. I'm John Galick, the superintendent of our historical building, for those of you that don't know me. At last year's, I led with a little bit about access control and security in this building, touching on what Scott Gruey spoke about. And at that time, we were in the beginning of the early design phase of that project. We didn't know what the walls and doors were going to look like. We didn't even have a builder yet. So now that it's complete, I'd just like to say that I'm very pleased with how it all turned out. It's come out great. There was a lot of challenges, but I hope you're all pleased with it too. It was quite a process. There were some pitfalls along the way, but our builder, LGK, did an amazing job. It was a labor of love for him and his sons, and they really did top-notch work with the woodworking, and there was a lot of issues with supply chain and the hardware matching properly or whatever, but I've had amazing compliments, including people have come through the building and were surprised that it was actually even added on to the building. They thought it was there all along, so I think that speaks volumes to how well the job he did. So moving on to the slides, we began this long-range plan in an effort to begin shifting our facility management of the City Hall building to a more proactive and preventative maintenance model as opposed to a reactive maintenance. Waiting for something to break and scrambling to fix it is not a great way to operate. You wouldn't drive your car till the wheel fell off and then try to figure out a way to put the wheel back on. We're trying to get out ahead of things here. So it's a 100-year-old building, almost. We got a couple years left. But there's some challenges here, and there's been a lot of things through the years that have been done that we're trying to sort out. So with that, we've been in discussions with a few well-respected engineering firms on the best way to achieve our goal and bring this building up to a more modern era and with sustainability in mind and efficiency. So it all begins with an objective assessment of our current equipment, which you can see in some of these pictures. We have some very aged equipment in here. In these discussions, they've also brought up some other interesting ideas, some software solutions. We don't have a maintenance management software in here. We just utilize an email and phone calls to me, pretty much, when something breaks. So that's something that I'd like to look into implementing. We've had some discussions about that. And as well as we're looking to upgrade our HVAC controls. I control from this building, I control this building and also the Baldwin Public Library from the same outdated control software. So we're looking to upgrade that, and there are some add-ons to HVAC controls that can help you with efficiency, monitoring and reporting of system downs and things like that. So we're looking into that as well. It can also, analyze energy usage, and it can monitor what your VFD drives are doing and how much energy that's drawing, and when we can look at nightly setbacks and things like that. But we've done some studies in the past with consumers and DTE, and the conclusions we've come to is the challenges in this building. It's a brick building with no insulation that's almost 100 years old. So there's things like we can't do typical modern day building things where we set back late at night because the building won't catch up. In extreme cold like we have now, I've had to run this system continuously at like it's been fully occupied for the last 4 days just to stay out ahead of sub-zero temperatures. Some of the design limitations we have here. So at any rate, we've looked into these assessment reports, and once they're completed, we'll have a catalog of our current equipment that will include each component's condition and projected operational life expectancy. And the goal here is this will not only provide us with a very useful roadmap for prioritizing and forecasting our budgets in the future, but it will also help us begin this shift to a preventative maintenance model. So we can get out ahead of some of this stuff and not fix it as it breaks. So go over my notes here. I think that's about all I have. So I'm pleased to report that the facilities long-range plan that we began under former building official Bruce Johnson is progressing nicely with these assessments getting underway. So, and the hope here is, one other thing I wanted to say, since all things kind of begin here in City Hall, is that we can use this model and move it to some of our other city properties, such as the Baldwin Library, or perhaps even 400 Lincoln, however that may end up. So that's the hope here. We start here and move it through the rest of our properties. So with that, unless you have anything else to add, Jeff, I'll open it to questions from the commission.
Commissioner Host.
This is for Jeff. How many code enforcement officers do you have?
I'm going to say we have 4.
Okay, how many are contract versus? So
One
you
is
have
contract.
3 full-time code
They're
enforcement?
part-time. They got offset shifts. We got 3 part-time guys, 1 full-time, and 1 is contracted that is here full-time.
Okay, would you prefer to have all full-time? Where I'm headed is when we have part-time employees, chances are they interpret the ordinances differently among themselves, and you run the risk of maybe graft.
I know with the 3 part-time fellows that have been here, they're all former police officers, so they've been in the city for several years.
Oh, boy.
They understand the city in itself and the ordinances, so to answer that question, I don't really have an issue with it. Bring somebody in to understand, and I know our zoning ordinance it's a lot to take in, to teach somebody to be all in tune with what the part-time guys have. I think I take the part-time guys as they sit in code enforcement.
Well, I feel better already knowing that they're, former police people. But would you prefer to have more of a permanent staff? I mean, how many part-time people do you employ?
I'm going to say code enforcement, we've got 3 part-time. In the building department, we do have some contract inspectors. Recently, we have a electrical inspector that is contracted, but our full-time electrical inspector moved on. Wish him well. As soon as I got word that he was moving on, I reached out to our McKenna as our contract services to make sure that there's a smooth transition in the day he departed. And we have interviews starting on Monday to replace that full-time person to move forward. So I know plumbing and mechanicals are part-time. They are contracted. That's always been a challenge to fill those spots. And I know we're not the only jurisdiction. I'm a member of Oakland County Building Officials. It's a constant talk of like, how do you fill plumbing? How do you fill mechanical? And going to some of these other organizations, I'm going to say I'm one of the young guys, and I don't feel so young anymore, but it's just trying to find somebody that fills that spot, and it's like, what does it intrigue? A lot of people that are in plumbing and mechanical, the younger guys that are in it, they're not ready to get out of the field to jump on this side of the tracks. And I was at that point once in my life, too.
Jenna.
And I just have one comment. You talked about the code enforcement officers, and would it be better to go from part-time to full-time? And is there turnover and all of that? I'll say that we are so lucky on the code enforcement side because we do get a lot of our ex-police officers. And police officers retire at 50. And then they come here and they work as code enforcement officers for 20, 30 years. So it's pretty good.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm more or less asking, do you feel that your department can handle the onslaught of the new builds, so to speak?
A new build, yes. I mean, even with the contract one, so some of with the contract through McKenna, we have 320 Martin, Fred Lavery, we got the Vault, which is down the old Blooms or Blossoms, and then Invest Wise, which is sounds like it's coming up in the spring. From my understanding, they're like to break ground in the spring, which is at Quarton and Woodward. And then I know also Macintosh Sports is going to do a facelift to their building, which looks like it's probably maybe going in the spring. So there's going to be a lot of movement going on, and we can actually fill that with the McKenna guys and also our own staff that is full time and be able to maintain it. once those projects go away, then, we get back down on some of the contract.
Additional questions, comments? Anyone from the public? We had talked about service standards.
Contractor myself, they come in the city, time is money. And the faster something gets to them, people are back working.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. We can move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kraft is online. Rebecca, library, Baldwin?
Hi, everyone. I am Rebecca Kraft, Director of the Baldwin Library. And recently, last fall, we passed our strategic plan. And so I have an overview of that on your slides, which I won't go into detail for everyone because I know that we're running a little late today. But I do want to point out our collections and services. One major thing we want to be spending money on is improving technology infrastructure to support our programs and services. So that's something that you'll see in future budgets in the next 3 years. And then facility, we want to continue to maintain the building and make upgrades to make it easier to use and make safety improvements. And then for marketing and communications, we're going to be offering more video tutorials. We've already launched a new website that's accessible. And then we want to expand the presence of the library in the community to increase in awareness and engagement. And then personnel and organization, we want to continue to focus on supporting our staff with training and the equipment that they need to do their jobs well. And we are going to be aiming our budget to invest in these improvements. A couple of things that we're looking at doing is increasing the hours that we're open so that we can serve the public better too. So this year, we've upgraded our teen scene. We added new office furniture in our youth office. We added a walk-off carpet in the atrium, and we've got our website. We have a new mobile app that launched. Officially, the grand launch will come at the end of next week. And then coming improvements at the end of this year, we are upgrading our children's picture book shelves to make those sturdier, improving the ventilation in the Idea Lab, upgrading our network and switches throughout the building. And then we've added 2 new databases, O'Reilly Learning, that's got business, and technology learning, and then Peterson's for online test prep. And then we'll be adding shades on the north side of the youth building. And next year, I've got money to increase the collection budget, to expand our programming, and then we'll be doing a renovation, a little remodel of our lower level. That's carpet, paint, lighting, furniture, new restroom partitions. And the building that was last updated in 2007, and it's showing wear and tear, so we'll be doing that to the lower level. And then we are looking at adding protective glass coating to reduce bird strikes on the south and east windows. And our 100th anniversary is coming up in 2027, so we'll be looking to host a fundraiser for the community that year. And then in 27-28, we want to be installing a full building generator so that we can continue to open to the public, to serve the public in case of power outages. And we can assist during weather events. So we were able to open the library during extended hours, and whenever there's a power outage in town, almost every outlet in the library is full of someone charging their devices. So we're happy to help and support the community that way. We have 34,000 card holders. Last year they checked out over 600,000 items. Last year we had 1,181 programs and over 44,000 people attended those programs. So we continue to be financially stable. We're upgrading our physical plant, and we're always evaluating and improving services and offerings here. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Commissioner Hayes.
So, Rebecca, tongue-in-cheek, I'm going to challenge your vision that says the Baldwin Library will be, I would say it already is, an essential part of the community. It's not a future state, you're already there. So it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but you get where I'm getting at.
Thank you. Yep.
Commissioner Host.
Rebecca, we're all very proud of you as Michigan Librarian of the Year. Can I ask you about the generator? it will enhance when we have an emergency and you invite the people to come to the library. Is it your intention before you have the generator to continue to invite them to come in an electrical emergency?
Yes, as much as we are able. We did stay open overnight one night. That wasn't as successful, but I could see us staying up later at night. Some people enjoy staying in a warm place until, let's say, 11 or midnight, and then sleeping and then coming back early the next morning. So that's something that seems like more of what our community was asking for. The other thing, as a dog lover myself, I wish that people could bring their pets to the building and warm things up, but that's something that we need to work out with insurance causes and everything else related to that.
Well, thank you, because I think it really sends out a wonderful message to the neighborhoods and community that you invite them in.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Do you track, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Do you track the number of people come in the door?
We do.
So,
And how many
what are
people is that?
trends? Trends
It's about
on,
700 people a day.
and how, is that up, down, steady?
It has been up every year since COVID, yes.
Okay. And also cardholders checking out items, also up?
Also up, yes.
Good, congratulations.
Thank you.
I love coming to the library. It's an incredibly peaceful, comfortable place. It's just really a great public space.
I have a quick question along those lines. Rebecca, a quick question as well. Your study rooms, are they pretty much constantly full, or do you have some availability? And I'm just talking generally. I know there's certain times of the day that obviously it's going to be a different answer, but just generally?
I would say they're 90% full, and that's another thing that we want to be adding next year. We have a spot to add 2 more single-person study rooms, so that's something that we're looking at. I say to people all the time, we could have 30 study rooms, and that still wouldn't be enough. So right now we have 7, we'll have 9, and we'd love to have more.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bloom.
Hi, David Bloom. 2 comments about the library. The first is today is a perfect example, I think, or close to being a perfect example of why we want a generator in the lobby and in the library sooner rather than later. Assume we had an ice storm today and power went out and it's like freezing cold out. The library would be the only place in the community where people could go. So that's why it's not, I mean, now it can be a warming center today, but if the power goes out, we're all screwed. So I think it's really to the city, would be to the city's residents' benefit if the library can get a generator sooner. And I think it would also be to the city's benefit to try and encourage the library to do that sooner by advancing some funds for that. Because I think it's really for community emergencies to be able to have that service there. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the bird glass. The proposal that's being made is to put polka dots spaced very close together along all of the windows. I don't think there's anyone in Birmingham or anywhere else that would raise their hand and say, oh, I want to see more birds die. It's great if birds run into the windows. I don't think anyone likes that. But do we want to have polka dots all over the windows to stop that from happening? And I would say a lot of people would say they don't want that either. So the question is, do we do something as a community about it? What do we do about it? From what I understand and speaking with Rebecca, this is a $40,000 cost. This is being driven by one member of the community and some of her friends, and I'm not going to mention her name. As far as I'm aware, she's independently wealthy. If she wants this, let her pay for it herself, or at least pay for half of it, or raise the funds and donate it to the library. Even then, I still don't think we want polka-dotted windows on the library. And if you wanted to see an example of what it looks like, there is one current corner of the library that has those dots all over the windows, and you can see what it looks like, and just try and imagine what the whole building would look like with those dots there. And I don't think anyone here would look at it and say, oh yeah, I like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to comment on?
I have one real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. Rebecca, where is the example? What portion of, so we know exactly where to go to look?
Yes, it's on the southeast corner in the plaza, so close to Shane Park. And you'll see two window strips, and it's a translucent light white dots on the windows. And those are specified by scientists who have studied birds. They've shown successful at the McCormick Place in Illinois. And this will be something that the library board will have to decide whether or not they want to go forward with it. And then the planning board will have to also approve the overall look of it, because it is a city building, and we want to make sure that our operations are in line with what city policy states for buildings.
Okay. Mr. Bloom expressed what appeared to be, in some cases, facts. Are there any, were his facts accurate? Do you have any, do you need to correct?
The cost is around $40,000. We've done a survey. In the survey, there were clear pro and con camps. People were ready to spend any amount of money, or to have the library spend any amount of money to save the birds, because it's traumatic for kids to see birds on the sidewalk. And then there are people who prioritize Birmingham's roads, and they think it's ridiculous to spend money on stickers for windows. And then people who think it looks ugly. So there's a lot of strong feelings about this project.
And does the city commission have any say whatsoever in this?
I would say yes, because it's a city-owned building.
So this will be brought to us?
No, this particular ask would not come to the city commission, but it would go before the Historic District Commission, the Planning Board, the Library Board.
Planning Board?
Well, Rebecca mentioned the library or planning board, and I'm assuming because we do courtesy reviews sometimes at the different boards, because technically it only has to go to the Historic District Commission.
So Mr. Bloom has plenty of meetings to attend.
It may affect the regulations we have about translucency, so
it may.
They would look at it.
Commissioner Kolb.
Yeah, I just had one question, and Janet, correct me if I'm wrong, but the library, even if they had the generator, wouldn't be the only place citizens go. They could go to Firehouse 1 too, couldn't they?
They could.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure that's clear to the community. There's no place for them to go. If tonight we happen to have a massive power outage, we have the resources available to protect. Yeah, okay.
How many birds are we talking about per year?
That's my question, wasn't it?
We have two commissioners, Rebecca asking, how many birds are we talking about per year?
That's really hard to measure. It happens more, the deaths happen more often during migration season and spring and fall. We personally have found about 5 dead birds in the last 5 years, but bird experts say that birds hit the windows earlier in the morning, and they don't necessarily hit the window and die. They might hit the window, fly off, and die elsewhere, or there might be another animal that takes the bird away. So it's hard to tell when and how many are
Mr. Mayor, can I reword the question? You know, before you did the children's wing, wasn't it projected actuarially that the number of birds lost would be in the mid-50s yearly?
I don't remember. I don't recall that. I honestly have heard some numbers of bird productions. Yeah, but I know it's a big problem with windows. I know some cities like Toronto is very forward acting with how they protect their windows.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kraft. I don't see anyone online, so we can move along with Ms. Pilak and the museum. I think you're there.
She's on mute.
Leslie, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Leslie, you're muted.
Oh, thank you.
There we go.
Leslie Pilak, Birmingham Museum. I am happy to just quickly share with you our long-range plan for 2026. Basically, we have two priority areas for this year. Our landscape master plan, which has been in motion for several years now, still has phases 3 and 4 to be completed. Those phases actually focus on these particular objectives. So we want to improve the area around the pond and Rouge River access. We want to make sure we're incorporating sustainability objectives, and we are utilizing federal funding. A little bit more detail on those project objectives. We will be providing all of the highlighted areas as a special part of what we want to provide. So this is ADA compliance primarily, but also incorporates sustainable design. We're going to be utilizing technology. There is collaboration in the works to help us accomplish these objectives, and working with some private donors for portions of the project. And here's a visual. This is a rendering of the phase 3 effort. And phase 4, which is focuses on the pathway and access to the Rouge River overlook. The second major priority for this year, as you've probably encountered by now more than one way, is our 250th anniversary commemoration activities. So we're collaborating and assisting with citywide efforts to highlight our local history as it relates to American history. We've also expanded our museum-based programming to accomplish more of these objectives, and we're collaborating with other museums and area organizations to do a little bit more this year. Here's an example. I'm sharing with you some of the parks events that are planned this year. As you can see, there are something almost every month that will be used just through the park system to highlight our 250th. And then here are some other citywide events with other departments, some of the things that they're working on and that we're assisting with. And then the museum itself is offering a number of special events and programs. And here are a few of the things we're highlighting. Our exhibits are expanded. Especially important this year is our collaborative Michigan Indigenous Basket Arts program, which includes a couple of special events and a really fabulous exhibit that's quite unusual in a museum of our size. Some other special events that we have planned are indicated here. You can see we're collaborating with other departments, supporting what they're doing, but also utilizing their events to highlight the museum. And, our slogan is that history is everywhere. So we are trying to point that out in almost every conceivable way. So we have plans to do some updated architectural and historical walking tours, which are self-guided, but they're currently needing updated or don't exist yet. We're doing a lot with our Around Town articles. We're doing a crowdsourced Family Memories Cookbook project, and we have some other collaborations in the works. In particular, we're working with the Daughters of the American Republic and the Southfield Historical Society. We already have some things planned with them. So at this point, I would open it up for questions, if I can answer anything for anyone.
Anyone? No questions? Any questions from the public? Questions online? Anyone? Raise your hand. Doesn't appear. Well, thank you. That was a very thorough report and expeditiously delivered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Human Resources.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. So today I come with what was that?
Nothing? No one
you're
said
good.
anything?
Okay.
A bird just crashed
So
into the
today,
library.
I come to you some upcoming workforce challenges.
Christina,
and challenges
hold on.
that our department is looking at addressing. Let's see. Yes, there we go. So the purpose of the HR department is we have a lot of different things that we do. Recruitment, onboarding and offboarding, compliance with labor law and regulations. We support the administrators in like personnel issues, employee relations, and benefit administration. And this is all done with myself and also the HR generalist, Ty Ferguson. Currently, we have 176 full-time employees and 40 part-time employees, and this is made up of non-organized employees. We have 2 police unions that we work with. We have the fire union, Teamsters, and AFSCME. And these these contracts, these collective bargaining agreements with the unions are done on a 3-year cycle. So this coming year, we will be addressing BFFA, the fire union, and AFSCME, and then next year will be Teamsters, and then the cycle starts all over again. And so as we look at our market trends and the things that we're looking at, just preparing ourselves for with the workforce, I'm going to direct your attention to the graph at the bottom. And so this graph is showing a bunch of different information, specifically for Michigan since 2019. This blue line shows our inflation rate in Michigan, or like the consumer price index, which is an indicator of how much value our dollars have. And so that has a direct correlation to the wages that we're paying people. So as the inflation goes up, the purchasing power of the wages goes down, ever so slightly. And that is a consideration for retaining or attracting staff. In our red line, we see the unemployment rate. And so you can see it went really crazy around 2020 for, during COVID. But the unemployment rate is still pretty high currently at about 5%. And the thing to keep note about this is that this is usually done through workforce reductions. And usually high performers of companies are not the ones being eliminated for workforce reduction. So this to us tells us that the workforce market is more of, maybe not the higher performers who are, currently looking for a job. Then our gray line shows our job creation, so new job growth within Michigan. And it's, doing okay, but it's definitely not meeting the need of the unemployed, the unemployment rate. So what this means is that we have a high group of people looking for jobs, maybe not like the top tier. So we have to be even more strategic about how we're selecting and, just being aware of when we're looking for positions, the expectation of the candidates who will be filling those positions. So our response to these is that we will be foreseeing annual wage increases because I don't think there's any economic factors which are pointing to a decrease in the inflation rate. So annually we'll be coming to the commission to request those annual wage increases so that we can keep pace with the market and keep employees, able to purchase things that they need in their lives. Compensation studies are done when we are trying to find positions that are in high demand. So we're talking mostly like the technical positions or financial, those ones, we're highly competing against the private sector. And so doing compensation studies is really important to make sure that we're attracting and retaining the talent that we need. Also, with this, managers should adopt strategies to address potential turnover. So being prepared in case, the person who's had the position for 15 years does leave, we need to be prepared that we're able to weather that storm and keep our services consistent. And then also additional training may be needed to develop employees. So maybe the people who are applying for positions don't have a specific set of skills that we can build on. If we're able to provide those, we're able to really get a good employee who will be able to perform and meet the needs of the residents and the services that we provide. When we're looking at retention challenges, one of the biggest things that we see is when about 2011, 2012, when we shift from a pension model to like a 401 model, that was a really big shift. And so the biggest factor is that when you're talking about pension, you're talking about like a 15-year requirement in order to be eligible for that benefit, whereas for the 401, it can be anywhere between 5 and 7 years. Currently, we have 24 employees out of about 200 who are in the pension system. That means the majority of our employees are in the 401 system. Adding to that, it used to be that you would enter your career after college and that's where you stay until you retire. Whereas now we're not really seeing that as an importance, especially with a lot of younger employees. Job hopping is something that is more acceptable and more prevalent. And that really does challenge managers' ability to maintain the continuity and build on successes in their departments. So the response to this is to improve the workforce satisfaction through targeted employee engagement initiatives, and I'll talk about that in a later slide. We want to regularly review and adjust the benefits to be competitive with the market. For a lot of people will tell you that, oh, the pension system is like the Cadillac, but if you actually look at it on a bigger scope, the defined contribution, the 401 model, really can be just as beneficial for retirement. So really looking at those to make sure that we're not short-sighting ourselves and drawing really great employees. We also need to invest in training and development to support those internal promotions. And I'm happy to report that this past year we did 15 internal promotions. That kind of movement, builds a relationship with the employee. And so we want to make sure we do that when it's possible, really emphasizing those internal promotions. And then, we aren't going to be able to prevent turnover. So using technology such as AI or data systems to preserve the continuity when we can't preserve employee tenure will help us keep things consistent and build off of things as new employees come in, and we need to make sure that we're all working on the same set of information. So employee engagement has a direct correlation to retention and performance. And to visualize this, I pulled up Gallup, which is a nationally known workplace survey. They do lots of studies about, workplace and labor. And so from this most recent one from 2025, the survey showed that nationally 41% of employees are stressed. Only 34% of employees would say that they're thriving in their well-being, and that 1 in 4 employees experience burnout very often or always. And what this sets the set of people who have who answered the survey, half of those people are either watching or actively looking for a new job. And what we know is that if half of the people are looking for a new job, it's usually like your high performers who will ultimately get picked up and find a higher paying job. So we really want to stress that stress is a leading contributor to people leaving a position. So we really want to combat that with our employee engagement and wellness initiatives. These are framed to boost morale. They can't fix burnout or compensation challenges, but they can provide more support for the employee as a whole. And so we have things coming up which, make the workplace a little bit more fun, but also in a meaningful way, building interdepartment communication, getting people more aware of their coworkers in effort for them to really do good work in a collaborative, cooperative way. Additionally, the HR department and the city manager act as a resource for departments and managers, and will provide guidance on team management if there's performance issues going on. These are things that we are able to do to help make sure that the actual workplace is, people are able to do their work well without, those speed bumps. And then consistent application of policies and just being consistent is a big stress reduction tool for employees. If they know how they're going to be either reviewed or like what they can expect if they want to take, need to take time off, that is a huge stress reduction on the employee. So the HR department makes sure that we consistently apply all of our policies or CBA agreements amongst all of the employees. And then also we have 2 different types of targeted peer support groups that really are central on promoting that personal well-being of the employee. So the police have their own peer support group, which is geared specifically for the first responders and their specific needs. And then we have Aetna, our employee assistance program, which provides counseling, financial guidance, caregiving resources, well, a whole lot of things. So that if we do have an employee who is struggling with items at home, maybe this can be something that helps them so that they're able to, help that themselves and then come to work as their full and complete person.
Christina?
Yes.
I would like to commend you on your thorough reporting here. We have all read it and appreciate it, and I want to ask you and the city manager to give us a high-level overview or bullets on what is. I know that over the last couple of years there have been some high-level HR challenges, and that in the coming year you have some particular goals. And so in a nutshell, if you or City Manager Ecker could summarize for us those high-level bullet points, I think we'd all appreciate that. Would you like to?
Christina, do you want to answer that or do you want me to?
I guess I'm not understanding the question.
Okay.
I mean, if the concern is that, we're running on time, I get that. I get very excited when I talk about this stuff, so I can definitely condense it.
So
I
the
think
summary-
Jana understands,
Yeah.
because we've had conversations about HR challenges, and they are real, and we do care about them. Yes, and we do appreciate your enthusiasm. And yes, you're correct in perceiving that we need to move along. So
I think the couple of challenges that we've had, primarily one, the workload, because as all of the projects and all of the things that we're working on go up, and we have residents that demand a high level of service, which is something that we're proud of because that's what makes the community look and feel the way that it does. But it takes a lot of effort, and so some people come in and they get burnt out and they move on pretty quickly. Other people stay and the workload gets a little heavier, so there are a few areas, particular certain departments where there's a higher workload based on the number of people, and we maybe need to help with that a little bit. I think, as I've explained to you, Mayor Baller, I think that there's maybe a little bit of a better collaboration that we can do between, we all have stressful jobs, and I say we all, I mean us, me, our staff, you as commissioners, we get faced with public pressure, and people are rarely happy when they come to these meetings. They're mostly upset. That's why they're here. I think that there's a little bit more that we can do to have better interactions and better collaborations amongst all of us so that we're all on the same team and we present a little bit more of a unified face to the public, I think, on that level. So we do get a lot of burnout and stress from people, employees, that find it very stressful to come to the city commission meetings or get yelled at on a regular basis, let's just say, right? You know what I'm talking about because you all live it as well. So we see that. Also, most recently, we've had a couple of turnovers of high positions that people have been here for a long time. So you see Mark Gerber leave. That's a lot of institutional knowledge that walked out the door. You see, not walked out the door, retired after putting in a lot of years of good service. Bruce Johnson is another one. So we're a very young staff right now, I would say, overall, because a lot of the long-term people that had been here that relied on it, that stayed for the pension, have reached their limit and have left. What we have is a lot of new employees that have been here 0 to say 7 years, and once they hit that where they get their compensation. There's a word, I'm blanking on the word. Vest. Once they vest at 5 or 7 years, then sometimes they look for another job with more money and move on because they figure they've locked that in and there's nothing left to hold them in place for 15, 20, 25 years. So that gap in the middle, we had a lot of people with a long-term experience and time in here. I think I'm probably the last one left. Maybe Scott Gruey or Matt Bartolino might be in there too. There's like 3 of us left with 20 plus years of experience. And then we have this huge gap. And no, Mark, obviously, but he's already retired from his official position. He is now working out of the goodness of his heart, quite frankly. You know what I mean? So yeah, he's got a lot of experience. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pass over you. But we all know he's retired once, right? And we have Mark Gerber.
I'd do it again.
But my point is in the middle. We don't have a lot of people in that middle range to come up to fill in and to work their way up with that solid level of knowledge, and succession planning is a bit of a challenge as well.
So
Not alone. Where
I
I
know.
work, it's exactly the same. There's, call it a 0 to 8, maximum 10-year experience, and then you're at about 20 to 25 and to 40-year experience. And that missing middle actually is one of the tasks I have, is to help the 0 to 8 people, because I got more than 8 years. So it's not just a unique problem here.
No.
And I work for a private company, so it's...
And it's not
It's
just a
common.
union issue, even the non-unionized position, it's the same thing. But do you want to bring up those younger employees and give them as much training and support as you can? And they have a different level of needs and desires than maybe my end of the workforce had, right?
did you have some initiatives you wanted to, do I recall?
You do? You want me to bring them up now?
Unless you were going to do it under city manager.
Well, I don't know that this is the right time necessarily to do it,
Okay.
but I did have a few ideas that I had thrown out to the mayor for his thoughts. And I think coming up, I think there's a few little initiatives that we can do that can improve the situation a little bit.
Okay.
We're doing what we can from the staffing perspective. As Christina mentioned, we're doing a lot more training. We're doing a lot more engagement and retention and trying to look at, well-being and work-life balance and all of that the younger generations really look for. But we need to, my biggest challenge is succession planning and getting those higher level positions filled when we're missing that huge gap in the middle. So I got to bring these people up or find people from outside and bring them in to get them there.
Does anyone have any questions for Christina or the city manager with regard to HR? No? Okay.
I think if I may just jump to my last slide, because I think this is what maybe you may be looking for. So with this upcoming budget, the HR department is requesting an HR assistant position to allow myself and the generalist to focus on things like the engagement and the training and the mentoring. We are also asking for an increase to our training and education budget so that we can actually fund college courses, to strengthen and improve our workforce education, position reclassifications where roles need to be, moved up to the next pay grade to align with like outside, the market, and then also increasing the employee activities fund, which is that wellness engagement initiative, which will help support all of these things that I've just talked about.
Excellent. What's an example of an engagement initiative?
So one that we have coming up will be a wellness challenge that will be done, early spring, and that is to get everybody. Everybody loves a good team. So getting teams together to, focus on a wellness purpose, which also, helps us make sure that our employees are being well. That will be something that is really exciting coming up. We've done a few, thanks. We did one around Thanksgiving and one around St. Patrick's Day, just telling other people that you work with, coworkers, being intentional about giving thanks or calling, letting people know, what you appreciate about them. That, really does a lot for morale. And it's a really good initiative. That, and then we also have some training coming up. So those types of things are all part of that 360 view of really addressing the employee needs.
Well, we appreciate what you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Further comments, questions?
Kevin has a question.
Go ahead. Commissioner Haig.
Yeah, so, okay, just looking at this. When I went back and looked at the budget for 25-26, in the window there was no requisition planned for additional headcount in HR for the entire budget window. So first of all, I'm curious of what changed. Second of all, and it's supplemental to that statement, why do we feel we can do some of these things better by adding effectively permanent headcount and not contracting it? So like the wellness challenge, I use that as an example. We have that at work. It's built into my health insurance. It's optional to opt into it or not, but it doesn't cost us anything outside of the health insurance, but it's an active part of that insurance that we all carry. My previous employer, they did something, there were actually a reward system built into it for those that decided to take up whatever challenges there were. But that was a specialty function that could be managed by that particular service provider. When it comes into looking at certain specialized trainings, what have you, is it easier and less long-term financially burdensome to say we're going to bring in a contracted provider for a particular training or a 3-month period of time, and then that's it, we're done, because we've also learned from that, because the whole idea is you learn from these trainings. Is that a better value proposition for us than constantly adding headcount? Because one of the things I've been looking at is a ratio of residents to staff headcounts. And the staff headcount gets heavier on a per capita basis every single year over year. Because we go back to, in every budget, we say what the headcount was 10 years ago. So I went back through a whole bunch of budget books and I plotted it all for the last 10 years, and the ratio just keeps on getting heavier and heavier. But I'm also looking at where we talk about technology improvements and assist aids for all of us in many ways, streamlining work. So why does the headcount keep going up? I don't understand that correlation when we have tools that we are paying for, that we're employing, that we've been told about, that are supposed to make things more streamlined, easier, etc. So that I unfortunately, I just pick on that one particular one because it's the one and only one in here that actually mentioned specifically asking for an additional head. Nothing else in here asked for additional head count. So that jumped out as a unique difference. So it's sort of statement, a commentary, and a question all built into one. I don't know, Christine, if you even feel comfortable answering that right now anyway.
I think Jana. Christine, let's want to give the floor to Jana.
Okay. First off, we're in the budget process. All of the numbers came in the last 2 weeks. We have to go through the next month of sifting through all the asks. There were 14 full-time asks for new positions. today was not the day to discuss that, but there are 14. That doesn't mean that 14 will get recommended in the budget. The first year that I was manager, there was 27 full-time asks. And then last year, I think it was 16, 17. So we go through this every year. So I understand your point. Because Christina mentioned that there's an ask in the budget doesn't mean it's going to make it through the next month or two of review. Okay, first of all.
So that's her ask, not yours.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Second of all, to your point, we do have employee assistance programs and different benefits that are available through our existing services. The other thing I would say is we're also trying to, and I'm saying this from my perspective, because this is my vision, that we can do some of this team building, morale boosting at the same time as education and building, mentoring people by working those two things together. So for instance, we have some people on staff that have very specialized skills in certain areas that are not necessarily related to their job. So we are able to bring them in and have them do their thing. We do regular team building activities in, say, the department head meetings. We do different social functions, like for instance the holiday celebration, and we do different things there, and we get everybody to work together. The employee engagement committee, it's actually, there's representatives from multiple departments, and they get together and they plan and talk to everybody and find out what it is the employees want, and then they plan it together. So they each have little groups. So we don't need to hire a separate person to do all of this stuff. We're kind of working it in with the team building and mentoring as well. Some of the other things we do is each department knows a lot about their own department. So whenever we have like a staff meeting and we go off to a different department, like one time we had at the museum, we get the tour of the museum, or one night we got invited over for the candlelight haunted house version of the museum, and one time we went and walked the trail system by Booth Park so that everybody understands more about the city as a whole. So I don't think that we need to hire extra people to do all of this. I think we have the capacity to do that, and it meets some other goals at the same time.
Thank you. I learned a lot. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Kozlowski, Commissioner.
This is a little bit tangential, but I wasn't quite sure when else to ask it. So speaking of full-time headcount, I think we had some intention of hiring a sustainability director and a stormwater expert of some kind. Is that coming up? This is a long-term plan. I wasn't sure which department exactly would fall under.
That was requested last year under planning.
Mm-hmm.
Some things have changed since then. If you remember Brooks Cowan that was here, he had been here for probably 10 or 15 years, and he ended up leaving. And in the meantime, we had an intern named Summer, who you may have met, who has a vast knowledge and experience and love of all things sustainability, almost equal to Nick's love of sustainability. And so he is working her into kind of taking on that type of role. So I think we're working on doing that within our existing staffing. There's going to be, I can tell you right now, there's going to be at least one department where I'm going to say, look, we really need another person. But it's going to be there's 14 asks, 14 full-time and 5 part-time. It's tough because everybody's kind of overworked. There's a lot of stuff to do and a lot of deferred maintenance that we've been catching up on in recent years. But we're trying to do the best to work with what we have.
Okay. Questions, comments from the public online? Raise your hand. Seeing none. Thank you very much.
I got one.
Oh, sorry, missed you.
So question for you, because when I read this portion of the packet, and Christina hearing you talk, I kind of walked away with there was concern about a resource restriction, that there was constraints on available resources and the ability to attract and retain those resources. If that is one of the underlying concerns, have we looked at reorganizing our work packets so they can be done remotely?
When you mean remote, you mean the meetings?
No. So relative to HR, there are certain things benefits you can send to Timbuktu and it get done.
Oh, yes.
And literally, and you don't need or don't have the same type of pressures of rapidly accelerating rises, nor kind of what I would call environmental concerns. You could remote them to Traverse City or Timbuktu. But if we, and it doesn't just have to be HR, you could look at that across the entire enterprise.
You're talking about HR functions or actual employees now?
Any functions.
you know,
Any functions.
Being permanently remote?
Or partially, or whatever. Just look at it as options, because it is an employment benefit these days.
Well, I will tell you that we are looking, while we're doing several things, we have several different programs. We do allow people to work remotely on, for instance, Mary Ann, who's going to come on next, our communications director, she works remotely 2 days a week. You know, so she does that from home 2 days a week, and it works out well for communications. A lot of that stuff is done, but she still needs a presence here on some of the other days. So we do have different departments can manage that themselves so that there's always full staffing here, not full, but staffing here available if somebody walks in. The finance department, they're doing a 410s plan. So instead of, they're taking every other Friday off and then working 4 days a week. Sorry, every Friday off. So 4 days, 10-hour days. So that option is out there if people are interested in it as well. So we do have that. The dogs you mentioned in the picture. We started Dog Days of Summer last summer on Fridays. People could bring their dogs in. And it was subject to each department because you can't have 5 million dogs running around, you know. But there's a few people that love that. And the public loves it. Surprisingly enough, I thought there'd be more pushback, but there's not. They love it. So that kind of thing is kind of different things that we're looking at doing that make people a little happier, I guess.
Can we start bringing our dogs in for commission meetings too?
If there's good therapy dogs like Bella or Maple, yes.
Okay.
That was it for me.
Good.
Someone's got a cat.
Okay, I think we're going to move on to the manager's office and a communications overview. Is that
That's
Mary Ann?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mary Ann Gamboa, the Communications Director, and I'm going to share my screen. And we will just have a short presentation today about the city's communications. So starting out with, this is an overview slide in case any of you are not familiar with all the various things that the communications team is responsible for. We have a great team. I feel very fortunate. I encourage you, if you're not familiar with any of these, everything is linked here so you can come back afterwards and just kind of browse. Everything is always on our website at bhamgov.org/communications. So you can look at that on your own time. Just briefly today, I want to talk about a few of the new things that we have done over the last year. The first is our recycling magnets. There's a picture of the magnet here. These magnets are included in new resident welcome packets. They're set out at the farmers market and different events. It was an idea that we learned about at a SACRA meeting, and they've been very well received. And it's just handy. You can just scan it if you're not sure if you should throw something away or recycle it. Last summer, we had two really nice volunteers. Actually, Erica Bassett's, two of her sons, agreed to take our GoPro camera, and you can see them here biking around the city. You can see them fishing at Corton Lakes. We really got some nice footage to put on social media, and we plan to continue that again this summer as well. We also launched the AI-enabled chatbot, and I know that's been discussed. Melissa Fairburn really spearheaded this, and communications has been helping. We're still in the soft launch phase of that, but I encourage you to test it on the city's website and see what you think. The year in review document is brand new, and I'll discuss that more on my next slide. Coming soon, we have our Parks and Recreation Guide. We've been working on that with the Department of Public Services Parks Division. That'll be a guide that will have pictures and a map and amenities for each park. That will come out this spring. Accessible PDFs, we're working with the IT department to create instructions for city staff to be sure that our PDFs meet ADA requirements. We have to do that by April of next year, so we're well in advance of that deadline. So we'll continue to work on that this year. And then we'll be launching some new board and committee recruitment materials this year. So materials to increase awareness about all the different boards and committees that residents can choose from and volunteer to be a part of. And then the year in review, we'll just take a real quick look on this. I know that we're short on time here, but hopefully that's pulling up for you on your screen as well. So this document was put together this year just to give people a really quick snapshot and overview of what each department does and their accomplishments and achievements over the last year. So I think a lot of times we find that residents may know of each department, but they may not be sure, what each department does. This will kind of give them a highlight overview so they can look at it. We'll provide it for you each year, looking at these different milestones. And also we will include that. It's in the manager's report for your meeting on Monday. And also it will be in the February edition of the Around Town e-newsletter as well. And that's all I have. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Wow.
How are you feeling?
I feel a little better today.
Good.
Questions? Commissioners, questions? I have a question. How many email addresses do we have? And sort of a corollary, do we have are we attempting to obtain the email address of every resident or an email address for every property in town?
Do we make active efforts to do that? Yes, we request it on all of the different application forms. Of course, you also collect it through the election process, correct?
Elections is only for elections. It's not allowed to be disclosed.
Okay, so we can't share that. But
So,
go ahead.
So we do have, for our, for the e-news list, the main list that we use, we have about 7,500 email addresses. And then we do have like the WUFU forms on our website. When people fill out those, there is a box at the bottom asking for them to submit their email address and explaining that if they do, they will receive news and updates from the city. So we also bring in email addresses that way as well. And we do constantly promote, asking people to sign up on social media and in around town as well.
And don't we collect them through Engage Birmingham as well?
Yes.
When they sign up, yeah.
Do we have any sense of like what percentage, if there's an emergency or whatever, like we send out a snow emergency email, right? Do we have any sense of what percentage of households that hits?
Not really, because we can't, there could be in one household 6 different email addresses.
And we don't
know.
Things like water bill, water accounts, or tax payment accounts.
We don't have anything that correlates them
We don't collect
together.
email addresses. Do we collect?
We
email
collect them in a lot of cases.
Well, shouldn't we be throwing them all into that?
But we can't
pot?
correlate which ones necessarily go to which address
Right.
in every case, and if they're duplicate, or if there's somebody in their 5 kids, or somebody in their 3 email addresses themselves.
Right.
Well, and it's not just email addresses, you get phone numbers, and then it asks you, when you sign up for Nixle, which is where I got the fact that we have a snow emergency starting tomorrow through Monday.
You got it on Nixle?
I got it on, because I signed up and it asked me for my email address at the same time that I signed up. And then I got the Birmingham emergency parking ban while we were in the meeting today, starting at 1 a.m. and going until 5 p.m. on Monday.
So I'm very impressed with all of the outreach, and all we can do is hope that we reach everybody, right? I mean, there's a lot of trust here, but we really don't know, right?
It strikes me that as an organization, the city does make what could be easily described as a good faith effort for communication. I feel comfortable with what's done there.
But if you were a business, you would have the email address of every employee, without question. right? You would have their email address and their phone number.
We have
I'm not
every
saying that-
employee.
You're looking at a different direction of legal obligation there.
I get that. I get that.
I think, I would have to go back and check, but I think we could get relatively easily every email address and get it assigned to a house. Call Nielsen. They got it.
JD.
Yeah.
I see Eric Brunk is raising his hand.
Oh,
Our resident IT expert.
Eric Brunk, please. Does somebody have to recognize him?
You do IP.
Dark trace feature we haven't heard about yet.
Eric's about to start IP pinging until he learns about VPNs.
There are a lot of limits to what you can gather and what you can do with it, and there are specific things that you can do with specific information. So while there's a lot of ways for us to collect it, there's not a lot of ways we can use it unless we specifically tell them why we are collecting it and what we're collecting it for. So there are some caveats out there that make it difficult for collecting everybody's email addresses. Yes, we could always go out to somebody who data farms and purchase all of the information from them. But when you're collecting it yourself, there's very regulated information as to what you can gather and what you can do with it once you gather it.
If we had it, could we send out an email and say, we're asking you to opt in? And then, right?
I would think so, yeah.
You already got their email address. What are you asking them to opt into? Because you've already
Well,
got the
he's
data.
saying there are limits on what you can send. You have the email address, but you can't just start spamming it.
No, you just stepped over the. So we actually had a compliance training on this recently at work that then got applied to the community survey we're going to talk about on Monday about data that you collect because it's nice to have or data for purpose. And there's a very, very fine line there about I want all, because we actually shut down some questions that were being asked for that survey because they weren't pertinent to the survey. They were just, well, I'd like to have it. What's your purpose for it? And I think that's what Eric's getting at is you must have a defined purpose. Just like Alex said, we have all this information for elections, but that's where it stays. It's firewalled. There's compliance and legality reasons that you're stepping way over.
Certain things with it.
Our purpose is one of your email address so we can send you out when there's a snow parking ban so you don't get a ticket.
There you go.
So let it be written, so let it be done.
Questions somewhat asked and somewhat answered. I think we need, does anybody have any further questions for Ms. Gamboa regarding communications? Anybody online in the House? Negative. Thank you. Thank you, Mary Ann.
Thank you.
Hope you feel better.
We've had an epidemic of flu going through City Hall.
Thank you.
Oh, now you
tell.
Nobody in this room is contagious. I'll just leave it at that.
We now move to the community survey, and I have to believe that
I will be exceedingly brief this afternoon because we will have an opportunity to discuss this at length on Monday night when the draft is before you. So what I would like to emphasize is that since September of 2025, when we first contracted with the research company Cobalt, there's been an extensive amount of collaboration. So we formed a work group to commissioners, to community members, and a lot of department heads to get at the scope of the survey and the way questions were asked. And I want to be especially thankful to our community members who volunteered their time for no reason other than wanting to get a good product out to our residents. And not tomorrow, 2 days from now, we will discuss the draft. I said it would be the second, but by the time we went back and forth a couple more times, it is actually the fourth draft of the survey for your consideration. And then depending on the commission's desires, we'll kind of shift when the survey is getting to people. And it could be this winter or this spring. I was assured by the consultant that once we have something that we are good with, it'll only be a week or two before they are in mailboxes. But they have the ability to move quickly. And then depending on when that is depending when you'll get those results. And the reason I bring this to you today at Long Range Planning is to kind of reinforce the idea that the information that we get from our residents And the questions will be about specific issues, but they'll also be questions about, like, as a resident, how does it actually feel to you living here in this community? Will inform our long-range planning discussions next year and our budget process next year. So we should have some real actionable data from our participants as far as, you know, what the community is thinking and feeling. Now, of course, there are some things that we can take the results and apply much faster. So communications, if we're finding, for instance, we know we have like the most excellent fire and ambulance response time. But if what we hear from the community is that they don't know that, they don't feel that, well, that is something that we need to address quickly. So some things will be actionable short term, and some really will be informing our long-range planning and our budget decisions in the future. Ta-da.
The end?
The end.
The end. Any questions or comments?
I have 5 questions.
5?
No.
That constitutes a survey.
Yeah.
Thank you, Melissa.
Community survey question number 1 is, will you agree to share your email address?
Oh,
Email address for the email you received to fill it out?
Okay, questions from the public? Questions online? No questions? That concludes our long-range planning session.
I got one question. It's 2 seconds.
So,
in the numerical portion of the plan, for me at least, would be super beneficial to get Mary to give us a definition of what she's consolidating in each of those buckets, rather than making us guess.
Wait. In the numerical definition.
Financial portion.
The financial portion, first part. So Andrew brought up a question about other staff. I am sure it's more than just resources in that you consolidate certain things for different reasons. Consulting fees are in that. Having clarity on how they're aligning the sub-GL numbers to roll up to that would eliminate a lot of questions, for me at least, and confusion. So if we could get that, that would be super helpful. That's it.
That was
a little more than 2 seconds.
That was more than 2 seconds. Commissioner Hay.
Actually, to add on that, we already talked about it, but I'd like to see, because of the unique circumstances with 400 East Lincoln, I'd definitely like to see that broken out in the future, because it is different to anything else like Birmingham Bloomfield Arts Centre, where we're not involved with the building, it's just a rental. That one I do want to see broken out as a specific budgetary item, because it will have implications for some of the actions we have to take, especially since we're raised on $3 million that's dedicated for that building, specifically the building, not operation, not anything else.
Second.
We do need to see that in detail, please. And next year we'll be able to actually figure that out in a lot more clarity.
Any other closing comments? On behalf of all of us up here, we thank
you.
all of you out
Very well
there
done.
who have participated, spent your Saturday here with us.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thanks. Let's have a sparrow hitting the window.